for Ironforge! Strike 'em down!
mountain.
See, I'm still late. Where are we going? Ooh, everything black out. There we go. Everything works. There we go. There we go. Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, whatever you guys are. I don't care. Hi. I think that covers all time zones. Hi. How are you? Here we are on, where are we? We are on Warhammer Online category. Yay. Got something right today. Anyways, welcome to the stream. And today in 2024, we're going to have, this is our first stream for 2024. We did one on 31st of December. We played a couple of games. So this is the first one. So if you haven't seen me before, I haven't seen you before. Happy New Year. I hope you guys have a healthy, prosperous 2024 with whatever you wish to find on your way, and with a lot of gaming and hopefully a good MMORPG. So what we're going to do today is, I have a few things I want to do today. What I want to do is, number one, I want to look at the career builder released by the Interbellum team for the next / upcoming Warhammer Online server. Then I want to have a look at some websites, and if you have one that shows games that are going to be released on the upcoming months, please let me know. Give us a PM or DM, whatever. Just don't put it on the chat because it doesn't accept links. So have a look at that when we're done. And depending what time it is, how much energy I have, whatnot, we might play a game or two. Okay, I don't know what game. We'll see at that point what my mood will be, and we'll take it from there. Now, let's go to a different screen. Bear with me for a moment. I'm gonna go here where we do all our little reviews. There we are. So this is the Return of Reckoning. Okay, I'll try and be very specific so we don't get confused. This is the Return of Reckoning builder, and you're seeing on your screens right now. The reason why I'm starting with this is because this is the other well-known Warhammer Online server. Now, the Interbellum one is lacking a lot compared to this server that we all have been playing in the past. The same way the Flames of War, the second current online private server, is lacking, which is websites, presentation, information. They are lacking on those three categories massively. I don't know if I have the Flame of War somewhere. Anyways, but so this is how, if you go to Return of Reckoning, it goes here. This is good for attracting people. This is why I'm saying this, because any server, official or private, if it doesn't have people, it's meaningless. Bugs you can deal with, you can come back to the game, but without people, you don't. So the Interbellum one looks like this. You can see the big difference there. I just hope the Interbellum guys can find some more people to help them out and get this looking nice and start promoting, so they're going to have people. I'm saying this because Flame of War has been around for a while, and they have a maximum population of, what, 13 people on tier 4? You know, it's not a number you want to go out and play, which means since they also have on Flame of War tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4, that means the population is spread out, and you just have to go PvE, PQ, PQ, and hit 40. And then the whatever struggle starts. According to Interbellum, within, I don't know, I would say 24 hours, because I'm not 100% clear what that means anyways. Hey, Void Chris, how are you doing? Welcome. So I'm hoping that Interbellum is going to do this right and get a website running, get some forums running, and they're going to do that, because this is bleak. It's very minimal. You know, there's oops, shit. Hold on a second. I accidentally closed the link there. Sorry. So it's minimal. So they need to do something like this or better. Good, good, good. So, okay, ads are going to start in a minute. So, in advance to those here, when they're ads, because I know I have people not subscribed and you're not going to hear what I'm saying, I'm going to take a little pause and drink coffee, okay, for 3 minutes. It's the best I can do. Anyways, Interbellum has released this career builder. It's not complete, so there's only the dwarves and the greenskins because they're going to focus on that. And then we're going to get the rest of them at some point. I'm hoping soon, so we can all start designing in our heads builds and see how it's going to go. The way we're going to do this today, we're going to start in reverse from the greenskins. Shaman, Squig, Chopper, Black Orc. And then we're going to go Rune Priest Slayer. We're going to jump the Engineer, and we're going to go to the Ironbreaker. And then... and we're going to do the Engineer last because it's the one I'm interested in and I want to spend most time there. So I want to have a peace of mind without people telling me, okay, we'll go and do this and do that. We do it and then we'll go and do that one. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Right. So I'm going to carry on. I'm just going to move on. Just start having a little look until the ads are done. So let's get some basics out of the way. Okay, so no one gets confused. Some of the basics. Number one, in the game, when the game launches, whenever that is, you only can put your 31 points that you see here on the top left in one of the 3 trees. This does not work like Flame of War. It doesn't work like Return of Reckoning. You choose one hard specialization. You put all your points in one. Now, on the builder here, you can put the points anywhere you want. 1, 2, 3. It's just for you to play, but when the game comes online, when the server comes online, you will not be able to put points on all 3. Only one of them, okay? I mean, you can respec anytime you want. You know, there's going to be some sort of a cost. And I know some people are like, oh, it's going to cost. I mean... from experience on the live servers, Return of Reckoning servers, I mean, 10 gold for respec is really not that much. I mean, come on, you kill somebody, get a gold or something, or 50 silver. It's not that excessive. Plus, you don't respec every 2 minutes. Anyways, I think what I need to do, hold on a second, because I should have done that. What I need to do is, if you just bear with me for a moment, because I was really busy this morning and didn't have a full time to do everything I wanted for this, and to also have ads. What I'm going to do, if we go, let's see if this is going to work a little bit. There we go. I'm try and put this here. There we go. This is gonna help me a little bit. This is for helping me. This is my website, by the way, that you can fix it TV, fixittv.live. You can find all the stuff that you need for everything that has been released from Interbellum is here. But what I'm looking for, and I should actually have this somewhere. Greenskins. There we go. That's the one I want. Okay, and this is what I want for me to check a few things. Oh my god, this is too bright, isn't it? Goblins, the boys, Night Goblin. I want to get the names right when we're doing this. So, Night Goblin. A little what? Stacker, Shrewmancer. So these are the 3 hard specialization of the Shaman. That has a mechanic called Paranoia. It builds up over time. You get some negative debuffs. If I say anything wrong, somebody correct me, okay? So we don't get thing stuff. So there we go. Shrewmancer, Lilith, and Sneaky Git. A little what? Okay, the amount of chains a name or 2, but that's not a biggie. So let's go left from right. Let's see what we get. Paranoia. All right, it goes from 0 to 30. We're going to go through a lot of skills. This is going to be a very long stream, by the way, because there's a lot of skills to see and talk about. So, because I want to get my head around how things are going to work when the game comes on. So this is Paranoia. Okay, starts at 0, goes to 30. Reduce a rate of 3 per second outside of combat. So you lose it after combat, but not instantly. Okay, I can move. Can I pin this somehow? No. So the following are the negative effects that can be applied, chosen at random. 1 stack of reduced intelligence, reduced willpower, agility. So basically, as you go up on paranoia, on the Goblet, you start getting debuffs, losing randomly willpower, any of your stats basically. So I'm not going to go through all of them, but basically you lose some stats. As you can see also on the tree, you have the first line and a little bit here that have already 1 point. These are the ones you get by default when you start. So that's like your starting skills. Touch of Gork. Basic attack deals 6% spell attack power. Sup. Spell attack power. Plus 130 elemental damage. The target generates 40 action points. Sorry, I will be getting stuck like this. I'm trying to. So it's a 2-second cast. It has 0 cost. 100 feet range and no cooldown, and you deal damage and you get action points. But at least it has a casting, so you're not just throwing a dot and you get your AP back. Which you have to sacrifice movement or anything like that. Well, dealing damage to get that. Generates 2 paranoia, and one of the negative effects to the caster. The next spell will be augmented. Augment is a new mechanic. Basically, your spells do something extra, from extra damage, cooldown reduction, whatever. Everything has its own augment thingy. For example, this one, bigger, better, and greener. 70 action points, 2.5 cast time, 150 feet. They have long range. And I'm saying that because we've recently seen how the range abilities from the turrets from the Magus and Engineer have been removed from Return of Reckoning. And it looks like Interbellum doesn't care about the range so much. I'm assuming other classes will have the same range, which is kind of good when you're chasing somebody, I suppose. So this one applies 12 seconds of enchantment to target ally for the duration restored, 19%. Yes, good point. Hold on. Hold on a sec, tips. Let's see, why not? Okay. There we go. Fixed. Thank you. I was playing with the overlays earlier and I accidentally made it invisible. Anyway, so we're talking about the augment. Sorry about that. And here's the augment. So if you use this skill, all right, no cost, instant, 6 seconds cooldown. The next spell, you gain 2 paranoia, but your next spell is augmented. This one will restore 18%. RP, what was the RP? Restoration power, I think it is, for healing. All right, and 250 health to target. So that's the augment. So this will activate the augment there. Shroom, summon mushroom. Summons a pet mushroom. This mushroom will heal allies within 30 feet every 2 seconds for 5%. Restoration power plus 46. This is, I suppose this is the keg. All right, I suppose this is the keg. So you will summon, it's insta-cast. Okay, so it's not exactly the keg, but you can apparently drop it anywhere you want because it has 100 feet range, so you can position it. And it will heal 30 feet as the keg every 2 seconds, but I think this is a much better healing because the percentage of it is a percentage of your power rather than doing 200 every 2 seconds, which is standard and kind of lame. Quick bleeding, 12-second affliction to target enemy for the duration, 21 spell attack power, 275 corporeal damage every 3 seconds. If you augment it, you deal 12% power and 136 elemental. Okay. Knocks target enemy away from you and applies immovable. Immovable prevents application of knockback pulls. Basically, they get a debuff for 20 seconds. So here we have that. It's also a single target, which is kind of good. Sticky feet. I don't think shamans had the knockback. Right, if I don't remember something correctly, you guys let me know, okay? Because I've lost track with what shamans had, didn't have, with all the changes on Flame of War and Return of Reckoning. So, and this is different. They seem to still have sticky feet, a little paddle, 100 feet range. Yeah, but they didn't have a single target though. I think this is a single target. Allies in the area will have their abilities augmented. Enemies in the area will have the movement speed reduced by 50%. Oh, so I was in a situation where you drop it, people get slowed as you chase them, people get into the same paddle because some other people went through it, and you just get your augments. Movement skill, run away. For the next 6 seconds, your movement speed is increased by 25%. Void, since I have you here, question. Now that I've seen this runaway skill, do we still have flee? Or is flee being replaced by a similar skill for everybody? Flee was, what was it, 10 seconds, 40% speed? Okay, so these are the basic ones from the Shroom Musher. Now, I don't know which ones are, I'm assuming that's the healer because of the icon, the little heart there. And these are DPS forms, which we'll see in a minute. All right, just checking because I've seen this. I know goblins have all the speed buffs. I'm just looking at it. Stop hitting me. You have this is tactics we get when you start with a Night Goblin, aka Shaman, as a Shroom Muncher. One less mass. Remember, for people, mass is the ability or the statistic that controls crowd control. The higher it is, it's harder for the enemy to CC you, and also you get reduction for when you're receiving. So if it's 10 seconds, you have high mass, you can go to 8 seconds or whatever. Harder to be applied. If you have high mass and you apply debuffs to enemies, they last longer, and so on and so forth. So we're gonna have to play with those stats as well. And I think they're going to be very important in Interbellum when and if it comes out, because we're all waiting for it. Wow! Whenever you use a basic attack, all group mates within 100 feet have this tactic: gain 1 fightiness, gain 3 physic energy, lose 1 cowardness, or lose 1 paranoia. So this is a tactic that's going to be in every single Greenskin. So if you have it equipped and somebody does a basic attack, then everybody gets that. Shamans will lose paranoia, goblins will lose cowardness. We'll see the mechanic of that later. Greenoholic. Fungus Beer no longer has a cooldown. We'll see what that skill is and what it does. It's somewhere in here, I suppose. You restore 420 plus 28% wounds health whenever you use Fungal Beer. So this is a combo, I suppose, here. So no cooldown. This is an interesting one. No cooldowns. You can spam it. Ding, 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 ding. I suppose global cooldown counts. And then you get to restore 420 health plus 28%. Sounds very powerful, but Shaman's always been powerful on that. Weapon aptitude. Okay, this is the one that allows you to equip stuffs. Adrenaline. Adrenaline is the new name for morals in Interbellum. So let's see. First morale we're going to see is return target groupmate back to life at the location of its corpse with 2,000 health and no other resources. Cannot be used on corpses with full court. I suppose that is similar as the stake from the Witch Elves. Focus Minds, you gain about 15 seconds. Abilities will have 50% faster cast time, and you will have 100% pushback immunity. So Focus Mind no longer removes all CCs and make you immune to them. You just don't have pushback, and you can cast faster. That's going to be a little bit confusing. Okay, I know people have been playing Warhammer Online for years, and they played the original one, they played Return of Reckoning, now they're playing Flames of War, or both, and they're going to jump here, same icon, same name. People's going to have a little bit of confusion in the beginning. I mean, you got to get association of icons and new skills with that. Divine Protection. All group mates with 100 feet gain a buff for 15 seconds, and they will absorb up to 200% restoration power plus 1,500 damage over the duration. 1,800 adrenaline, I think, is the maximum. This is like an M4. equivalent. So for 15 seconds, they can absorb up to 200% of your power, your restoration power, your healing power, which is going to be a big number because the stats here are different, and 1,500 damage. It's 3, is it? Okay, sorry, my bad. It's 3. Okay, M3. Still, for an M3, it seems very powerful. Oh, yes, it does say morale 3, yes. I don't know if you should change that. I mean, morale doesn't really exist on Interbellum. You should change that to adrenaline 3 or something. Unless you put that on purpose so people know adrenaline equals morale. I don't know. But thanks, yeah, I didn't say it. Thank you. So this is the morale 4. Remove all afflictions and cripples from each groupmate within 100 feet. Also applies return life to each dead groupmate within 100 feet. This is much better than what we had. Void Crisp is the public face for Interbellum. He is the public face. He's the community manager. That's who Void Crisp is. So he knows all the advertisement stuff and a little bit about the game. What I mean is, like, he's not a dev, so devs know a little bit more. But he's the face we need to see. He has a pretty face as well. It's kind of good. He doesn't have an ugly mug like me. Anyways, Alter Fate is better here because you can remove all afflictions and slows, cripples from all your friends and resurrect some people around you. So you free everybody to go and fight and defend you while you're resurrecting everybody. What? Your photo on... You want me to show your photo on Discord? You have a pretty face. You're not an ugly face like this. You look pampered and everything. That's not a bad thing. Community managers should be beautiful, handsome people, nice talking, gentle, you know. They don't have to be... community managers don't have to be like, "You talking back to me, I'm gonna ban you." You know what I mean? We leave that for the devs. Anyways, moving on. Initiative. Increase your initiative by 100. That's a big number as well. I will keep doing my thing anyways. Toughness increase. I don't know if we're gonna have, you know what? This is something actually eludes me. I don't think we don't have renown in Interbellum, if I remember. So if you remember with renown on the previous servers is used for you to get extra skills and stuff. In Interbellum is going to be used for seasons, ranking, MMRs, stuff like that. So this is why here you see 100 initiative. Basically, this is almost equivalent of 5 levels of the renown trees, which 120 if I remember. But so we get them here for 1 point. Okay. Fungal growth. Whenever you cast fungal beer, a random groupmate with 100 feet will be healed for 5% of your restoration power. That's healing power. You can combine that by reducing cooldown here, and you restore more with it. I just need to find the actual skill. I haven't seen it yet, unless I've missed it. Weapon skill increase and willpower increase. Okay, now going to the next line. Also remember, you can go randomly putting stuff on this. Okay, you have to have a certain amount of points. Like if you want to put a point here, requires 5 points in Shrew Mass Intelligence. So you have to put 5 points somewhere. I mean, you can put 3 here, and I don't know, let's put 2 on toughness. Then that opens up, or you can go, you know, you can do 1, 1, 1, whatever. You can go more, but you definitely have to put some points onto that. So we're going to put 3 points here to activate, 5 points toughness and, I don't know, willpower. So we open the next one. Yes, left click, you put it, right click, you do. Also indicates on the top how many points. This one can take 3, 2 points here, 3. So you can get 300 initiative if you want. You can just put 300 initiative. Also, you will see the points up here on the top, 26. You start with 31. 31 points you can put in this tree, and that's it. Remember, here we may be able to put points in every tree. This is for testing. On the real one, you can only pick 1 tree. So we're going to move on to the next line because we have a lot of classes to see. All right. So I'll try and do this as fast as I can so we can talk about them a little bit later. The next tactic you can unlock is Water Rush. The action point cost of your skills is reduced by 33% on allies that are lower than 40% health. So when somebody lost a lot of HP and you're trying to heal them, the system doesn't punish you for focusing. It's actually helping you out by reducing your skills action point need by 33%, as long as they're below 40%, 39 onwards. So you can spam it, and even if you're low because you're in a big fight, it still keeps you in the fight. It's a good idea to have that. It's a tactic though. It's a good idea as a tactic, but whether that's going to be useful in the game, we don't know, because we got to see how the gameplay is going to be and how many tactics we're going to have. I'm assuming it's still going to be 4. So what is it worth it sacrificing something for getting that when you are in a pinch? I'm not sure, because I remember if I asked this, but I think you can change your tactics while you're in combat in Interbellum. I'm not sure, because you can like change depending on the situation on the fly. I think you can do that. Run faster. Run away will now increase your movement speed by 30%. Yeah, you can change them. So you can have different setups, and you know, beginning of the fight, you go with something more heal, whatever. Something goes wrong and people are dying, you switch, you reduce your cost, you keep spamming a little bit more. So gotta be, yeah, but that also brings in 2 things in the game. I'm sure it's not going to be as OP as people think, because it brings something else. And I've heard, I was watching a podcast yesterday, I was doing some graphical work. The thing is, what this brings in the game as an idea that you can change tactic combat, it means that you have to identify when to change your tactics, because that's going to take your hand off healing or whatever. You're just going to move somewhere or press shortcut. That's kind of like one cooldown that you're going to use, physical or in-game cooldown, to do that. And second, you got to make sure you have the right tactics in there to switch, and when to switch them and switch them back. That takes a little bit of player skill. And I'm saying this because the podcast I was watching was talking about a little bit MMORPGs in general, whatnot. But the thing that I kept and is relevant to this is that one of the most difficult games on the market right now is Guild Wars 2. And only 10% of the players, the 10% of the total player base that plays the game, is outputting 300% more damage than the rest of the players. That means they only have fully skilled, good 10%. The rest of them are casual, whatever. So in order to utilize changes like this in combat at the right moment, you got to be good at it. Ballistic skill increase, strength increase, intelligence increase. We'll skip that one. We'll come back into it. Too smart for that. Another morale 1, 306 adrenaline. Reduce your paranoia by 5. Reminding the people, paranoia is the shaman's mechanic, that when you go into combat, every few seconds you get paranoia and you get random debuffs from intelligence, agility, and so on. So you lose your stats the more you stay in combat. The reason why I skipped this one is because Mark will Fix It is the first ability we see that has an arrow. So Mark will Fix It restored 22% of restoration power plus 293 health to target ally. You can augment this ability to become instant. Again, reminding here on the trees that you can use this ability. Fangus Beer. Sorry, not Fangus Beer. Where is it? Oh yes, Fangus Beer. You get 2 paranoia. Okay. And 1 negative effect. But your next spell is augmented. So you can go here, and then you can go here, and you have instant cast on that heal for 40 action points at 150 feet range. The arrow says Mark's Field will heal targets affected with bigger, better, and greener for an additional 10%. There was a... now I have to find which one was bigger, greener. It was... which one was that one? Ah, there we go. Bigger, better, and greener. Applies a 12-second enchantment to target ally. For the duration, you restore 90% restoration power and health to them. So it is already a combo. You can go bigger, greener on your friends, and then do that for instant. Then go down here, and you do extra if they have that. So it's a nice little combo there. There's more skills like this one. Everybody seems to have at least 1 or 2. This is a triple arrow over here. So we'll see those. More tactics. Out of here. Requires... Okay. The cooldown on Runaway is reduced to 20 seconds. Runaway was up here. Had a cooldown of 45 down to 20. This for 6 seconds. It increased your movement speed by 25. If your summon mushroom is killed, we have this one here that you can drop it at 100 feet. It heals everybody 30 feet around it for 2 seconds. It's pretty much like a mobile keg. You just drop it and heals people from the description. Is killed, all group mates within 100 feet of you, not the mushroom, gain a buff for 5 seconds. For the duration, gain 5 adrenaline, that is a new morale, per second, and restore 5% restoration power and 40% health every second. So it seems like this tactic allows you to have a secondary effect on your mushroom. You can drop it and heal people. If it dies on AoE or whatever, then everybody around you gets buffed. They get more morale buff, and healing at the same time. I kind of like these multiple effects. But again, is a tactic. Remember, you can change tactics in combat, and you have to sacrifice something for this. I say sacrifice something for this because we only have 4, so it'd be nice to have everything. Agility increase, bleed for me, passive. Quit bleeding can now stack up to 2 times on the same target. That skill is up here, which applies a 12-second affliction, doing 21% spell attack power and 275 corporeal over 3 seconds. If you augment it, you do even more damage. Now you can have 2 stacks of it if you want. It's a passive, but what I want to do is let's put some points here. I'm putting random points just to activate this. So you can, if you put 2 points on bleed for me, you can have 3 stacks. Where we're going next, wounds. You can get 300 wounds on that, 3 stacks on this, 300 agility on that. Let's see this one. Gork says Zdob. Apply a 2-second debuff to target enemy. Deal 10% spell attack power, 150 elemental damage to the target every second. The duration of the debuff is refreshed whenever the target moves. And that's a morale 2. It's a usual morale 2. Run, you take damage. But instead of you take damage while you're moving, you take damage anyways. Okay? It's just as you run, you refresh it. Or was it the same? Oh yeah, the more you were running, it was refreshing. It's the same one. Sorry, my bad. Fungus Gut for ya. Gain 2 mash. Mass, remember, is a statistics that has to do with CCs. How long they last. When you apply them, how long they last on you. How easy to get it on you. Whenever you cast Fungal Beer. This looks like Fungal Beer is going to be, at least for the Shromancer, is going to be one of those things you might want to create a build around it. Because you heal, you augment, and with these tactics that we're seeing here, gaining mass is good. Reduce your chance to be CC'd, or the duration is a good thing. I think in Interbellum, CC is going to be king. I mean, in Return of Reckoning it's also king, but here I think they've taken it to a whole different level. The duration of bigger, greener, you're bleeding, and path to poison are increased by 6 seconds. Okay, so your debuffs, some of your DPS debuffs, or generally speaking buffs, are going to last longer. I will never remember where bigger greener is. There we go. So bigger greener is a healing one. Okay, so just increase the duration. We had similar tactics in Return of Reckoning, and I think they also exist in Flame of War. Next one is Touch of Gork will now heal your defensive target for 75. And Mycotoxin will now heal for 10% of the damage they deal. Mycotoxin. I don't think we've seen Mycotoxin anywhere. But I'll take that is the usual thing that you deal damage and you heal. Blight Bloom. Restore 5% restoration power plus 50 health to up 9 allies with 30 feet of your mushroom. And that one is off the global cooldown. If you're augmenting, you restore 7% more according to your power and 76 health instead. So basically, the augmentation Blight Bloom, it changes the output. Either you do 5% of your restoration power plus 50 health to up to 9 allies within 30 feet of your mushroom. The mushroom will drop in the front lines, wherever you want 100 feet to heal 30 around it, so you can double heal. You drop that, then you heal them as well. Or you remove that and you restore 7% and heal 76. So it's the same thing, you just get it better. From 50, I don't think anything changes in this. So instead of 5, you go to 7. Instead of 50, you go to 76. It's still on the mushroom stream, still around that. There's one skill we skipped. Okay, we're not going to skip it. It's this one, Puff of Poison. Applies a 9-second affliction up to 9 targets. According to what we've seen on this skill so far, AoE capped to 9. Within 30 feet of your mushroom. For the duration, deals 5% spell attack power and 60 corporeal damage every 3 seconds. If you augment it, you go to 7% spell power and 90 corporeal, so it just gets better. The Linky increases the healing of Blight Bloom and the damage of Puff Poison by 8%. This is Puff Poison, and the Blight Bloom is this one. So on 2 different lines, you can get this one 3 times. You can put 3 points on this. So 3 points would be, let's see if we put, it gets 1. How many we need in this? So you can take it all the way up to 25%. That's big numbers. All right, moving on. Fungal Infestation, Tactic, Summon Mushroom, Puff Poison, and Blight Loop. Now hit up to 24 targets. So you can change the AoE capabilities of your skills by putting this tactic in. I suppose this is a good thing. You play solo, you remove this tactic, so you can change the tactics in combat, right? So you have this set up for massive fights, AoE 24. You go for smaller groups, 6 or 6 or solo. You just don't use the tactic, you use something else. If you end up in a keep on your way to soloing, you can switch, and then you have a much higher target group, up to 24. Next tactic, Pass It On. Whenever you heal an ally with bigger, better, and greener, or more Fix It, you will apply a 6-second enchantment to an ally within 50 feet of the target, which will absorb up to 21% restoration power and 280 damage for the duration. Basically, it looks like this tactic applies shields, the one that Rune Priest had or has. Shroomgit. Reduce the cooldown on Summon Mushroom by 5 seconds. This one is passive, so with 3 points is reduced by 15 seconds, which means from 20 goes down to 5 seconds. So you have almost, I'll say almost, a spammable 100 feet keg to drop. I wonder if you're going to have more than one though. Just taking 5 seconds. It doesn't say the duration. Am I missing this? 50 action points, 100 feet range, insta cast, 20 seconds cooldown. Okay, we take the skills to the bottom. It will go to 5 seconds. Summon a pet mushroom. This mushroom will heal allies within 30 feet every 2 seconds for 5% of your restoration power plus 46. It doesn't say anything about number. So does that mean you can cast one every 5 seconds and just leave it there healing everybody for 2 seconds? Every 2 seconds? I doubt it. I doubt it, because you just spam mushrooms all over the place. Maybe that's how you heal. I don't know. Because we've only seen like 2 good healing skills so far in this, and the thing, this is the healer, but we'll go and see the rest of them. I hope this has some sort of a limit. Otherwise, looks too good. I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying looks too good. We have to see what other debuffs are in the game for other classes. Ain't done yet. Gain a buff for 20 seconds for the duration. Every second, your cardness and paranoia will be lowered by 1, and you will gain 20 action points. This is a morale 3, which is, I would say this is a Greenskin specific, because cardness is for the squigs and paranoia is for the shaman. So pretty much that helps you stay in combat longer and lose some of your debuffs while you're doing that. Loved by all. I'm not sure why. Oh, this is a renowned tactic. That's why it's red. You always have immovable. Your mass is decreased by 2. Basically, immovable, if I remember, is the one that like you can't have debuffs on you, mobility buffs, but you also lose mass. I'm not sure how this is going to work. As far as I know, renown is meant to be for seasonal stuff. Done feeling nothing. Whenever you critically heal someone. Whenever you critically heal someone, you will apply an enchantment on them for 5 seconds. Effect does not refresh. At the end of the duration, target will be healed for 40%. Sorry, for 40 plus 8% of your healing power. So if you critically heal someone, oh, the enchantment stays on. This reminds me a little bit of druids. On WoW, you know, that you put the healing and at the end it does another effect. So this enchantment gets effect at the end there. Yeah, Angel will be the last class we'll do today. Hopefully I'll have time because it seems like this is taking an hour per thing. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. Not that easy tips, not that easy, but I explain them as I go along over and over again. So I will keep saying what those effects do every time we come across them. Don't worry. Void, do you know if Simon Mushroom here has a limit? What I mean is, it says it has a 20-second cooldown. You can reduce the cooldown by 5 seconds 3 times. That's 15. So effectively, with this and this, you can cast this every 5 seconds, but it doesn't say the duration here. Like, is it there until it's destroyed and I can cast one every 5 seconds? There's no limit. This is a little bit something I wanted some clarification on this, if it's something you can find out easily. Because it doesn't say you can cast 1 or 2 or it has a limit. And it doesn't say for how long it lasts. Oh yeah, if you are they? Yeah, if you can, that would be great. I'll keep on going a little bit because we have some more stuff to do. All right, thank you. I mean, I don't know if there's a limit to how many you can cast or how long they last. It doesn't say here, so I don't see it anyways. If I'm blind, I do apologize in advance. Moving on, mycotoxin. Applies 5 stacks of fungal poison to your weapon. Whenever you use a basic attack, you will deal an additional 9% spell power attack and 114 corporeal damage and remove 1 stack. Apply 7. So you start with 5 stack on your weapon. Every time you swing it, you do that extra spell power and corporeal damage after 5 attacks. That if it's augmented, you can augment stuff with fungus beer. Then you get 7 stacks. Okay. Yeah, I don't mind if I mean I have them. I don't have do I have them? Hold on a second. Let me press the wrong thing again. I don't know if I have this. I think we might have the adrenaline system. Count control debuff. Just a reminder, this is my website, fixitv.live. We have everything that's been released from Interbellum here for you guys to read and more videos on YouTube. So yeah, we have them here. Okay, I got them. So people can read this if they want to on the website there. Crowd control, we got what things do. Okay. I got it, so you don't have to look for it. There we go. But I'm blind now, that's too bright. All right, let's finish the first hard specialization for the Night Goblin here. Fist of Gork. Deal 33% spell attack power, 446 elemental damage to target enemy. Up to 23 enemies within 20 feet of the target. Also take that damage and are knocked back. This is a morale 4. So you're going to deal 33% of your spell power plus 400 something damage to target enemy. Single target. To target enemy. Up to 23 enemies. And okay, so you hit one guy and then another 23, 20 feet around that guy. Also will take that damage and be knocked back. This is, I think this is a Zerg Basting morale. because 33% of your attack power is a big number, plus 400, and you hit one guy in the middle of a warband, and then you hit everything around 20 feet. So the more the cluster, the more powerful this will be. We hit more people, basically. That way it will be more powerful. Fist of Cork. Gather round. Restore 11% power and 153 health up to 9 allies within 30-foot area you select. Ground area. And if it's augmented, it's instant. How long is the casting time? 2 seconds. From 2 seconds to that. The Zergbuster is a 31 ability at the bottom. What, this one? All right, let's see. Up to 10 enemies within 30 feet area you select, gain a debuff for 1 second. Yep. All right, let's see. This is the Zerg Basting ability. Let's see. Because just to give a little background for people who haven't been with us. In Interbellum, they said that they don't want people to cluster up, and they're gonna, like, the keeps are not gonna be the only thing for you to take a map. They're gonna pay more attention into flags and keeps, and they're gonna give us more ways to win a map and move the campaign forward. And they don't want people to be zerging too much. So they created these, we call them Zerg Basting abilities, which is down here on the bottom of every tree. And this is the one for the goblin. I think it's the same one in every tree. So every class, in spite of your hard specialization, only has one. Okay, so let's see what the shamans are getting. Up to 10 enemies within a 30-foot area you select, so it's ground select AoE. Gain a debuff for 1 second if they do not have cover from you. At the end of the duration, they apply 1 stack for a 6-second debuff to up to 96 enemies within 30 feet. So the AoE cap for these abilities is 96. Enemies lose 5% damage reduction per stack. So if they lose damage reduction, that means that they get 5% more damage. Yeah, so people have to stay a little bit longer, further away than 30 feet, so this won't kill them. What I want to, let me check a little bit here. Hold on, I need to open another one of these and find the greenskins again. So I have 2 pages open. Hold on a second. Greenskins. What I wanted to say anyways, we'll find this out. Okay, let's move on to Little Wag here. The first line here is pretty much the same. Okay, so we're going to skip the ones we already talked about. We'll get 1 new ability here. Like I said, I'm assuming, because I don't remember everything, sorry guys, that the Shrewmaster we talked about is the healer because of the icon there. So we're going to a more DPS form ability. Deal 14% spell attack power, 171 elemental damage to target enemy, and apply 1 stack of reduced toughness. If you augment, again, you can augment with Fungus Beer and the cost of 2 paranoia. And I will say again, if you want to know more about the classes, on my website, fixitv.live, we have everything on the pre-launch category that's been released, so you guys can have a look if you're interested in Interbellum. So they're replacing on this one, we get this attack 1 that reduces toughness over the enchantment that heals. So this is the healer, this is the DPS form. Remember again, on this Interbellum server, you can only pick 1 hard specialization. You can't pick 3 points from here, 3 points from here, and 3 from there. You put all your points, in 1 tree. Same, different one, ability 2. Now, the ones that say ability 1, ability 2, they haven't finished with the lore check for the name, so this will change. But the skills, the name of the skill will change from ability 2, let's say, to something like Fungus Beer. But the effect, what it does, will be the same. Just the names have some of them have placeholders. This one applies 1 stack of reduced agility to target enemy. If you augment it, also applies 1 stack of reduced initiative. So this DPS hard specialization looks like you're already starting to get the idea. It looks like this is a debuffer. Same one. The slow paddle on the DPS as well. The runaway. See if the tactics are the same. Yes. I'm just checking to see because some of them are racial. So Greenaholic, extra special mushroom. These are the same. This is the one that allows you to equip stuff. Same focus mind. So I mean, there's only two different ones on the first row. The first two rows, and here's going to be the same. These are generic. This is green skin, racial stuff. So the healer in this range DPS is getting the same stuff except the two debuffs. One that is damage and reduced toughness, and this one that's a pure debuff of agility. Now let's go and see the specifics of this DPS. You can get initiative, you can get toughness as before. Passive 1, you will gain 3 action points whenever you cast Fungal Beer. Fungal Beer has no cost. Okay, it only gives you Paranoia, the mechanic that gives you random debuffs, and you augment your next spell. But you can combine with this to get more action points. Weapon skill increase, willpower increase. We've seen that before. This is different. Here, the DPS, you get a range increase by 20%. Ballistic increase, strength, intelligence. So these are, remember, we don't have renown on Interbellum. You get everything from here. Your renown will still be there, but you can use it for seasonal stuff. All right, ability 3. I hope they get some names because ability 3 sounds weird. Deal 36% spell attack power and 450 elemental damage to target enemy, single target. Then we'll jump to another enemy within 20 feet, and it jumps twice. This is like a chain lightning, chain healing, brings out memories from Shaman, from WoW, because it jumps from one target to the other. And if we upgrade this, the augmented explosion for ability 3 will now hit 2 additional targets. So if you augment this, each jump will explode, dealing 7% spell power, 95 elemental damage to 1 additional enemy every 20 feet. So I'm trying to think here a little bit. So it will jump to another enemy within 20 feet. So if it's close, it will jump 1, 2, 3 times. It will deal the 36% spell power and 485 elemental. If it's augmented, it does that and it explodes for 7. I'm assuming that's what it says. Or is it converted to an AoE with less damage because it hits people? I hope it's that you do the damage and explodes. I hope that's the upgrade. Reduce paranoia, the same morale. Reduce the cooldown of runaway, same morale here. Ability 4. Ooh, they need to do some work here on the names. Target ally gains 1 stack of enhanced penetration and enhanced sagacity. Oh god, I don't remember what that is. Hold on. Sagacity is God, do I have sagacity somewhere? Now this is what I'm gonna need. Void, I need some help. I don't remember what sagacity is. Disarm us, knockback, pull, rotate. Anyways, we'll find it. We'll have a look for it. Where was I? Here. Enhanced penetration, enchant sagacity. If you augment, will apply 2 additional group mates within 100 feet. Agility upgrade. You can stack bleed them in there, which is a debuff. That does damage twice, 3 stacks if you get to full. Wound increase. Quit your bleeding will apply 1 stack of reduced healing, received healing debuff, as well as bleeding, healing and bleeding, the same as the Shaman has in Return of Reckoning. Bleeding is a status effect that deals 2% melee attack power and 10 incor damage every second. Enemy, corporeal, elemental, and spirit resistance. Thank you. So it's an elemental debuff. Thank you, Void. Appreciate it. Guards the stop, same thing. Another morale here. It deals damage. If you move, you refresh it. You know this one. This, I think mycotoxin here is the same as this one. It's just in a different spot over here. 5 stacks of Fankel, poison to your weapon. Yes, whenever you do basic attack, you do spell power attack and corporeal damage. Same as here. Where is it? Yep, exactly the same, 9 and 114. And you can apply that to group mates around you. Same tactic. Group mates with 100 feet will gain 3% outgoing damage for 3 seconds whenever you cast Fungal Beer. So Fungal Beer, it has no cooldown. Sorry, it has no cost, but it has a 6 seconds cooldown. You can also gain AP from here, and now you can buff everybody 3% outgoing damage around you. Ability 1 and ability 2 will now hit 2 additional enemies within 20 feet. Okay, we've seen that buff over there. Lose 1 paranoia every 5 seconds. So this will allow you to stay in combat longer. And when I say longer, is paranoia is the mechanic of the shaman where every, let me just read that for you, I think it will be a little bit better. So you start at 0. When you get into combat, you get 1 every 15 seconds. You get 1 every 12 seconds. As you go up, you get them faster and faster and faster. So this gives you a random debuff. You lose agility, you lose toughness. Thank you, Void, appreciate it. You may, you just get random debuffs. So if you can keep, you keep losing paranoia, you keep it lower, and you have less debuffs, you're more effective. You don't have to go out of combat to lose them and come back. It's giving you mechanics as a DPS to stay in there longer. So where was I? Additional targets. That one applies. Passive 5. You always have 3% outgoing damage, but also gain 1 paranoia every 5 seconds. So if you put tactic 3 here, that still doesn't have a name, and you take the passive, that means you gain 3% outgoing damage, but you don't get the paranoia. It cancels each other out, but you have to waste one tactic. Run faster. Run away is now increase your movement to 30%. It's 25. You get an extra 5%. Hey, Teal Beast. Witch Hunter Path something. No, Interbellum released for the Greenskins and the Dwarves the hard specializations, the skill paths. So I'm having a read through every single one of them to see how they're going to be. Some names are missing, but the abilities and the skills are there. Ain't done yet. It's the same morale we've seen before. This one gets a special one. Defin, thank you for, sorry, it's a big thing. I'll call you Defin there. Thanks for the follow, man. Welcome. Whenever you land a killing blow, you will gain 20 adrenaline. Adrenaline is the new morale per second for 8 seconds. Whenever a group mate within 100 feet lands a killing blow, you will gain 5 adrenaline per second for 8 seconds. That's a good tactic for pumping morale, isn't it? For a DPS. Tactic 4. Sticky feet will no longer reduce enemy movement speed. Instead, it will apply rooted and immovable up to 96 enemies in the area on cast. Rooted reduces target movement speed to 0 for 5 seconds. Immovable prevents application of rooted. Basically, that's the debuff. Knockbacks and pull effects for 20 seconds. So if you use that, you're going to root up to 96 people for 5 seconds, and then nothing can be applied to them for 20. I can see a lot of problems with this, not in the sense of as a skill itself. As a skill itself, it sounds great as a tactic, right? So sticky feet, if we just go and see sticky feet, so we know what we're talking about. You place a 20-foot area on the ground, and originally it buffs your allies and slows your enemies, but with this tactic, you can apply rooted to them. 96. I don't know if that can be broken. Yeah, there's, I mean, I'm assuming you know Flame of War, Teal, right? There's another one online at the moment called Flame of War, which is 148 Warhammer Online patch. And it hasn't any changes, just like that, the original one. You can also check my videos on YouTube if you're a visual person, or you can check fixittv.live. I have everything they have released for pre-launch, classes, specializations, for everything is on my website. So And remember, you can also, just reminding again, you can change tactics in combat. So you can have different setups. So when you get close to warband, you switch to your AoE, more AoE related tactics to single target. Ooh. Well, 2024, it has a lot of MMOs been released, and hopefully we'll have Interbellum as well. But so far, 2 Warhammer Online private servers are running. Return of Reckoning, which is the most popular one, and Flame of War, which is starting to become a little bit more popular now. We'll see how that's going to go. All right, moving on, because we still haven't finished the Shaman. It's been an hour. On this one, on Interbellum, engineers have single target path. They have Grenadier with no turrets, and the third path, the Tinkerer, is a tank. The classes are different, like Witch Elves don't have stealth, Dogs do. Shamans get stealth. Sorcerers are healers. You need to have a good look at my website and read all the different things. You will be amazed with the changes they've done. Just have a look on my website or watch my videos. Right, we've seen that one. Where were we? Tactic, yes, 96 people rooted. Ability 5, deal 16% spell power, spell attack power, 200 elemental damage to target enemy for 0.75 seconds. Removes the cooldown if you augment it. It may remove the cooldown, but you have to augment and do it, There's still a little bit of a global cooldown there. Passive 6, you have a 12.5% chance whenever you cast Fungal Beard to cause your next damage ability to dispel 1 enchantment from the target. Oh, that's pretty good. Fist of Gork, same one as before. You hit people, you hit one guy with damage, then 23 people around him in 20 feet, you knock them down and they take the same amount of damage. Ability 6, apply marked to an 8-second cripple to target enemy. At the end of the duration, deal 28% spell attack power and 376 corporeal damage to them. Marked reduces the target's damage reduction by 15% for 10 seconds. I would say when we talked about marked and target's damage reduction, just imagine armor, toughness, everything that reduces damage, it just goes down by 15%. And of course, again, we have that wonderful Zerg Busting ability, Sneaky What, which up to 10 enemies within 30 feet of the area you select gain a debuff for 1 second if they do not have cover from you. At the end of the duration, they apply 1 stack of a 6-second debuff up to 96 enemies within 30 feet of them. So every single one of them, 30 feet. So there's a lot of little mini explosions happening. And enemies lose 5% damage reduction per stack. So if you have a lot of people, it's 1 stack from everybody 30 feet around them. It's stackable. So you can get 40, 50, 60% damage reduction. So if you lose damage reduction, that means your damage input goes up by a lot. They don't want a lot of people within a 30 feet radius, which means funnels at posterns, funnels at main gates, stuff like that will be deadly with these abilities. All right, so that was theoretically a debuffer version of the Shaman. We had the healer here, we had the debuffer there, kind of thing. So let's see, Sneaky Git. Jesus, it took me an hour and we've done 2 hard specializations. I hope we can finish this today. Sneaky Git, so let's see. Goblin basic attack deals 4% melee attack power and 30 piercing. That negates armor piercing. Damage target enemy. Generate 22 action points. You attack with your basic one, no cost, no cooldown, you generate action points. Fungal Beer, Mycotoxin, you get Mycotoxin on the top. On the rest of them, Mycotoxin is somewhere here at the bottom. So you get more damaging abilities here. You can see even the icon with the 2 swords over there. Stalk. This is the stealth. Stealth is replaced by the word stalk. Movement skill. You become invisible to enemies up to 5 minutes. Your action points per second is set to -5, and you will come out of stock if you reach 0 action points. You don't lose 5. You don't lose, what you call it, action points while you stealth. You lose your regeneration. I don't know the exact mechanism, but you're not going to be in stealth for 5 minutes. I know it says for up to 5 minutes, but I don't think you will ever be stealth for 5 minutes. Also, just a note here. It doesn't say here, but I know this for a fact because they said it. You don't become invisible to enemies. You become invisible to enemies and friendlies. Okay, so if a shaman or any class that stealth goes stealth, your friends in the group warband don't see you either. You're 100% concealed from enemies and friendlies, which means they can't target you. Maybe you can be healed with AoE spells, like healing spells, but they cannot single target heal you because they don't see you. They can. I don't think they can select you. I don't think so, unless they can through the menu. You know, if you have your like enemy and you click, you can heal, but you become invisible to friendlies as well. Just to so you know. Okay, you're bleeding. Single target knockdown. As before, AoE puddle, where you slow people and augment your own friends. Here we have a different one, vigilance. Instead of runaway, we get vigilance in this one. Your damage reduction is increased by 50%, but your outgoing damage is reduced by 90 for 7 seconds. This is the taunt. You know this as taunt. If you notice, it's not that you just don't receive 50% less damage. You do receive 50% less damage, but your outgoing damage is also reduced by 90. The reason for that is they said that they didn't want people to use that, like detaunt you and then kill you. They really want to have it some different. Hold on a second, sorry. Alrighty, sorry about that. So this is the detaunt. They just don't want you to do that. Here we still have the same racial tactics, and here instead of having the ability to equip stuffs, you can equip daggers. Serve nerve is the first roll. It's the usual one. You do 50% melee attack power and 400 physical damage, same as before. Broad swings, you gain a buff for 10 seconds. Your single target abilities will target 2 additional enemies, same as before. Force of will. Sorry. Action point costs are reduced by 75% for the duration. These are all morale skills. Now they call adrenaline. Frenzied Slaughter, a morale 4. All group mates within 100 feet gain a buff for 15 seconds. 40% outgoing damage and 50% reduced cooldowns for the duration. Wow. 40% damage and 50% reduced cooldowns for the duration. That is an amazing morale 4. I suppose morale 4s have to be amazing. Gain initiative, toughness. Passive. While in stealth, you lose 1 paranoia every 3 seconds. Weapon skill, willpower, ballistics. Fleet-footed, that is a new tactic. Your base movement speed is increased by 15%. Your mass is decreased by 1. So you can move 50% faster. I suppose this is going to be really good. This is going to be really good for while you stealthed. Ballistic increase. Remember, just to say this, you might be wondering why we've seen on the healer and the ranged DPS there, the debuffer, having ballistics and weapon skill and other things. The stats in Interbellum, they are not locked. What that means is if you are a spellcaster, you need intelligence for your damage, and you put 1 point of intelligence. Let's say you get 10 damage. All right, you put 1 point, you get 10 damage. If you put 1 point of ballistic instead, which is also an offensive stat, you don't get 0. Even if you're a spellcaster, you get half. All right, so you'll do 5 damage. So you can have Intelligence engineering, you have ballistic. You get less out of ballistics or strength, but you still get, because they're offensive, you still get something out of it. The reason for that is because the gear drop randomly with random stuff, random stats. That doesn't mean you have to throw it away if it doesn't have intelligence and you don't have something to put on your character. You just put them and you use the offensive stats, whether it's ballistic or strength or anything else. You get less output, but you're not naked. So that's why you'll see that being around. Now, I don't know if there's going to be more skills and you can get ballistic for something else, or if you want to, I don't know, if ballistic increases arm penetration or something in the future, and you can do some crazy combos here. Strength, intelligence, ability 7 has no name yet. Deals 10% melee attack power, 130 corporeal damage, up to 9 enemies within 30 feet in front of you. AoE. So what happens on, because this one goes all the way down here. Let's see what else we get. Place a 20-foot wide pool around you for 4 seconds. Every second, up to 9 enemies in the pool will gain 1 stack of a 9-second affliction. Every 3 seconds, targets take 5% spell attack power and 65 corporeal damage. And 65, pool lasts for 6 seconds. If you augment it, instead of 4, it goes to 6 seconds. And there's a tactic you can get for it. Ability 7 and 9 will now hit 24 enemies. Ooh. So you can run around. All right, so you can get this one. You place a 20-foot wild pool around you for 4 seconds. I don't know if it's movable. It's around you. It's a pool, so it's on the floor. 12 seconds cooldown. So this one has no cooldown. You can keep spamming it for 75 action points. You hit 9 enemies within 30 feet in front of you, or you can drop the pool, get a 12-second cooldown. That's interesting. Too smart for that. Reduce paranoia. That's the morale. Unfair advantage. Whenever you hit an enemy and you are flanking, you will gain a buff for 2 seconds. For the duration, you will gain outgoing damage equal to 100% of your accuracy. Okay. Ability 8. Deal 21% melee attack power, 200 elemental damage to target enemy. If you augment it, counts as a basic attack. 36 action points, 8 feet range, no cooldown. This is kind of interesting because it counts as a basic attack. We've seen something that as a basic attack it does something, but I don't remember which one it was. You possibly can combine that if it counts as a basic attack. This one increases agility, improve vigilance. Now only reduces your outgoing damage by 75. It was 90. It goes down to 75%. Wounds upgrade. Tactic 5, you keep bleeding, and ability 1 are now instant cast but deal 50% less damage. This is the one that applies stacks of dealing damage over time. It's a dot. This is the morale one. You apply it, it deals damage. If the person moves, it refreshes itself. It's the usual one you have. You will gain 5 stacks of mycotoxin whenever you cast Stalk. Oh, that's good. Mycotoxin is a poison on your weapon. We've seen it. Mycotoxin is here. 5 stacks on your weapon every time you use a basic attack. You deal spell attack power plus corporeal damage, and if you augment it, you get 7 attacks. So it doesn't last forever. This is the one you lose 1 paranoia every 5 seconds. We've seen this combo here. Bleed for me. You can now stack the dot up to 3 times because you can do this 3 times. Tactic 4. Sticky feet no longer reduce enemy movement speed. Oh yeah, this is the one that applies rooted to 96 people. Gobo bombing squads. Imagine a couple of sneaky kids deploying puddles plus 1 of those sticky feet with root on it. Yeah, that's the whole point. But we have to see what the other class is going to have. Like, what's the counter on the other side? Also, I just, just looking at it, my mind just flew away. Like, some of these things we see, like this one, you gain a buff for 2 seconds, right? Originally, when I've seen this, I was like, 2 seconds? Oh, I don't know, man. This doesn't sound much, does it? You get a buff for 2 seconds. I'll tell you what, it just came to mind. I just compared this to New World, right? and this is going to sound very weird to you, New World has buffs for 1 second, 1.5 seconds. It has buffs up to 2. You don't get buffs for longer than 2 seconds. But the combat is very fast. So you get a buff and then you do your next attack. It is within 2 seconds. Also, it creates a restriction. It's like, okay, I'm going to do this and I'm going to get the buff, right? So I either do the buff or I do something else that I feel is more important and I don't get the bonus from the buff. You have to keep making changes. And that is a common theme in Interbellum. You have to, it seems like everything you want, you have to sacrifice something else. You can't get anything for free. You will sacrifice your healing, your defenses, your power, your movement, your I don't know, your CC resistance. You have to always sacrifice. You have to trade something for something, which is something I'm sorry to say I didn't feel it was happening in the past in Eternal Reckoning, especially with the tanks. They were getting stuff, but they weren't sacrificing enough for what they were getting. It's always said that. So here, hopefully, things are a bit trade-off, which it should be in everything. Then we got break loose. Movement skills you use will now remove, ensnare, and root it from you. Weapon skill. I don't know. I have this somewhere, tips. We have the. I think I have those somewhere. Hold on. Mechanics. Scenarios, morals, weapons, combat gear, combat stats. I think it's on combat stats. Weapon skill 2.5 penetration, 0.1% pushback, immunity, 2 piercing resistances, 2 corporeal resistance. Yeah, I suppose. Yep. It's penetration. I don't know if it's general penetration like in spells as well, but I think it's more generalized. Penetration is for everything. Also, Void said accuracy reduces enemy dodge and block to a minimum of 0. So we'll see. What else we got? Where are we? We're here. So you also have a nice big renowned tactic, which now will remove and send and root it from you. Movement skills. Tactic 7. The cooldown of Stalk. Stalk is the stealth is reduced by 5 seconds for every 4 paranoia you had on cast. Ooh, you can go paranoid in there. So you can stealth in combat, okay? It does have a 45-second cooldown with a 2.5-second cast, but it's reduced by 5 seconds for every 4 paranoia. You get all the way up to 30, so you can reduce it. And if your cooldown is up at 45 seconds, you can still stealth and a little bit faster because in combat you gain paranoia anyways. You gain 25% outgoing damage while in stalk. I think this needs a little bit more clarification. You gain 25% outgoing damage while you are stealth, but what happens when you come out of it? I mean, is it maybe it counts only for the first attack because you do it stealth and then you lose your stealth. So we'll see about this, but I think that's how that's going to work. You're going to have a 25% outgoing damage on your first attack because you do it in stealth, then you come out of it for the rest of it. Deal 40%. Ability 1. It seems like Greenskins are missing a lot of names here. Like I said, some of the names are missing, but the skills will be the same when they fix the names. Deal 40% spell attack power and 171 elemental damage to target enemy and applies 1 stack of reduced toughness. If you augment this spell, will apply an additional stack. Remember, you can augment stuff with Fangus Beer. You get 2 paranoia. Fist of Gorg, we've seen that one. Ability 10 applies 10 stacks to enemy, to target enemy. Each time they're hit by an ability, it doesn't say by your ability, by an ability, which means other people can hit them. They take 6% spell attack power and 66 elemental damage and lose a stack. If you augment it, you get 14 stacks. And of course, we have Sneaky War, which is the so-called Zergbuster one. And this concludes after an hour and a half. I know, Void. I know. That after an hour and a half, we finished the shamans, guys. So overall, we have a healer, the Shrewmancer. We have a debuffer, healer, debuffer, ranged little war, and we got a melee guy, the sneaky gate with the stealth. I'm sure there will be more. I think there will be more skills than this. In the list of things you can press in the game, because you see a lot of stuff here but not a lot of buttons. So we're going to move quickly into the goblins. We have squig herders, we got shooters, and squig raiders. So let's start again from the left. Say like these ones have no icon yet. There's still a little bit of work to be done. So hopefully it will be done. I'm still going to say this because I've always been very blunt. On July, we said Interbellum is launching in months, not years. So we got August, September, October, November, December, January. We're 6 months down the line. So that means Interbellum should be launching within 6 months, so it won't be a year. I'm just saying. So let's hope it's sooner than 6 months. And I'm talking about what the official reply, what the official announcement kind of was. We are months away, not years. So 11 months is still not a year, 11 and a half. So being on January, that means we start in July. We have about 6 months before it launches. So if you guys want to know more about the server, check out my website, check out my YouTube. Everything they've released is there. Squiggy time. Something like that, Jason. Thank you for putting my thoughts into words. All right, now we're going to see a new mechanic for the squiggy. Every class is not a racial mechanic, it's every class mechanic. So the salmon had paranoia. The squiggies have cowardice. Sorry. Okay. So this one, cowardice, has a base of 0 and a maximum of 100. You gain 5 cowardice or cowardice. Each time you're hit by a melee ability. So if you get shot by ranged, you don't get it. It has to be on melee range to do that. And you lose 1 per second. Okay, so you need to be hit by melee to get it, and you lose 1 per second. Cowardice. Yeah, cowardice. Okay, we'll get there. Some words just don't roll off the tongue. Sorry, not my first language. Whenever you reach 100 cowardice, you will gain coward. Coward will last. Hold on. Cowardice. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I know you guys helping. Yeah. I know. There's some words I have difficulty with. Just don't roll off the tongue. I'm sorry. Anyways, let me just finish here because we have 1.5 hours for shaman, and I need to finish in 6 hours. So when you get the coward, it will last 15 seconds, reduces your cowardice by 10 per second, as well as disabling and enabling different abilities. So when you're a coward, you won't have a lot of abilities to do. As far as I remember from the open mic we had, more or less, you have to get out of combat for a little bit. You have to back off as a melee. You have to back off, get the cowardice off, and then go back into combat. Your skills will be grayed out on your bar, and you got to do some stuff. Basic squids are uncontrolled summons that are aggressive to order and friendly to destro. They will attack at random. They have stats independent of yours, will not follow you, and disappear after 15 seconds. So let's have this one more time, right? So you summon your basic squiggies. You don't control them. You don't tell them stay, go, follow, whatever. Okay. You lose that sneaky ability. You put the pet there and say, shoot this bastard. I'm gonna go behind the tree. You forget that. So they're automatically aggressive to order and friendly to destro. They will attack at random, so you can focus the target. Just go randomly, hit this guy, that guy, this guy. I don't know. Just pick one, whatever they want. They will have their own stats, so it doesn't matter how much you buff yourself. They have their own stuff. They will not follow you. Just summon them, and they're on their own. They see something aggressive. Oh, there's an order guy on the left. I'll go get him. And the next one says, oh, there's another one on the right. I'll go over there. Something like that. And they only stay 15 seconds. It lasts until it dies, then it goes. Yeah, Ramsey, thank you for coming in. Sorry, I'll go one step back, because here it says you summon a pet mushroom. This mushroom will heal allies with 30 feet every 2 seconds for 5 seconds. So you say it lasts until it dies. So it's there permanently. If no one shoots it, it's going to stay there permanently healing. My question is, after 20 seconds, can I have a second one? So if somebody doesn't kill the first one, can I have 2? And if after 20 seconds, nobody kills them, can I have 3? That's my question. Can you, because with a skill down here somewhere that you can reduce it to 5 seconds, does that mean I can keep spamming every 5 seconds, one mushroom wherever I want within 100 feet, creating AoE pools of heals, and they stay there? Ah, you can only have one because the pet. Okay. That was my question. I was like, oh, you can have a lot of them until they die. That's going to be crazy shit. Thanks, Ramsey. Appreciate it. So, guys, back here in the Squiggy. Okay. So that's cowardice. Okay. You get that, you change the skills, and you get to go on. So, basic goblin attack deals 4% melee attack power and 30 piercing damage to target enemy, generates 22 action points. Hi, Agrim. I'm good, dude. We're just having a little look on Interbellum, some of the skills the guys released. Ability 1, just a reminder for the new guys, they haven't finished naming everything, but what the ability says will be in the game. Just the name might change or the icon. So this one deals 21% melee attack power and 200 elemental damage to target enemy, counts as a basic attack. If you augment it and counts as a basic attack, I suppose if this is the basic attack, maybe that also generates action points. Agrim, you're gonna have to watch my videos or go on the website. Today we're doing Greenskins and Dwarfs. Stability. Disabled by coward. Remember, when you hit 100% cowardice, some of your abilities are disabled. This one will be disabled if you hit 100 cowardice. So when you're not coward, you deal 30% melee attack power and 387 piercing damage to target enemy, removing one charge. Dealing 37% melee attack power, 492 piercing damage to bleeding targets. Gain one charge every 8 seconds with a maximum of 2 charges. So it means that this skill will have limited amount of times you can use it. I suppose 1 or 2, and every 8 seconds will be able to do that. The Bright Wiz, very quickly, you have a single target long range, you have a medium range dot front line, and you have a melee one. So we'll see them when they release them in detail. But if you want to know some more, check out my website or my videos on YouTube. Summon Horn Spike Gasquig. There is 3 different abilities with their own cooldowns. Cooldown starts when the squig dies. Unless otherwise stated, they have 100% of your stats, but with a base health of 2000, they can only have one of these 3 squig actives. Horned one attacks in melee, wounds 150%, armor 150. Spiked attacks at 100 feet range, wounds at 75%, 0 armor. And gas attacks at 75 feet range, armor 75. Ability 2, command your pet to attack its current target. Horn Battle 1 deals 27 melee attack power, 3 for impact damage. Spike deals ranged attack power, 227 piercing damage, and gas deals range attack power 20%, 281 Igor. They also do different types of secondary damage, Igor, piercing, or impact. So we'll see about these when we talk about the damage stuff closer to release. So remind you guys, we'll do a stream and go through all the new names and all the new mechanics before the server launches. Hopefully, they'll be kind enough to let me know that a bit in advance so I can prepare stuff. Ability 3 applies an effect to your squig's target. You need to have a pet active for that. If you have a horned one, you get a knockdown. If you have a spiked one, you go snare. If you have a gas one, you silence. So you, depending what, this is good actually. If you're fighting a caster, you can switch to your gas one for the silence. If you fighting, let's say, a ranged one, you can go for the snare to catch up and the speed buffs. And if you're fighting a melee, you can go for the knockdown. So you get options there. Ability 4, again with a pet. Your pet gains Your pet gains an 8-second blessing. For the duration, you gain 25% damage reduction. Ooh. If you are in squig armor, this will apply to you as well. If you are a coward, this will apply to you, but grant 30% movement speed instead. Okay, just a reminder, if you're a coward, right, your basic squigs, you don't control them anymore. But you can still use this ability if they have a target and get yourself a speed buff to get out of combat faster. Now, having the speed buff, right, as a squig, having that speed buff, like when you get hit, you get 30%. Now you activate it whenever you want. Now it makes more sense because when you coward, you lose, I would say, from the top of my head, it could be wrong, half your skills, so you have nothing to attack with. You have to get out. It makes sense to give you that to go out, so you're not defenseless. Instead of, yeah, I have my full arsenal, but I'm still running faster than you. I can still shoot you and get out. Now it's like, oh shit, I got no weapons. I've got crazy in combat. I need to get the fuck out. It makes more sense in the mentality of the squig that it's a hit and run, crazy little bastard jumping around and all that. And, yeah. But when he gets overwhelmed, he gets scared and runs away. So you have the whole theme there. And it makes sense in the gameplay for the guy playing the squig that, oh shit, half my skills been locked. Let me run out it for a second. But give him the chance to survive through the speed. You know what I mean? So he doesn't get the speed and the damage. He gets the speed to survive, but doesn't damage you. So he loses something, gains something. Like I said, this is a pattern in Interbellum. You sacrifice something for something. And also, this is going to be, I think this is going to be a crazy gameplay. This is going to be really crazy gameplay. So we're back, we're moving on now. Vigilance is the same as the Shaman, 50% damage reduction, but you also deal 90% less damage for 7 seconds. Guys, I'm skipping the ones we've seen to save some time. These are the racial tactics. This one allows you, instead of staffs and daggers that we've seen on the Shaman, you can equip one-handed spears. Also, as you can see, they all have 111. You get this by default anyways. Morale 1 was now called adrenaline. Oh, okay, those two, okay, this one, okay, thank you. So this one says gain 5 action points per second. Whenever you gain cowardice, you will lose 8 action points per second for 3 seconds. Why me? I don't know. Why me? Why me, Ramazay? Why me? Whenever you gain cowardice, you will gain 15% dodge for 3 seconds. See, this helps you a lot. 50% melee attack power, 400 piercing damage to the target. Serve nerve. It sounds like the normal one we know. Broad swings. Buff your single target abilities. Target 2 additional ones 15 feet in front of you. Also familiar. All groups within 100. Gain for 10 seconds. Action point costs are reduced by 75 for duration for everybody. Frenzied Slaughter. All group mates within 100 feet gain a buff for 15 seconds. 40% outgoing damage and 50% reduced cooldowns for duration. These morales are, I really like this morale. The Shaman, if I remember, the Shaman has the same one here on the Sneaky Git. I think this morale is going to kick ass. 40% for 15 seconds, it's going to kick ass. It is a morale 4, and they should be kicking ass. So I'm just saying. So this line is pretty much the same. Initiative, you can gain initiative, toughness, weapon skill, and willpower. And here in the middle, we gotta hurt them all. Your melee attacks have a 5% chance to summon a basic squig. There we go. I think these are the basic squigs Ramazay and I were talking about, the ones you don't control. So you attack and get a squiggy, which will attack at random and have their own stats. They will not follow you and disappear after 15 seconds. There we go. And 10%, 15, 20% chance. Pretty good. It's almost 1 in 4 attacks to get a squiggy out. Can't complain, really. Then we got fleet-footed. Your base movement is increased by 15%. Your mass is decreased by 1, which means you can move faster by default with this tactic. However, you do lose 1 mass. Mass is the statistic which, if we go here and just read mass. Mass is a stat that adjusts crowd control durations. Minimum value is 0. Maximum is 8. The base value is 4. Mass is a stat that will not be found on gear and is controlled entirely by abilities, passive, and tactics. So you may run faster, but you'll be a little bit more susceptible to crowd control. Primary stat nodes, only difference between hard specs and classes in the max rank for each node, but they're always total to 25, okay? Passive 1, you have 5% chance of any ability use to make the next ability 2 cost no action points. Now, okay, ability 2 is this one. Command your pet to attack your core and target. Depending, you do one of those effects. So if you have a 5% chance on any ability use to make the next ability 2. So you can do any ability you have, and then go ability 2, anything else ability 2. So you might get this for free while you use your pets to do their thing. Ballistic increase, strength increase, intelligence. Remember, the no more renown points to put intelligence, toughness, whatever. It's all here. Renown will be used for seasonal stuff. Wide stubbing. When you're a coward, this is disabled. Another skill, if you get cowardness, the mechanic, you won't be able to use. 75 action points, no cooldown, instant cast, deals 10% melee attack power and 126 piercing damage to up to 9 enemies within 30 feet in front of you, frontal cone AoE. And you can upgrade this with a passive one. Wide stabbing deals 5% more damage, so suppose that will go all the way up to 15 if you get the points here. Just another reminder, you can only pick one hard specialization. You cannot put points on Squig Herder, Shooter, and Squig Raider. You can only pick one. You put all your points on that. Dude, how the fuck people do lectures in university? My throat is killing me. Morale 1, we're missing an icon here and a name. We don't know what this is going to be. I suppose this one's coming, and the one below it. It has no description or anything, so we'll have to wait to see what we get here. Tactic 1, Stability now has 5 charges. Stability was this one, I think. So you have more charges. It's another ability. This is the ability, the first one we've seen, that gets disabled and get cowardice. Sportos. I'm not used to it. I talk a lot less when I play games. Because I focus on the games, but I do enjoy doing reviews and stuff like that. I love it. I prefer to do this than actually playing games on stream. It's just that I don't have a lot of content like this to do stuff. Anyways, Sportos deals 16% range attack power and 205 Igor damage to target enemy. Has a 20% chance to summon basic squig. I think I'm going to start loving this basic squig stuff. And this is linked to a tactic. Number 15, Sportos no longer requires coward and will always summon a basic squig, but now has a cooldown of 10 seconds. Might be worth it. Agility points to gain. You have 50% chance to lose 1 cowardice whenever you use ability 2. Ability 2 is this one, when you command your pet to do things for you. Yes. Wounds, if you want to get more wounds. Cooldown on summon horn squig is now 10 seconds, but you can no longer summon spike or gas squig. Don't like that one. Explosive squig. Summon an explosive squig that promptly explodes, dealing 7% range attack power and 102 Igor damage to up to 9 enemies within 30 feet of you. Hold on a second. Instant cast. Summon an explosive squig that promptly... You have 50% chance whenever you summon a basic squig to summon an explosive squig. Things with the basic squigs are getting better and better. I don't know. Does this have a delay or just summons and explodes? Like, is summons on top of the on the feet of the squig and then explodes? Is it like a melee explosion, or does it come out and go to target and explodes? It doesn't say anything about movement, but it says that an explosive squig that promptly explodes. It gives me the idea it's summoned and it goes boom instantly. So more of a melee ability, I hope. I don't know. Ability 4 always provides the movement speed buff, but never applies the damage reduction. Don't remember which one's ability 3. Ability 4. Your pet gains 8-second blessing. For the duration, you gain 25% damage reduction. Oh. Now, see, now further down the line, and this was true for Eternal Reckoning, like any build, to see the full future potential of it and whether you like it, you had to have 64 renown points minimum, because then you had enough renown points to get more strength, more defenses, anti-crit, all those kind of things. Excuse me. All those kind of things to see how that works. And it seems like once we get down here, to this line here is where the game starts to see, you know, because you do melee attacks, you get action points, you keep spamming the attack summons the basic squig, then you have chance to get the explosive squig. When you get another one, that one explodes, that one chases, that one does this, and you have a few other ones. It seems like a very interesting mechanism. Oh, so hold on a second, Ramsey. The way I'm reading this, you say that the sport toss. Oh, I see. I see what you say. Yeah, yes, yes. Now I see how that works. I see how that works. Um, I see. So you have a chance to summon it on yourself, but you also have to do that. And you get that. Okay. So you can get a lot of explosive squigs going on. Cool. Where were we now on this one? Improve vigilance. So vigilance, you're detaunt from you doing 90% less damage, you go down to 75. So detaunt is not a I take no damage, I screw you kind of situation. Tactic 2, ability 2, not can apply a stack of reduced resistance to target enemy, horned, impact, spike, space guts, and Igor. Passive 5, ability 2 has a 10% chance to generate one charge of stability. I think stability might be your main one to do. Next tactic, white stabbing, explosive quick, and ability to now hit up to 24 enemies. Just another reminder, I keep saying that because I don't know how many people join us or whatnot. You can change tactics in combat. So you can have it set up for solo, for small group, for more AoE when you come in, and you can switch to that. Ability 2 will deal 66% less damage though. It makes sense. You can't be doing that amount of damage on AoE. And that is something that I like here. The fact that you have the same skill, you change the thing. You do 100 damage, you go to 60 because you're hitting 24 people. Makes sense. But in Return of Reckoning, playing an engineer, your AoE spells don't do more damage on a single target. You just never had that option there. And this is kind of good. Good morning, Smite. Ain't done yet. Gain a buff for 20 seconds for the duration every second. Your cowardice and paranoia will be lowered by 1, and you will gain 20 action points. This is a morale. Sorry, this is a morale 3. Now it's called adrenaline. Loved by all, you always have immovable. Your mass is decreased by 2. Immovable. I think I have it. Immovable. Prevents application of rooted, pulls, and knockbacks for 20 seconds. So no roots, no pulls, and no knockbacks. So with this tactic, you cannot be rooted, you cannot be knocked back, and you cannot be pulled if you equip that one. However, you can be slowed a lot easier. I think that's it. Ability 5. Your pet applies an effect to its current target. Spiked applies marked. Marked reduces target's damage reduction by 15, so you do more damage to them. Spiked applies an affliction for 10 seconds, reducing the mass, so you can do more CC on the target. And the gas applies cripple. Target has 33% longer cast times. Knockdowns and staggers. So with immovable, you cannot be rooted, pulled, or knocked back, but you can be slowed, knocked down, and staggered. Okay, check. What else we got? Passive 6. Your horn, spiked, and gas quick gain an additional 75% of your HP. Ooh, this bastard's going to be tough to kill. Whenever you hit an enemy with a melee attack, the next ability 2 against the target will deal 33% increased damage. Okay, now here's the combo. Here is the combo. You can get ability 2 to hit 24 people. It does 66% less damage, but with that tactic as well, you go down to 33. So it's significant. It's a significant damage increase from 66 to 33% for the AoE. We're also missing some morale there. Squig. What the hell is that one? Squigapade. Summon 4 basic squids. 30 seconds cooldown. Ooh, they're gonna run like crazy. They're gonna go and get the explosion. Oh shit! This is powerful because if you can summon 4 basic squigs and your attacks also summon basic squigs, 20% chance to summon a basic squig and 20% chance, if I remember, 10% to create an explosive one where the squig is, and then you can also summon an explosive squig. That is like 6, 7, 8 explosions, more or less at the same time. Sneaky Wa, it's this is why it only lasts 15 seconds. Well, we're catching up to the mechanics, man. I agree, it's a different one. No, they only last 15 seconds. You don't control them. They just do their own thing. You have to look at the mechanics. They have nothing to do with the controllable squigs. It's not. They have their own stats. They only have 2,000 HP. You can pretty much one-shot them. They attack randomly and they do their own thing. I'll say Sneaky Wow one more time. It's the same one as the Shaman. This is the so-called Zerg Basting abilities, so people don't cluster too much. Up to 10 enemies within 30-foot area. You select, gain a debuff for 1 second. So 10 enemies in 30 feet. 1 second debuff. At the end of the duration, that is 1 second afterwards, they apply 1 stack, right, which is a 6-second debuff up to 96 enemies within 30 feet of them. So if you have a lot of people close, each one of them, right, is going to apply a buff on each other. So someone could get 6, 7, 8, 9 stacks, 10 stacks, 20 stacks. It depends how many people you can put in 30 feet. So those 10 people are going to spread it, and then it's going to spread again. And that will make the enemies lose 5% damage reduction per stack. Basically, they will be taking 5% more damage. And if that thing can stack up to 10, 12, 15 times, you get 50-60% more damage. So AoE will shredder you. So don't cluster up at 30 feet. All right, so we're going to go to the shooter. Just for the name, I'm going to say this is a ranged DPS. This was a squiggy DPS, I suppose, more of a summoner kind of style, you know, play with the squigs and melee, squigs, explode, run, that kind of thing. So card is the same mechanic as before, or not? No, it's not the same mechanic as before. This one has a different effect. So let's have a look. Reminding you, Cardis has a base of 0 and a maximum of 100. You gain 5 Cardis each time you're hit by melee ability, not normal attacks, but melee abilities. So if ranged abilities, you don't get Cardis. Okay, so Bright Wizard will not increase your Cardis. You lose 1 per second. Whenever you reach 100 Cardis, you will gain Coward. Coward lasts for 15 seconds, reduces your Cardis by 10 per second. As well as disabling and enabling different abilities. We've seen here Stability. If you get Cowardly, it will go away. You can use Stability. And there was another one, I don't remember. Also, Bleeding is a status effect that lasts 8 seconds and deals 2% melee attack power plus 10 incore damage every second. I suppose this means you get bleeding. You also take some damage in this. Shoot them. Deal 6% ranged attack power and 133 piercing damage to target enemy. Generates 40 action points. We've seen this before here with Goblin Basic Attack. I don't know about this generation of action points. Will that be helping us a lot to stay in combat longer? Because, I mean, with the Engineer, that's the problem I have. You go Turret, Napalm, Turret, Napalm, what's the other one? Keg, and maybe a landmine. You have no action points. And you're just sitting there saying, that's it. I drink a potion, you go on, you know, an AB potion, and that's it. And that's it. Yeah, they have no cost. That's what I'm saying. Probably we have to use basic attacks as well, just to keep us in combat longer, which is good, because this is what I hated. When I'm preparing with the Engineer, like I said, I go Turret, Napalm. I was sitting on it. I was playing tanky Engie. So Napalm for me to sit on and melee take damage. Turret, which I need. Keg for the healing. And then it will be Lightning Rod or a landmine. I have no action points. I'm out. no matter what I do. So I drink the AP potion, then I get some of it, go back into combat, but then I run out. The enemy hasn't drank his action point potion. He has an advantage over me, so I always have the problem. But if I have the basic attack to keep getting some resources back, I can keep myself in fight instead of just sitting there like a dummy. I like it. I'm saying this as a positive thing, and also a completely different play style. So that's that. Plink. Plink? Is that even a word? Plink? Deal 37% range attack power and 484 piercing damage to target enemy. Stability. Oh, we have stability again. Deals 30% melee attack power and 387 piercing damage to target enemy, removing one charge. Dealing 37% melee attack power, 492 piercing damage to bleeding targets. Gains one charge every 8 seconds with a maximum of 2. So you can only use it twice. Unless we put... there's some abilities later, you do stuff with it. But if you get coward, that goes away. I don't remember even the words. Their attack is group-based effects, and of course AP stats that can minimize the number of basic attacks you need. There's also exist several effects for some classes that increase the effectiveness of basic attacks. Yes, I think we've seen some on the shaman somewhere, I think. But so far we have deducted that the gameplay is going to be very interesting. It's gonna be, I mean, I'm still working on the whole squiggies, summoning the non-basic squigs and the basic squigs and exploding them. It's gonna be massive. Anyways, let's carry on because we still haven't finished even 2 classes and probably gonna be here until tomorrow morning. Rotten Arrow applies a 10-second affliction to target enemy. For the duration, deals 20% range attack power and 143 Igor damage every 2 seconds. Okay, it's a nice little dot. I think that was a debuff icon on ROR. Anyways, off the global cooldown, requires Coward. Now, I think this is the first ability we've seen, unless I missed one, where is activated only when you have Coward. I don't remember seeing one on the Squig Herder. So gain a buff for 10 seconds for the duration. All your abilities are castable while moving, and you have a 20% movement speed, but your accuracy is reduced by 30. Celibar, this is not Return of Reckoning. This is Interbellum. The server is not out yet. The server, we're talking about a totally different server. I believe it does say on the title Interbellum Career Builder. This is not Return of Reckoning. Drop that. Applies Disarm and Inevitable to the target. Disarm prevents the use of skills for 5 seconds. Inevitable prevents the application of Disarm and Silence for 20 seconds. So it's both a Disarm and Silence. You're welcome. You can also check my website. I have everything they have released so far, and also have videos on everything on my YouTube on this server, because I'm really excited about this project and I'm waiting for it to come out. Hopefully it comes out in the next 6 months, hopefully. So this is an update from them on the classes. So we have Greenskins and Dwarfs to look in today. Oh, thanks, Ramsey. I have those things open here, trying to remember all the new different things. Thanks for the clarification. So this is only Disarm then. Katya applies a 10-second cripple to target enemy. For the duration, deal 30% melee attack power and 168 eco damage to target every 2 seconds. Another ability that's disabled if you have Coward. Guys, because I'm only one brain, there's a lot of info here. I say again, sorry for repeating myself. All the stats, what they mean, the new names and all that on the website. On my website, you can read them or watch the videos. We did specific ones. Also, if you go on my website and you find the article you like, the video is also on the bottom, so you can do both. Don't eat me. Target enemy will deal 50% less damage to you for 15 seconds. The effect is removed if you hit the target with an ability. If you have Coward, this ability does not apply to the target and instead applies up to 9 enemies within 30 feet of you. So when you have Coward, you get some extra defenses there. However, I want to say something at this point on these trees. What I want to say is this. This is the taunt. right? Target enemy will deal 50% less damage to you for 15 seconds. It's the typical deton we know from Flame of War and Turn of Reckoning. However, if we go back to the Shaman really quickly, the Shaman, where was it? There we go. Shaman gets Vigilance. Vigilance is different. So I'm going back and forth, so I want you guys to see the difference on the class a little bit. Damage reduction increased by 50%, but your outgoing damage is reduced by 90. So you deton, you take 50% less, you do 90. Here on the shooter, you get 50% damage, and that is removed if you deal damage. On the other one, you can still DPS. Oh yeah, I've got Vigilance here as well. Okay, so the Squig Hurry gets that, but this guy doesn't get the damage, output damage reduction, which makes sense because of the way it works. Then we have Stop Hitting Me. You have one less mass additional. In addition, each time you attack, you will gain a stack. The stacks up to 8 in last 6 seconds. Gain 5% movement speed for the duration. It's a typical characteristic of the goblins here. I think this is the racial. And the second racial is what? Whenever you have that one, all group mates within 100 feet that have the same tactic, so they have to have the tactic on, they gain 1 fightiness. We'll see fightiness is for the, I think it's for the Black Orcs. They gain 3 physic energy, which is for the choppers, and they lose 1 cowardice or lose 1 paranoia if they are the shaman. So this tactic works for everybody else, all right? All group mates. I don't think that includes you, if they have the tactic. So everybody, if you have a full green skin, it's good everybody to have that. So it keeps your negative debuffs down and your positive ones up for longer. Class Tactic 1. Like I said, some of the names are missing, but the tooltips are accurate. Gain 5 action points per second. Whenever you gain cowardice, you will lose 8 action points per second for 3 seconds. Whenever you gain cowardice, you will gain 50% dodge for 3 seconds. As you can see, there's a lot of tactics we've seen so far that will help you when you get cowardice to survive. Weapon amplitude, this is for you to use free offhand and a bow. Everyone gets one. This is for spears. Also, you get this by default. The first 2 rows, you get them by default. So you start with this. Disengage, it's your first morale 1. You knock yourself back away from target enemy. It's a morale. Focus Mind, you gain about 15 seconds. Abilities will have 50% faster cast time, and you will have 100% pushback immunity. Focus Mind does not remove slows and all that like it did on Return of Reckoning. It's different. Explosive Impact, morale 3. Adrenaline, I keep saying that, so we'll get in the idea that morale is now going to be called adrenalines. You gain a buff for 10 seconds. Whenever you hit a target with a single target ability, you will deal 10% range attack power and 150 corporeal damage, and 10% spell attack power and 150 elemental, so it's 2 types of damage. Up to 24 enemies within 20 feet of the target. So you hit one guy and then explodes kind of thing around him. So pick your targets wisely. Unleash the Winds, morale 4. Up to 96 enemies within a 20-foot location you select are knocked straight up in the air. You know what? I don't know if this is going to be good. It's a massive interrupt. You can interrupt 96 people as long as the classic. Although I don't think you can have 96 people in 20 feet. In 30, maybe in 20, I don't know. However, I really want to see the effect of that. Imagine if you're in a keep and somebody runs in and goes boom. I want to see them all fly up, and it's going to be impressive to watch. Then the third line is the usual. I think that's pretty much the same, more or less, on every specialization on the Greenskins. Initiative, you can gain initiative, toughness, weapon skill, willpower. In the middle, you get an ability. Plink, Stability, and Explosive Arrow has an 8% chance to apply bleeding to the target. So let's see, if we max this one out, you get 40% chance to apply bleeding to the target. Massive, massive percentage there. Range is increased by 20%. Here I think that's movement buff. Here you get range increase. Ballistic buff, intelligence. Again, reminding there are no renown points to put intelligence, weapon skill. It's all here. Renown will be used for seasonal stuff. You still need it, but not, it doesn't affect the gameplay. Strength, wide stabbing. I don't know. That's something maybe Ramazzi can say, but I think that's pretty clear what it is. I mean, if it's a buff, it's a buff. You can. Wide stabbing, deal 10% melee attack power and 126 piercing damage up to 9 enemies within 30 feet in front of you. Seraph Nerve is the same thing as always. You deal 50% melee attack power and 400 piercing damage to the target. You know, this nice instant damage there, morale 1. Bleed out. Your bleeding effects can now stack up to 3 times. So combining that with, which one was it? Oh, this one. 40% for Plink, Stability, and Explosive Arrow to do bleeding, and being able to stack it. Where did I see it? Yeah, stack it for 3 times. In addition, whenever bleeding expires, it has a 20% chance to reapply. That reminds me a lot of that ability from the Magus. When that dot stops ticking, it has a chance to reapply. Rotten Arrow and Katya now apply bleeding to the target. It seems you can do a nice bleeding build here. Damage and bleed, it finishes, reapplies with the tactics here. Agility buff, wounds buff, improved basic attack. Your basic attack now deals 50% additional damage. Okay, I'm assuming from the name and that this is a ranged attack. 100 feet range. Okay, yeah, it's 100 feet range. So how much damage we're doing? 6% range attack power and 133 piercing damage. And 50, I'm assuming 50% will make you deal 9% range attack power and what, 195 something? Yes. Improve basic attack. Yeah, same icon. So this will do more damage if you get that one. I don't see why you say oops. Oh, this one. Yeah, the shoot 'em doesn't say basic attack. Yes, correct. White stabbing. We've seen it. We're missing a morale here. We're going to explosive art. Yeah. Well, yeah, find these ones. We're missing quite a few here as well. Work on this. Anyways, exploding arrow 75 we've got here, 15 points in the talents, deals 18% range attack power, 253 impact damage up to 9 enemies within 30 feet of the area you select. So that from a single target that it was on the other 2 servers, this became a ground targeted ability. It can be upgraded 3 ranks. There's a 10% chance whenever bleeding deals damage that your next exploring arrow will be instant cast. So if you have applied bleeding, and we've seen we have 2 tactics to do that, this ability, if you have this extension here, you have a 10% chance that this will become instant cast. Instead of 2.25 instant, you get 1 point here. You get 30% if you put 3 points, I suppose. And you have a lot of bleedings and reapplication, automatic reapplication of bleedings from the tactic. So, yeah, we can see the combo there. Increase the range of your bow skills by 5%, 15%. You can increase that 3 times. Make it last. Increase the duration of Rotten Arrow, Katya, and Shrapnel Arrow by 2 seconds. That's good. Longer dots is always better. Rotten Arrow will now apply 2 additional enemies within 15 feet. Okay, aiming quickly. Plink has a 0.75 second faster cast time. Where is Plink? Plink is 225. So it goes what, 150. Okay. Don't know. I mean, it says 37% range attack power and 484 PC. Okay. I'm not sure, and I can't tell you in any good heart or good measure how much damage that is. You know, I mean, other abilities on the other servers, like you do 1,000 damage. Okay, doing 1,000 damage. Here, we gotta see how much attack power range, how much range attack power we're gonna have, and you know, do the thing. So, We'll see. So at the moment, we're going with the rule of thumb: bigger numbers, better. Going next line, bigger arrows. Shrapnel arrow and exploding arrow now hit up to 24 targets. Like I said, reminding again, you can change tactics in combat. So you can have your single target, your small group, and your AoE. So you can use that in a setup for more warband play. Open wounds. Your it's a passive. You can stack it 3 times. You can upgrade this skill 3 times. Your bleeding effects deal additional damage equal to 1% of your ranged attack power, which means you can take that up to 3%. Yeah, there's a lot of... Well, I'm going for engineer tank myself first, then the rest, but we'll see. So, bleeding. This guy has a lot of bleeding. Tactic 7, run and shoot no longer reduces your accuracy, but the movement speed increases half. Fair enough. Like I said, I'll repeat that. This server seems to have a trade-off. You lose something, you gain something. It's almost, I will say right now, it's a fair trade, and then we'll see if it's not. But you always lose something, you gain something. You just, and it feels good. So far, for what we've seen, it feels good. Verge of Victory is a tactic. Whenever you land a killing blow, you will gain 20 adrenaline per second for 8 seconds. Adrenaline is the new morale. Whenever a groupmate within 100 feet lands a killing blow, you will gain 5 adrenaline per second for 8 seconds. The morale buff, and I think it's good. Morale buff for big fights is always good. Stop running. Deal 11% range attack power and 149 piercing damage to target enemy and apply ensnared and momentum. Ensnared and momentum. Ensnared is the slow, I suppose. I found momentum. The momentum prevents the application of ensnared for 8 seconds. So it's the debuff. So you slow them, but they get the debuff. They can be slowed for 20 seconds. Makes sense. Sharp Tooth. Oh, you bloody ads. Increase your damage against bleeding targets by 3% here. And that's 1%. Ooh, nice. Finish them off. Whenever you deal direct damage to an enemy under 50% health, you will deal an additional 7% range tank power and 100 indirect incore damage to them. Instill Fear. Morale 4. Applies marked up to 96 enemies within 30 feet of the selected area if you do not have cover from you. Marked reduces the target's damage reduction by 15% for 10 seconds. I think it's pretty much the same we've seen on another class. Lots of arrows. Skill, 60 action points, 3-second channel. Deal 21% range attack power and 294 piercing damage to target enemy every second. Good. Penetrating arrow. Let's see, this is the Zerg Basting ability, I think. Fire an arrow 65 feet in front of you. First enemy hit takes 5% range attack power and 50 piercing damage. Each subsequent enemy takes additional damage. Very nice. Okay, I'll have some water for a minute. All right, so we 2 hours for 1.5 class, man. Man, those ads. Sorry, I know right now I'm talking only to subs, but it's not fair. There's a lot of people here. So 30 seconds for the ads. It's gonna actually today, as strange as it may sound, you're back. Mine says ends in 30 seconds. I think Twitch is playing me. Anyway, they have a policy, as Void said, that they don't give any ETAs. However, on July they said months, not years. So I'm assuming in 6 months we should see something in 6 months. That is my assumption. I want to be absolutely clear that I'm not affiliated or part of the Interbellum server, whatnot. But because they said months, not years, 1 year will be July 2024. So I'm assuming before that, we should have something, at least some testing going on or whatever. Also reminding that the guys want to do 2 more tests, one normal and one stress test in the future, if I'm saying everything right. Once they're ready, they're going to open up applications for testers on the Discord. I will also, as soon as I find out, make a video for my YouTube and inform you, put it on my Discord as well. So there might have to be something like that. Okay, so during the ad, sorry, I want to say also about the ads that there is 3 minutes every hour. This is the best I could do, so we don't get bothered whenever. You cannot turn them off on, at least my level, I don't know. Anyway, so we finished the shooter here, so I'll just say quickly, you can get an extra 3% bleeding damage here, and your Zerg busting ability basically is firing an arrow at 65 feet in front of you. First enemy takes 5% of your range attack power and 50 piercing damage. Each subsequent enemy takes additional damage. So these are important because they cost 150 action points. It's a one-off and they have a very long cooldown, 30 seconds, so you can use them all the time. Now we're going to see the third hard specialization of the squiggies. Hold on a second because my chat just went bye-bye. Okay, we're back. Right, third one. So cowardice is also different here because here you have the bleeding because you take bleeding when you get a coward. Here, again, 0, 100, you get them when you hit by melee and you recover 1 per second. If you get coward, it will last for 15 seconds, reduces your cowardice by 10 per second, as well as disabling and enabling different abilities. So this last one is an off tank. You can see from the mark, the little shield, it's an off tank, and you don't have really anything to worry about. Here, Squiggy, here on the, where is it? Oh, here, sorry, here on the Squiggy, you have the whole basic squigs happening as a secondary mechanism. Here, you get the bleeding effect. Here, you just lose skills. They have that as well, but extra stuff. So, quickly, just to say, you may think Squig as a tank. It's not a tank, it's a non-standard tank. I'm not 100% sure how they play or how good they are, but as non-standard tanks, we have Engineer, Slayer, Lion, Squig, I think Marauder. I think they're off tanks as well. So we'll see how they play. Slayer as a non-standard tank. I don't know. We'll see. It's up here, so we'll see the tactics in an hour or so. I'm trying to go as fast as we can. I'm still on the Greenskins. If there are status effects, basic squig, bleeding, chaos, corruption, I describe it on the mechanic node on the game server. These things are their own passives for clarity. Okay, good. Well, this is really good though, Ramsey. This is really good. We get an idea of what to expect now a lot better. I'm telling you already, I think people are already looking at this and they're making builds already. You know, I mean, I'll try and make one for the engineer to have it at hand and know where to go with that in the future. Right, non-standard tank Squig Rider. I think from the sign, this is it. So this the first skill, which is Goblin basic attack, is also disabled during cowardice. 4% melee attack power, 30 piercing damage to target enemy, generates 22 action points. Ability 1, you deal melee attack power, is also disabled when you coward. So 2 abilities that's going to be disabled. 21% melee attack power, 280 elemental damage to target. I haven't seen a lot of physical damage yet. It's all elemental in core, you know, it's all spelly thingies there. If you augment, counts as a basic attack. Ramazan, since I have you here, if this counts as a basic attack when it is augmented, does that mean it also generates action points? Stability, also disabled on coward. Holy shit. Deals 30% melee attack power, 387 piercing damage to target enemy, removing 1 charge. Deals 37% melee attack power and 492 piercing damage to bleeding targets. You gain 1 charge every 8 seconds with a maximum of 2. Thank you. So good. So it will generate AP. Great. Summon Battle Squig. Summons a Battle Squig with all of your stats and 4,000 base health. Ooh. Squig Armor. Engulf yourself in your Battle Squig, gaining access to new abilities and effects. Your pet is unsummoned while Squig Armor is active and resummon whenever you leave it. Oh, good. The whole summon thing is really good. You will leave your Squig Armor when you become a coward. Yeah, that's true, Void. Ability 7 requires Squig Armor, castable while moving. Caster has their movement speed reduced by 15%. After 2.5 seconds, target enemy is pulled and immovable is applied to them. Immovable prevents application of rooted. Okay, it's the debuff, so you can root them again. Has the movement speed reduced by 15%. So this is a pull. So Tanky Squiggy gets a pull. So you move slower by 15%, but 2.5 seconds you pull enemy to you. Nice. Ability 6. For the next 6 seconds, your squig will get hit by all abilities that would hit group mates within 30 feet of it. If you are in squig armor, the abilities are redirected to you instead. Oh. 30 seconds cooldown. That is a nice skill. It is 30 feet, but this is a 6-second AoE guard. I mean, you're not going to get 50%, you're going to get all of it. Every single ability that would hit a group mate within 30 feet, it will go to the squiggy, or if you're in squig armor, this ability is redirected to you. That is a great defense. That is a great defensive skill. I mean, it's so good. I mean, 30 seconds makes sense. No cost, instant. It's a Hail Mary. Okay, oh, healer is dying. Boom, you're next to him. Everything comes to you. Not 50%. Healer can only get like normal attacks, auto attacks, whatever. He just, you give him 6 seconds of immunity to him and everybody else from abilities. That is an amazing ability. Even if it's your squig, but don't forget, your squig has 4,000 HP, I've seen it somewhere, as base health, then it gets all of your stats. So the squig, this squig as a tank is going to have a lot of HP, so you can use either way. That is, I'm excited now. I love this. I love this. Moving on, ability 4. Your pet gains an 8-second blessing for the duration and gains 25% damage reduction. No cost, instant 20. So you can have your pet out, right? And you can go ability 6, absorb all the abilities within 30 feet. You can tell it to stay, I suppose, and then give him also a 25% damage reduction. If you are in squig armor, this will apply to you as well. If you're a coward, this will apply to you, but grant 30% movement speed instead. Okay, the coward thing is good, but so I can get all the abilities on me and then reduce 25%. Being a tank, have a lot of HP. This combo feels good. Already feels really good. Stop hitting me. Again, you lose 1 mass. Every time you attack, you gain a stack. 5% movement speed. Whenever you use a melee attack, a basic attack, all group mates with 100 feet have the tactic, and they have the same tactic. This is the ratio one. Everybody has to have it. You lose paranoia, you lose coward, you gain fightiness, and all the other buffs from the races. The other 2 are for the Black Orc and the Chopper. We'll see them, which is fightiness and psychic energy. Carrier tactic, gain 5 action points per second. Whenever you gain cowardice, you will lose 8 action points per second for 3 seconds. Why me? Whenever you gain cowardice, you will gain 50% dodge for 3 seconds. Remember, cowardice will make you leave combat. You have to move backwards a little bit so you don't get hit. Cowardice is applied from melee abilities. So range, you don't care, but this being a tank is going to be hit a lot. You're going to have to take a couple of steps backwards. So, because if you don't, you're not going to have your Goblin basic attack. You're not going to have your ability 1. You're not going to have stability. They are disabled. And then we'll see how that's going to affect. Next skill, weapon aptitude. This is for you to use spears and shields. Oh, Oh, I am 100% certain there's a lot of people that wanted to see a character holding a spear and a shield. Not a halberd, not a sword, not a hammer, not an axe. A spear and a shield. That's going to look good, especially on the squiggy. It's going to look really good with a shield. What is it? Hedgehog. All group mates within 100 feet gain 3 stacks of enhanced block. Sorry, enhanced block. This is a morale 1. Ramazi, if you're still here, enhanced block. What is that? Enhanced blocked. I mean, I know what block is, but enhanced, what's the enhanced block? Block is your chance to reduce the damage of an incoming ability by doubling your armor and resistances against it. With 1 rating equals 001, block enhanced chance base 5%. Okay, so it's going to be better than normal. I'm just going to leave it at that. It's a defensive one. Oh, okay. Enhanced versus reduced. Okay, thank you. Morale 2. Apply a debuff to target enemy and yourself for 10 seconds. Movement speed is reduced to 0 for the duration. Okay, it's the champion challenge. The little thing that comes around. Nobody can move. You can keep that. Thank you. Distracting Bellow. Up to 48 enemies within 30 feet of you receive a debuff. For 10 seconds, they cannot benefit from cover. Hold on. Cover. I need to cover. 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 I don't remember cover. I don't think I have cover here. Cover is 25% area. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Where was I? Oh, Bellow. So they cannot have AoE damage reduction. Okay. 48, morale 3. Excellent. Immaculate defense. Crewmates within 100 feet gain 25 stacks of a buff for 20 seconds. Each stack grants 3% damage reduction. So 60%. No, 75% damage reduction. A stack is removed each time they're attacked by an ability. 4 additional stacks are removed if the ability is single target. Nice. I think this immaculate defense is a little bit better than the one we had before. Again, the third line is where you can get more stats: initiative, toughness, weapon skill, willpower, ballistics, intelligence. Willpower, intelligence, and strength. There's always a skill in the middle. While in squig armor, you will lose 1 cowardice every 5 seconds. This is pretty good for a non-standard tank. You're going to be in the front lines. You want to have something that reduces your cowardice so you don't have to go anywhere. Hi, Russen. Good morning. And do that. Let's see what we've got next. Fleet-footed. Your base movement is decreased by 50%. Your mass is decreased by 1. I don't know. I mean, reduced mass, that means you get CC'd for longer, but I don't know if the movement is going to be a plus or a minus. A lot of choices. Improve basic attack. Your basic attack deals 75% more damage. Hold on a second. I want to put some points here so I can unlock that. So your basic attack deals 225% additional damage. This is your basic attack, which is 4% of your melee attack power and 30 piercing, and you get action points. 225% additional damage. It sounds a lot, but I don't know as a tank, as a non-standard tank, if that's going to be a lot or not. Wide stabbing, deal 10% melee attack power, 126 piercing damage up to 9 enemies within 30 feet in front of you. Also not available if you have Coward. I think the non-standard tank has more abilities that are not available during Coward. There's 2 morals that are going to be coming soon, I suppose. Another tactic there. Ability 2. Command your pet to attack your current target. This is, I think, the same one as this one. 27, 348. Yeah, it's the same one as you get on the squig herder there when you have a pet out. Agility points, wounds. Passive 2. You have 50% chance to lose 1 cowardice whenever you use ability 2. So you can combo the passive. So you get, let's get some points here. So you have 100% chance to lose 1 cowardice. Combined with, where was it? This one, that you can lose 1 cowardice here and you use the ability here to control your pet. So it's already a nice reduction. Tactic 10, your battle squig takes 90% less damage from AoE attacks. So non-standard tank, you go into squig armor, 90% less damage from AoE attacks, which means they have, if they want to kill you as a non-standard tank, they really have to focus you, which means they have to switch to single target and basic attacks, which also means they don't dealing damage to anybody else. It's a good thing. And so far you have the pet and you have yourself, you have a low mitigation. So I love that tactic for a non-standard tank. You can get the speed as well. You have a 15% increased speed here. Possibly run into warbands and do some other stuff. I want to see if we have any more skills below. Let's go have a look. Ability 4 always provides the movement speed buff, but never applies the damage reduction. Ability 4. Sorry, I have to find which one is ability 4 now. Somewhere. Ability 4. Your pet gains 8-second blessing. For the duration, you gain 25% damage reduction. Okay. Good. The duration of ability 4 is increased by 1 second. While in squig armor, stability will hit 2 additional enemies within 20 feet. Yeah, if you want to have a bit of AoE damage as a squig form. Band together, group mates within 30 feet of you will have the damage reduction increased by 2%. This effect is suppressed for 5 seconds whenever you are hit by a single target ability. Okay, normal attacks no, but single target ability. So you get 90% damage reduction with a tactic from AoE. And then you can provide 2% damage reduction to everybody around you, as long as they don't focus you. Well, I suppose it's a trade-off. Like I said, it's a theme, isn't it? If they're doing AoE damage, then you provide defense. If they're focusing you, which means they're not hitting anybody else, there's no point of you providing that. However, if only one person is doing single target on you, you're still not providing it, right? As long as one person is doing single target, but still is a trade-off because you keep somebody focused on you, so you don't give that 2% damage reduction. It's still a trade-off. Tastes like study. Okay, I want that removed. I want that removed. I feel offended. Why not taste like elf? Or, I don't know, human? Why study? Come on. Requires quick armor. Deals 90% melee attack power, 262 piercing damage to target enemy. You are healed for 100% of the damage dealt. No cooldown, 60 action points, 8 feet range. I like it. So we'll do a little recap of the best skills here. So far, I mean, this is a squig summoner build. This is a bleeding melee build. And this is an awesome non-standard tank so far from the skills. How do you get people to hit tanks? Oh, you don't have to. You don't have to. Come on. Anybody that has played Return of Reckoning, they all know. There is a tank in front of you. The entire scenario has to go and focus on the one tank and leave everybody else free casting, free shooting. You don't need to do much. As long as people know that's a tank, they have this personal quest, personal mission. Kill the tank. Don't bother with the healers, the 10 healers healing him. No, we gotta out DPS the 10 healers. You don't have to worry about that. Just make sure you can tell which ones are the tanks. I guarantee you, people will just shoot the first thing they see, and it's probably going to be a tank. No problem there. But I know what you're saying. Yes, that is the best way to do it. Hit him so he doesn't provide something. That was a good idea. Right, so we're there. Let's move on. Tactic 8. If you drop below 20% maximum health while in squig armor, you will be healed for 20,000. Lose squig armor and your pet will be placed on cooldown. Oh, lose squig armor. So, two quick questions here. Number one, you'll be healed for 20,000. How much is the expected HP of a character? Like Return of Reckoning has more or less a 10,000 limit. What I mean 10,000 limit, you won't see a character go 15 or 17,000. It's around between 8 and 11. 6 to 10. Okay, so the 20,000 here is a little bit excessive then. Anyways, you lose the armor. So the other question is, if I use this tactic and I lose the squig armor, does the cooldown of the armor starts the 10 seconds once I come out of the armor, or I can summon it? Oh, you counted for the healing debuffs. Okay. So the cooldown starts after I can. So I have to run around like an idiot for 10 seconds before I can go back to my squig armor. Okay, cool. Thank you. Engage. Enemies that you deal direct damage to will have their outgoing damage reduced by 2% for 5 seconds. Gotta put some points somewhere here. Okay, so we can grab that. So more points. So if we max engage out, enemies that you deal direct damage to will have their outgoing damage reduced by 6% for 5 seconds. Also a very awesome skill. Passive 9. Gain 5% maximum health and armor while in squig. And that goes... they're running out of points. Just a reminder, you can only put points in one specialization. On the builder, you can put whatever you want because you're playing and testing. I just had some points over the other side. So 15% maximum health and armor while in squig armor. And you're healed 100% of them. So you can upgrade, sorry, because we didn't see the tactic linked to test like study. So you can deal damage and heal 100% of the damage. Test like study will deal 50% less damage, but you will now heal you for 300%. I don't know. That's something we have to test in the game, see if it's worth it, if it balances out the damage reduction. Ain't done yet. Morale 3, again, about for 20 seconds for the duration. Every second, your cowardice and paranoia will lower by 1, and you will gain 20 action points. The red tactic, I'm going to call them red tactics. They're renowned tactics. You always have immovable. Your mass is reduced by 2. Basically, you can be pushed back, knocked back, and stuff like that, but you are easier to stagger, slow. Ability A knocks back up 9 enemies with 30 feet of you and if you're in squig armor. If your pet is active, the effect is centered on your pet, but the pet dies. Knocks back up, so they go upwards. Okay, so it's like a massive interrupt. I want to see the effect of that. The cooldown on ability 6 is reduced by 2. Ability 6. Fuck me if I remember which one is ability 8. Ability 2. Ugh. Abilities passive 7. Oh. Hold on. Ability 6. For the next... Oh, it's the one that you take all the damage from all the abilities on you instead of your group mates within 30 feet. So this has a 30-second cooldown. So we can take that by 8, comes down to 22. Good. Now, strangely enough, we'll talk about this in a second. Gain 2 mass while in squig armor, okay, for less CC duration. Ability 9 requires squig armor, deal 10% melee attack power and 126 igor damage up to 24 enemies within 30 feet of you. You lose squig armor and knock yourself backwards. Cool. And then Sneaky Wa, again, I'll read this because this is meant to be the Zerg busting abilities. Up to 10 enemies within 30 feet of the area you select, so it's a ground selecting ability. You apply a debuff for 1 second if they don't have cover from you. At the end of the duration, they will apply 1 stack for a 6-second debuff up to 96 enemies within 30 feet of them. Enemies lose 5% damage reduction. So this doesn't say how many times you can stack it. So suppose if you have a lot of people, you can get about 50-60% damage reduction. So you get 50% more damage or more. Now the thing I said now strangely is this. I don't have any points put on this one. but we spend all the points here, and funny enough, if we take out, I mean, I don't know, as a tank probably won't take toughness out. Squig armor to lose cowardice. Yeah, no, use 31. This is what I want to say is that we only took like toughness, the one that reduced cowardness for us. We took a little bit of strength, okay, 1 point. We took basic attack to do more damage. Okay, I'll take let's take a few of them out. We'll take the agility out. Why? Oh, I have to take this one out first, and then that one. So what I want to show here is this, that, like, say, as a tank, we can take some wounds. We'll take less damage from AoE. Just playing around. Yeah, that's what I want to show on this before we move on. The fact that, let's say, we provide the defense. How much do we need? We need more points on this one. Okay, I'll just take ability 2 once. Yeah, okay. And then we'll take that one to provide defense for everybody around us. We need more points on this. Let's take this one to have some more damage. We need more points. We're going to do a lot of theory crafting in the future, but I'm just trying to open up here a few points. Maximum health increase in armor. And this is direct damage, outgoing damage by 2 for 5 seconds. I don't want to be rooted and stuff. 28. More mass to counter that. Ability 6 reduction. So this is it. There's 31 points. So we got here, and this is, I only picked little things. We picked toughness because we tank. We picked to lose cowardness so we don't have to leave combat very often. We got some strength. I'm assuming melee, we need that. We got basic attack to deal 225 more damage, so we have something to keep going because it has no action point. You can keep going with that. A lot of damage. We buffed one ability. We got wounds because we're tanks. We got 90% less damage from AoE, so we can stay in a lot of shit as a tank. We reduced the ability of ability 4, which is the one I'm going to be using. We got this one to reduce damage from 30 feet around us for everybody in the group. We got 15% maximum health and armor, so we're tanky, very tanky. We could go a bit lower with this, I suppose. We got, whenever we deal direct damage with a melee attack, everybody deals 6% damage less to us. The person we're attacking 6%, we're tanks. And got more mass, so we're not controlled very easily. So slow doesn't last 10 seconds, but 8, so we can go and do our jobs. We're going to be the target of a lot of stuff. We got immovable, so we can be knocked down and stuff as a tank. But then we run out. Right, and there's so many good things we can still pick. For example, we haven't picked the Zerg Basting ability. We have not picked this one that it can save our asses if we get out of it, or the tactics that it can heal us if we drop below 20%. We leave the armor. We haven't picked this one, which is morale, and we get less cowardice, paranoia. We gain action points, which is also fairly good. We haven't picked up a lot of good things here. I mean, we get the first 2 lines, yes, but the point here is that the ability points are spent very quickly, and it's already feeling difficult because we're missing so many nice things, you know. I mean, we could have a tactic that we get when we get to coward, and we will get to coward for sure if you stay in combat too long, to have dodge. We could get more action points per second when we're in coward, so we can go back into combat with more action points. We could get a speed buff, you know, move from A to B faster, be on guard range and all that. Well, similar to guard range anyways. Stability is also good. It's very powerful and applies bleeds. We could have more charges to it. I mean, that could be a more DPS build as a tank being on squig armor. There's a lot of things, but the points are not very fast. We're going to have to make some serious choices. I do have one question, Ramazan, since you're here, to clarify something. Okay, I know, and we've said with Void that you can change tactics in combat, but can you change your hard specialization on the fly, or do you have to go to a trainer or an NPC to do that? Like, can I save Squig Rider A and Squig Rider B so I have like warband built and I can have a single build, and then as I'm roaming in the lakes on the PvP areas, I can switch between, like I do the tactics? NPC, okay. Fair enough, fair enough. Right. It took us 3 hours to do the shaman and the squid, so it's about an hour and a half per class. We'll do as many as we can because I do have a little bit of a time limit. So, moving on to the chopper. I'm assuming this is, it's one of the most popular classes in Return of Reckoning and generally in the Warhammer world anyways. So, before we go in, we have two Da Boys. Yes, now they're called Da Boys. We'll get used to the new names, Void, I promise we will. We have, if I'm not mistaken, and we'll see, two DPS, one on the left, one on the far right. The middle one is with a bow, is a ranged one, something I'm sure some of you haven't seen before, haven't heard before, a chopper with a bow. So let's go, because we have a lot of things to see. Psychic Energy, this is the new mechanic for the boys. All right. So at least now, Void, you can say, I'm going to go and play with the boys today. Psychic Energy has a base of 0 and a maximum of 200. You generate 5 Psychic Energy anytime a group mate, not you, anytime a group mate within 100 feet uses a basic attack. Now, here is a question for the devs and representatives of the server that are here today, and thank you very much for being here without me informing you. You guys showed up. This mechanic, it says that you get psychic energy anytime a group mate with 100 feet uses a basic attack. What happens if you're not part of a group or a warband? What if you're roaming? Oh, in general, group mate includes you as well. Okay, I was going to say, what happens when I'm all alone in a fight? Okay, so it includes us as well. Okay. It will take, okay. Sorry, Ramsey, I have to say this. This is a compliment. It's a good thing because you include those things on the tooltips and they're very clear and specific, because every game we've played, from New World to Return of Reckoning, from private to official, from big to small to whatever, the tooltips give you almost no information. And when they do, they're not clear. I'm really happy to see you putting the effort to clarify as much as you can on the tooltips so things work better. All right, so basically, whenever you do a basic attack, and I'm assuming you're going to have to do quite a few, you will have to generate that psychic energy, which I'm assuming we'll see where that goes. So we have psychic energy, then we have Glober, which is your basic attack, and it deals 4% melee attack power and 30 piercing damage to target enemy, and generates 22 action points. So you have two resources, psychic energy and AP. Deals 21 melee attack power and 280 piercing damage to target enemy, just called Slasher, 8 feet range. Super Chop? Who came up with that? Right, this one does not cost AP, this one costs psychic energy. So we are having a new mechanic for the boys, also known before ages as choppers. Which resembles the Disciple of Cain and the Warrior Priest. Instead of having Soul Reaping and Sigma or something that the Warrior Priest has, you have the Psychic Energy, which generates the basic attacks, and then you can use that for other abilities, such as Super Chop. Deal 33% melee attack power and 453 piercing damage to target enemy. Just a normal attack, there's not a lot of thingies, 8 feet range. Charge, movement skill. For the next 8 seconds, your movement speed is increased by 40%. I'm going to say something about this. It has nothing to do with Interbellum or the mechanic here specifically. I was talking about this on Return of Reckoning for ages, because Return of Reckoning has done a lot of changes. Flame of War is more close to the original. And the thing I was saying about charge is that a lot of melee have charge. Choppers, Slayers, Marauders, Lions, which also in turn can get speed buff and stealth and all those kind of speed buff things. So the thing I'm saying is that charge is an ability that should be giving you that speed buff, but you will need to have an enemy targeted, and you can only use it to go to an enemy. Because on Return of Reckoning, you can do charge, run away from somebody, and then go flee and run even further, while the ranged cannot catch you because you're running away with charge. I've never seen anybody shouting charge and running away from an enemy. It should, in my opinion, charge should have that restriction. The same way they say, in order to get a speed buff from your tactic, you have to have an enemy targeted. That should have an enemy targeted and only go towards the enemy. If you try and run away, the game should automatically make you run to your enemy. Because you're charging into combat, you never charge out of combat. But anyways, we'll consider that a speed buff. So I was always against that, how that works. It's unfair for ranged. Chop faster. 60 action points, 8 feet range, deal 18% melee attack power, 222 piercing damage to target enemy, and up to 2 other enemies within 15 feet. No cooldown action points. Okay. So, like, to keep spamming this, you're probably going to have to do a couple of those, a couple of basic attacks to get your action points back, and move on. Just keep alternating ability generation of AP. It's going to be a little bit of management there. Sit down. Applies knockdown and unstoppable to target enemy. Knockdown prevents all control of your character for 3 seconds. Unstoppable prevents application of knockdown and stagger for 30 seconds. Bring the pain. Applies a 6 seconds ailment to target enemy. Deals 33% spell attack power. Hold on a second. Let me just see something else. So, and 425 impact damage to them at the end of the duration. This is something we've seen before, but I haven't commented on it. The fact that we have a mixed power here. We have spell attack power on this ability, and you have melee attack power on this ability. I'm not sure how you can have both of them high, or you never use this, or whatever. And this also requires psychic energy, not action points, so you can play between the two. I'm just not sure how, whether you want to focus on melee attack power on this, or you want to focus on spell attack power, or we'll see how many skills you have. But there's something I wanted to strength, ballistic, and intelligence apply all 3 powers. Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember this about the stats, but the thing is, if you put like all your stuff on strength, right? That's what I'm saying. If you put all your stuff on strength for melee attack power, you're gonna have, let's say you put 10, so you're gonna have 20 melee, but you're gonna have 10, what you call it? You're gonna have more melee than that. So this skill by default will be weaker than that. So either you have to yeah, require 3 yeah, you're probably gonna have to do that. I'm just thinking a bit of building, theory crafting a bit. I just noticed this again. I thought to make a little comment about it. The fact that you have different powers here, so you might have to use different gear to get, strength and then get intelligence, so you get more balance out your melee and your spell power, so you can use the full range of that at as much power as you can, instead of using this a lot of damage and then ooh. That tickles. 2 require powers and 1 penetration, or require 1 power and penetration Sagisti. Yeah, we'll see. So we got Vigilance as a detoned, as we had on the Shaman, 50% incoming damage reduction, 90% outgoing damage reduction for 7 seconds, so you do less as well. I'm the biggest. Gain 500 plus 25% wounds maximum health. Hey fans, how you doing? Updates to Warhammer. It depends. This is Interbellum. This server is not out yet. Return of Reckoning has the new ability system out, and they started making changes, but in my opinion, it's still not where it should be. And Flame of War, the other server, is out. These guys are still fixing bugs and stuff, and they don't have a lot of people, so take a peek. This is Interbellum server. This server is not out yet. We're looking at what they released regarding Greenskins and Dwarfs and the builds we can do. What is the same? Whenever you use the basic attack, all group mates 100 feet, they gain 1 fightiness, 1 psychic energy, or they lose cardiness and paranoia. So they have to have the tactic, not just you. They have to have the tactic. No problem, fans. That's over here, dude. Long and Stonga. The maximum amount of psychic energy you can hold is increased to 250. Just double checking. It was 200, so it goes to 250. Keep it coming. Generate 3 psychic energy per second. I'm assuming this requires you to go into combat. I'm assuming. It doesn't say, but I think you might have to be in combat for that to keep doing it. It's a nice fast way of doing it. You do your melee attacks, you use that tactic, then you can spam sooner things that require the psychic energy. It does not require combat. There you go. So you can have the tactic and you can run around a little bit, get yourself to 200 or 250 if you have the other tactic as well before you go into combat, and then you can just go and do that. Hey, Solid Spectator, how you doing? No, this is Warhammer Online Interbellum server. We are on the right category. We're just looking some of the new releases for the classes. So this does not require you to be in combat, and as Ramansi would say, it doesn't state it on the tooltip, so weapon aptitude, dual yield swords, excellent. Server nerve, the same as we've seen before, damage, melee, attack power plus some damage. Broad swings, you get 10 seconds. Your single target abilities also do AoE damage to 2 additional targets in 15 feet. Force of will, all group mates 100 feet for 10 seconds. They reduce costs, the point costs, AP costs are down by 75%. Friends in slaughter, 40% outgoing damage and 50% reduced cooldowns for 15 seconds. All group mates within 100 feet. I think this is a Morale 4. Like I said, it's an awesome Morale 4 as far as I'm concerned for group play. And I love it. It's been everywhere. Yeah, we've seen them everywhere, but I love this Frenzied Slaughter. I really 40% outgoing damage and 50% cooldown reduction is insane. It is an M4. It should be insane. It should be good. I love it. I like it. It makes the game interesting. Again, the middle row, as usual, we have all the stat upgrades, initiative, toughness, strength, willpower, and we've got one skill in the middle, long laster. Whenever you use a basic attack, you will gain 3% outgoing damage for 4 seconds. So you can buff that all the way up, and you get 12% outgoing damage. Yeah, I know. I'm also commenting on the stuff that I say. Feel free to type, man. I mean, chatting is good. I can keep up, I think. So next line, fleet-footed, your best movement is 15%. I want to see if there's anything else here, like a pool or whatever. I can see here some winds going on here from the icons, but anyways, 50% tactic for 50% movement speed. Your mass is reduced by 1. Reminding, mass controls how long CC lasts on you. The higher your mass, the less cool CC works on you. Improved basic attack. Your basic attack deals 75% more damage. If we just put a few more points here to unlock this, it can go up to 150% more damage. Ballistic, strength, intelligence, the rest of the stats on this line. Lots of chopping. No cooldown, 75 action points. Ramsey, one small reminder. How many action points we have? How many action points do the characters start with? What's it, 150, 200, 300? 250, okay. So basically this is 1, 2, 3, I'll say 4 attacks. 3 attacks, okay. So 3 attacks here in this. Alright, lots of chopping. Deal 11% melee attack power and 133 piercing damage up to 9 enemies 30 feet in front of you. And we got a couple of upgrades here. While chopping costs 75 psychic energy, deal 12%. So we go from 11 to 12, from 133 to 170. 9 enemies 30 feet, and we can go even up. You deal more 5%. So it's 3 times, so that would be 15%. And as a tactic, lots of chopping and wild chopping will now hit up to 24 enemies. Initiative improve. Oh, the action points. Okay. So You can have a single target built with more damage, and then you can use a tactic to convert that into AoE, which is good. And then what we have here, Hunter's Trap, Morale 1, applies rooted and immovable to target enemy. Rooted reduces target's movement to 0 for 5 seconds. So this is like, what was the name of it? The challenge thing the tanks have, you can lock them for 5 seconds and 5, reminds me of that. So it's a root for 5 seconds, Morale 1. But I like the whole combo here. I like this with the arrows, I really do. Whenever you spend psychic energy, you will gain 5-second enchantment, absorb up to X damage for the duration. So this is a tactic. So the amount of energy you use becomes a shield. So you kind of feel obligated in combat to start using your psychic energy, and then you have to use other skills to get it. You also have the passive tactic for that. There's a nice psychic energy build coming up. Quit yapping. Apply silence and inevitable to target. Silence prevents the user spells for 5 seconds. Initiative buff. Well, initiative stats. Sorry, not initiative, agility. Shrug it off. Gain 1 psychic energy whenever you are hit by an enemy ability. Another, actually you can put 2 points on that. Hold on, I'll just get some points here to move down. So you can get 2 psychic energy whenever you are hit. Then you can have the tactic to gain 3 every second in and out of combat. And then you have your I think that's it. Well, whenever you do anytime a group use a basic attack, so you can use your basic attack to generate action points and psychic energy. So 3 ways to generate psychic energy all the way down here. Wound statistic, another tactic, unfair advantage. Whenever you hit an enemy you are flanking, you will gain a buff for 2 seconds. For the duration, you will gain outgoing damage equals to 100% of your accuracy. Backstabbing hurts. Pretty much hurts in every game. You should see what it does in your world. Relentless, Morale 2. Gain a buff for 15 seconds. Convert 20 action points into 30 psychic energy every second. This effect is dispelled if you run out of action points. Interesting. What rules? Chopper Faster now counts as a basic attack, which means Chop Faster, which is Chop Faster. Which one is Chop Faster? Glober Smasher, Chop Faster. I'll find it. Lots of chopping. Chop Faster. Did I miss that one? F1. A, B, C, D, E, F. Ninja looking one. Ah. Thank you. Oh, you go A, B, C, D, E, F. Okay, I got it. Got it. I've said that as soon as you were typing it. So 18% melee attack opportunity, piercing damage to target enemy, and up to 2 more. So 15 feet. That one. So Chop Faster counts as a basic attack. So you can use that one and hit 2 enemies as well. And as a basic attack, you also get 22 action points generated. And since it's a basic attack, you also generate that. So you can group a lot of things on that. Okay. Improve vigilance. So your outgoing damage reduction from 90% goes 75, as in everything else. Reckless gamble. Each time you deal direct damage to an enemy, you will deal 4% melee attack power indirect, in-core damage to them as well. You will deal half this amount to yourself. Okay, that's pretty much... Oh, and you can buff this up. Hold on. Ooh, you can buff this up to 16%. Oof. This is going to hurt when they have a pocket healer. This is going to hurt when they have a pocket healer. No more helping. Bring the pain now applies minus 33% outgoing healing debuff. Excellent. That's a healing debuff in the form of a tactic. We've seen this little tree here. Puddle of muck. Up to 12 enemies within 30 feet of you gain ensnared. So you slow everybody by 30%. It's a morale 3. Pocket healer. Yeah, I mean, this pocket healer and guard. I haven't seen guard yet. We haven't been to the tanks. We're getting to the tanks. We haven't seen guard yet. I know it does exist in the game, but the squig off tank, though, that kicks ass. So far, I love it. I'm waiting to go to the engineer and the slayer to see the non-standard tank stats. Which means 1 second, because I am working on this. Momentum prevents application of ensnare. So you can use them or I'll slow them and then slow them again. Yes. Well, let's see what the red tactics. I love these red tactics. This is my favorite so far. Whenever you land a killing blow, you will gain 20 adrenaline per second for 8 seconds. Whenever a group mate, you gain 5. Okay, so this is an awesome buff for morale stuff. Well, we're getting there. Next one we're going to do is a Black Orc, and then we're in the Dwarf. So let's see if we can get there. It takes me about an hour and a half per class. So bleed them out. Applies 1 stack of a 6-second alignment to target enemy every second with a maximum of 4 stacks. For the duration, deal 30% melee attack power and 175 ingor damage every 3 seconds. So it's a dot. It only can be applied once. You can cast it while you're moving. 3-second channel. 3-second channel. Nice. So it's the one that keep moving and doing. You're all bleeding now. Bleed them out now. Hits an additional enemy within 15 feet. Okay, so you had more. Don't hate that chopper. How can we not? Whenever, this is a passive. Whenever you critically hit an enemy, you will apply a 3-second affliction to them which cannot refresh. At the end of the duration, you will deal 40 plus 6% more melee attack power impact damage to them. In addition, your potency is reduced by 15. Potency, your critical hit deals this much more damage. Okay. So your critical damage will go down for a little bit. Hurting time. Off the global cooldown. Gain a buff for 60 seconds. For the duration, you have plus 15% outgoing damage, but you will lose 30 psychic energy every second. This effect will be dispelled if you run out of psychic energy. So 30 every second. Every second. 8 seconds. Okay. So at 250, you can do 8 seconds. Or maybe okay, I'm just saying you can pretty much do that about 8 seconds. Okay. And why it's, this is different. The boys have a different wa than the Squiggy and the Shaman. These two have the same one, right? These two have the same wag, which is the so-called Zerg Basting ability. But here we have a different one. Let's read. You interrupt up to 48 enemies who do not have cover from you within 30 feet every 0.5 seconds. Whenever you successfully interrupt an enemy, you will deal 10% melee attack power and 50 Igor damage to them, and up to 17 other enemies within 20 feet of them. Just checking. I'm just saying the same icon, it can be, you can miss it. I'm just saying. So you have interrupt, and every time you interrupt them, you deal damage. Good. It's good. So overall, the boy is melee. Here we have melee with, I would say, pure damage. You have a little bit of bleed, but I think we're going to see a lot of chopper buffed all the way up there, converted to AoE. Some builds that is this pure damage buffs. It's a pure DPS, go in, slaughter things. Kind of, pretty straightforward. Is it? It is. It is. You have an orc face, and here you have a goblin face. Okay, fair enough. Details make the difference. I didn't spot it. Sorry. Yes, it is a different icon indeed. This feels like a pretty straightforward kind of build. It's a lot of damage. Get more damage here with Regulus Gamble. Get a tank. Increase your attack power, psychic power, and just keep going with that. I'm not saying it's going to be easy to make a build. I'm just saying it's straightforward, because the Squiggy, for example, summon your Squigs, summon the uncontrollable Squigs, summon the explosive ones. You have all this summoning, exploding Squiggy thingy. Here on the shaman, you got stealth. You got a lot of debuffs here. You have a healer that it's a little bit drop mushrooms do this. It's a little bit more complicated. A little bit. This feels a bit more straightforward, but again, not easy to make a build. We've seen why, and we'll see in the future a lot more. Moving on to Araboy. Now, this is a chopper with a bow. I know a lot of people haven't seen that. Let's see if you guys like it or not. Also, guys, feel free to type, if you're interested in one of the builds, if you like what you're seeing, you don't seeing. I know a lot of people at work and you're listening, but it doesn't have to say, oh, I like this one. Let's see that one or whatever. All right, let's go and see the Araboys now. Again, we have the same psychic energy. Shoot them. Deal 6% range attack power, 133 piercing damage, and generates 40 action points. Here's 22, here's 40. It is 600. It's the same one as the Squiggy. Hey, Dads, how you doing, buddy? Zilla, we're waiting. As soon as it comes up, I promise when we get the rest of the classes, we'll do all of them like we do today. So we'll go through them, and if I have time, I might sit down and see if I can make some builds live and we can theory craft a little bit together. Plink, 37% range attack power, 484 piercing damage to the target, same as the Squiggy. Shoppa Chop, 50 psychic energy, ads coming up. Sorry. It's the same one as that one, I suppose. 33. Yeah, it's the same one, melee one. What we've got? Ability 1. Deal 11% range attack power, 140 piercing damage to target enemy every second. 3 seconds. Okay. And apply 1 stack of reduced agility, dodge, and block. I mean, on Return of Reckoning, this was only block. Massive amount of block reduction, a little bit of damage, but I like how you can do multiple things here. Ability 2 applies a 21-second affliction to target enemy, stacking up to 5 times. For the duration, deal 16% melee attack power, 206 Igor every second. That's going to be a lot of damage. But it is melee, 100 feet, 100 feet, 100 feet. Just checking the range there, psychic energy. Drop that is the disarm for 5 seconds. It is the ranged disarm. Ability 3 deals 14% range attack power, 191 piercing damage to target enemies. Applies 1 stack of reduced outgoing healing debuff. There we go. Applies a 5-second affliction. For the duration, target has 33% slower cast times. So you're not only applying a debuff for the healing and deal damage, you're also increasing their cast times. I wonder if other classes have that. Okay, we got ads. Hold on, I'm just going to type that. I'm going to get some water since we have ads, and we come back to this. What am I missing? And he scores. Well, we got time. I'm gonna make some coffee as well. Fuck it. Ooh, man, these odds are killing me. $40 seconds. I'm assuming it's a bit less than that. I'm live to you. Yeah, I should be live to everybody. Just making some coffee. Um, sorry guys, I'll say this again. I cannot remove the ads. It's part of the whole Twitch thingy. So I put it to what I thought is best, which is 3 minutes every hour, so everybody gets a little bit of a break instead of, you know. Anyways, yeah, it is a little bit of revenue, but on a small stream, it doesn't make such a big difference. Anyways, let's get back onto this. So we were here. The ads came around here. So we have the disarm, range disarm 100 feet. And then we have ability 3, which deals damage to the target and also applies 1 stack of reduced outgoing healing for 5 seconds. And on top of that, increases the cast times by 33%. So this is like a multiple ability. It's kind of nice. I feel it might be a little bit too strong doing 3 things: damage, healing, reduction, and cast times. But we'll see. I'm assuming order classes will have that as well. Then we got vigilance, 50% reduction in incoming damage, 90% reduction in outgoing damage. I'm the biggest, 500 plus 25% wounds maximum health. That's gonna be one tanky fucking chopper with this. I mean, I get this for the black orc, but 500 plus 25 is going to be one tanky chopper. Whenever you use a basic attack, all group mates get psychic energy, lose 1 cowardness, 1 paranoia. It's the racial one. Longer and stronger, the maximum amount of psychic energy is 250, same as the boys. The aeroboic is the same. Keep it coming. Again, generate psychic energy per second, 3 per second. You don't have to be in combat for this. The weapon one, where you can use swords and one-handed swords and bows. Yeah, you're gonna have to do a lot of management in this game. It's not a bad thing necessarily, though, Dutch. It's a gameplay you can get used to it. Same thing in New World. You have to do a lot of management. I mean, like a lot of management. And they have a very bad system of indicating buffs and debuffs as well. But you can get used to it. If you play long enough, you get used to it. The worry I have is whether a skill that does 3 things, it can be considered OP versus skills that do 1 thing, and whether everybody has similar skills. Disengage, you knock yourself back away from enemy target. That is a morale 1. Yeah, no, I don't think you're going to have so many. Because what I don't know, I mean, it seems like we have less buttons than the original game does. Like, I think I mean, like when I play, I need 4 bars to put potions and this and that and skill this and turret that and turret this. I think this will require less than 4 bars to play it. So I don't think you're going to have that many. Also, another thing I don't know is whether we're going to have nerf buttons on this or the sequencer, so they can kind of like, the dots will be easier to control. I don't know which add-ons will be available for this. Guild Wars is an amazing game. Right, let's move on with this a little bit more. Focus Mine, you get 15 seconds, all abilities 50% faster, and you have immunity and pushback. Explosive Impact, same as the Squiggy, 10-second buff. You hit a target, single target ability, then you deal 10% range attack power and 150 corporeal damage, and 10% spell power and elemental damage, up to 24 enemies within 20 feet. So you got 13, that's it. I mean, I don't count the morale ones, the adrenaline ones. Okay, so it's 13 and 2 pocket. So it's not a lot. It's like 15 battles. It's not much. And some of them will be situational as well. So it's not a lot. Unleash the winds, up to 96 enemies within 20 feet. You select are knocked straight up in the air. That's a morale 4. It's a big interrupt. Again, third line is the buffs for statistics. Passive 1. Your range and cast time are reduced by 5%, so you can get that, 25%. That's a big reduction. I don't think the Squiggy has that, does it? No, he gets more bleeds. They get cast reduction. Okay. Moving on. Far side, your range is increased by 20%. Passive, your range attacks deal 50% more damage, but have an additional 30% chance to miss. Oh. Whenever you spend psychic energy, you will gain 10% range and accuracy for 10 seconds. So you can kind of like mitigate this and only have 10% to miss because you get more accuracy. More statistics here. Shrapnel arrow applies a 10-second affliction up to 9 enemies within 30 feet of the area you choose. Again, the area you choose, so that's ground targeted. For the duration, deal 4% red tank power and 43 ink damage every 2 seconds. Psychic energy spenders for arrow boy or melee. So this is a bit weird. So you have to go on melee to spend psychic energy to buff your ranged. I suppose you can use ranged at point blank. I mean, this is ranged attack. So let's say we get this, right? And I'm just going to put some more points here so we can have. And then we get this. So we get 20% range and accuracy, 20%. So that should make the miss chance approximately 10%. Then you can go melee and just use that at point blank. This, you know, just cast. There's no problem on that, I think. Then we got morale 1 here. The root for 5 seconds. Tacticals. Or shoot some. Yeah, you can shoot someone else further away. Suppose you can do melee at the front, buff it, and then shoot the healer at the back. Yeah, you can do combos like that. Whenever you spend psychic energy, you will gain a 5-second enchantment absorb. Oh, you get the shield again. That's the same tactic as here. So when you use psychic energy, the amount you use goes as a shield for 5 seconds. Quit your yapping. Silence. Melee. No, silence range. 75 feet. Sorry. That's a range silence for 5 seconds. Wounds. Unfair advantage. Whenever you hit an enemy and you're flanking, you get a buff for 2 seconds and you get 100% damage. Sorry, you get outgoing damage equal to 100% of your accuracy. So with this, for 10 seconds, you can also increase your accuracy by 20%. So you can combine that if you're hitting somebody at the back. There's a lot of nice little combos going on there. Relentless, 15-second buff, convert your action points into 30 psychic. You stop when you run out of action points. Where else we got on the arrow boys? While chopping, psychic energy, 12% melee attack power damage, 170 piercing, 9 enemies, 30 feet, and you can increase the damage by an extra 15%. Passive 4, you gain 2% movement speed for 10 seconds whenever you cast ability 2. Ability 2, ability 3, ability 2. Psychic energy, 8 feet melee, affliction. Okay, so it's a dot. 2% movement. So you can get 4% if you do it twice, stacks up to 5 times. 50% additional damage. Hold on a second, because this one feels weird. Hold on. 250% additional damage on your basic range attack. 250% additional damage. Okay. Plink reduction goes to 1.5 seconds for 225. Vigilance now. Increase your outgoing damage by 20. So your 90 becomes 70. So you do a little bit more damage there. Shrapnel arrow that does damage and AoE. Every 2 seconds, there's a tactical link to it, which I missed. No. What do you mean, no? Shrapnel arrow now reduces outgoing damage and outgoing healing. Oh, it's a healing debuff. So you can add that to that. I'm waiting for the no when it said you get 250% more damage on that. I'll move on. I'll see what Rams is going to write. Give him some time. I talk faster than people, right? So morale 3, up to 12 enemies with 30 feet of you gain ensnared, so you can root them and you don't apply the debuff. Oh, you're talking about the vigilance. Hold on a second. Let me go back to that and read it. Where did I see vigilance? Increases outgoing damage by 20% instead of its original effects. So your outgoing is reduced by 90, so it's increased instead by 20. So you have your normal damage plus 20. Oh, okay. Sorry, I got confused because the other one we've read before, it wasn't like this. We're just adding that. Becomes a DPS. Okay. Yeah, I've read a lot today. My brain is becoming a mush. So you lose the 90% damage reduction reduced there, and you get a 20 plus. Okay. So good. Thank you for spotting it. I'm just trying to do the best that I can here. Tactic 4, ability 1 and 3 now hit up to 8 additional targets within 20 feet of the target and you deal 66% less damage. I don't think anybody's going to use that. Passive 5, your outgoing damage is reduced by 3%. Whenever you use an ability, all group mates within 100 feet will gain the same amount of outgoing damage for 3 seconds. So you lose 3% on your abilities, on your damage, but whenever you use abilities, your group mates get 3% damage. That is a good trade-off. I do 3% less, everybody else does 3% more, which is kind of cool. Now you have roles, like, okay, so when you see the damage meter, some people in Warband's like, oh, you didn't do any damage. It's going to be like, yeah, I'm not doing any damage, but I'm buffing everybody else. People have to be aware of that because I think that might create the usual toxicity over, he's not doing any damage, but I'm buffing everybody else. People need to start realizing that buffing and crowd control also counts as a benefit to the groups, not just what damage you did. Verge of Victory. Is that the same one? Verge of Victory. Yes, when you land a killing blow, you gain adrenaline. When somebody else does a killing blow of your teammates, you gain 5. It's a morale buff. Scrub Healer, get good. Ability 4 applies 3 stacks of reduced armor and 15-second infliction to target enemy. For the duration, deal 10% range attack power and 113 Igor damage every second. 2-second cast time. Passive 6, your action point costs are reduced by 5%. Whenever you spend psychic energy, you will double this benefit for 10 seconds. Ooh, more abilities damage. Sopa Choppa ability 2, and while chopping now, applies stacks of reduced piercing resistance to the target. Nice. And debuffs. Gorg is here. Well, I mean, the way I've seen so far, we've seen the shaman, the goblin, and we're looking at the boys at the moment, the choppers. Like you said, you pick an archetype. The thing is, the rest of the group has to also be on the same page and realize that, okay, this our boy is not doing a lot of damage when we see it on DPS meter because he's debuffing and buffing us. You know what I mean? People have a hard time dealing with that information. They're going to look at a boy, an our boy or a big Wa, and they're going to see a Chopa they know, and they're going to look at the number and say, what, 10,000 damage? Just when everybody else did 60, they have to realize that this is a different class. This is a buff debuff support class. Not saying that the Arrow Boy is going to do massive amounts of damage, just as a thing that he can reduce his own damage for the benefit of the whole group and the total output of damage. People have to get their minds around that. Ban it is... Yes, that is also true, Ramsey. That was funny, man. we could do that, yes. So where was I? Oh yeah, Gork is here. That is a Molar fall. Gorg will cramp and bash their heads for you. I mean, let's try that one more time. Gorg will grump and bash their heads for you. Anyways, for 30 seconds, you gain 10 fightiness and 20 psychic energy per second, 100% outgoing damage. 50% damage reduction and 1000 HP every 4 seconds. Sorry, it's 1000 HP for 4 seconds. It's the regeneration thingy. You'll die at the end of the duration and gain Folklore. What the hell is Forlorn? What is Forlorn, please? So you get Psychic Energy, 100% outgoing damage, 50% damage reduction. You get HP every 4 seconds, which is going to be a total of 1000, and you die at the end. Oh, Falcon prevents from being rezzed. Okay, so you have to respawn at the spawn point. You can be resurrected. Okay, that is a very interesting morale 4. It's like a Hail Mary morale 4. 100% outgoing damage, 50% damage reduction, 1000 total HP in the form of every 4 seconds. That means 250 every 4 seconds, and then you die. Okay. Yeah, I like how Interbellum, at least, sorry, I keep saying that, you know what I mean, Ramsey, how I say this. At least on paper, because we have to see the actual gameplay there. At least on paper, you have incorporated a lot of the racial feeling and atmosphere into the characters. You know what I mean? Like, you got the lore more in than the original game. You got the lore more in than Return of Reckoning. Definitely a lot more than Flame of War, because it's just the original game. So it feels nice, and the new system here is also nice, very more intricate and hard to make builds. So people are going to have to actually think a little bit. So we'll see that. Just, what I'm kind of going to say, just on paper. On paper, the feeling is there. We just have to see it in action. The Big Arrow deals 73% range attack power and 974 piercing damage to target enemy. 50. This is gonna hurt like hell. 3-second cooldown, 3-second cast time, 15-second cooldown, 100 feet, 100 action points. That's half your action points, more or less. But 73% of your range power and 1000 piercing damage. This is gonna hurt like hell. The Zerg Blasting ability, so-called, 150 action points. You fire an arrow 65 feet in front of you. First enemy takes 5% of your range attack power plus 50 piercing damage. Each subsequent enemy takes additional damage. I don't know what that means. I mean, I get the first part. Each subsequent enemy takes additional damage. What is the additional damage? They take damage as well, or do they take more damage than the first person? I don't know what that is. Anyways, that concludes the Arrow Boy. We've seen most of the skills there. I'm just going to do that. So I reset the points. They take more damage. So the more people you hit, the more damage they take. Okay. So we're going with the Big Wah, which is another melee. Here, so Psychic Energy again, Glober, same. Slash out the same. Ability 5. A little bit different here. Psychic Energy 50, deal 57% spell attack power, 771 impact damage to target enemy. Yes. Okay. Bring the Pain, Psychic Energy applies 6 seconds alignment to target enemy, 33 spell attack power, impact damage at the end of the duration. Chop Faster, we've seen that one before, it's in 2 of them. Is an Orc Salmon. Big Wah is an Orc Salmon. Okay. Quite yapping is the Silence. They stuck with the Silence by default. 5 seconds. Ability 2. Psychic Energy again. Applies 21-second affliction to target enemy, stacking up to 5 times. For the duration, deals 16% and Igor every 3 seconds. That one was... I've seen that one before. Where did I see this? Oh yeah, it's here. Okay, it's a different position. Vigilance, 50% reduction incoming, 90% outgoing reduction. The 2 racial ones, and then what we get, maximum amount of psychic energy to 250. Generate psychic energy every 3 seconds. So they're the same on those 3 specializations there. Equip staffs. Return to life. Return adrenaline. So this is morale 1. Return target groupmate back to life at the location of its corpse, 2000 health, and no other resources cannot be used on corpses with Folkhorn. So you get a resurrection on this one. As Void said, this is an Orc Shaman. So let's see. Focus Mind, 50% faster cast time, 100% immunity to pushback. Divine Protection, another morale. 3, all group mates 100 feet, again about 15 seconds. You will absorb up to 200% restoration power, that's the healing power, and 1,500 damage over the duration. So basically it gives you a nice, huge, nice little shield. Alter Fate, remove all affliction and cripples from all the group mates. Also, return to life, it's that group mate with 100 feet, double effect. Third line, as usual, stats buffs, gain 5 psychic energy every 2 seconds if you get it to maximum. Fourth line, we also have more stat buffs here. Tactic, that gives you 15% speed buff, but you lose 1 mass. I'm going fast because we've seen them on the previous specializations here. Ability 3, NG. NG. Deals 36% sap and 485 elemental damage to target enemy. They will. Oh, it's the chain lightning one. It will jump to another enemy within 20 feet twice if you augment them. They also, I think it also explodes for 7%. I don't know if it's a single target converts to AoE or it's a single target plus AoE. Is that how this works? Because I was confused on the Goblin as well. It jumps from one target to the other doing single target damage within 20 feet. If you augment it, is every jump converted to an explosion for 7%, or is an extra, it does like the 36 up plus 485 plus 7% and 95 on the explosions? Is the explosion an additional effect or a conversion? That's the thing I didn't figure out before. There's a morale coming up. Then we have Tactic 5, Bring the Pain, ability 2 now cripples. Also does the, okay, so it's an additional effect, okay. When you hit with a melee attack, your next ability 5, cast within 8 seconds, will deal 30% more damage. When you hit with a melee attack, ability 5. Ability 2. Ability 5 is the 50 psychic energy, 57 sap, okay, and impact damage. Okay, it's 700 damage is a bit much, I think. It's always additional, let's specify. But hold on a second. If it's augmented, so this one. There we go. That I was going to say, how do you augment? Because up to this point here, line 3, there was no augmentation anywhere. But it's down here. It's a tactic. Ability 3, NG, will be augmented at cost 30 psychic energy. Otherwise, cast as normal. Okay, so you have to get this tactic. Passive for 3 NG. The augmented explosion for ability 3 will now hit 2 additional targets. It's a nice AoE combo there. Tactic 6, whenever you hit with a melee, your next ability 5. Okay, we've seen that one. Ability 6 needs 35 psychic energy. That's very cheap. 16% spell attack power, 205 impact damage to target enemy, and slows their movement by 25% for 1 second. 1 second? Oh, ability now is 2 seconds, so we can get 4 seconds if you buff it. Okay, plus mass. The cast time ability 5 is reduced by 0.1 second. You can do that 3 times. Wound buff, relentless. Yeah, I was just looking for augments you can do on yourself. Yes, we've seen the skills before. I mean, you do have Interbellum, you do have a lot of things that other classes can do for you. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Guild Wars 2, like where the engineer in Guild Wars 2, you get a tank and puts a water puddle on the floor, which basically it heals and gives speed buffs if you go through it. But if the engineer goes on that specific water puddle and puts a smoke bomb, right, the smoke bomb explodes after 1 second, everybody in the area becomes invisible. So there's a combo. You go through that to get those buffs. But if the engineer goes to put a smoke bomb, those effects don't take place. You don't get the speed buff and the heal. You get massive invisibility. If he goes and puts, Fire mage puts a firewall, and then you have an archer shooting through the firewall. It's the same line. The arrows going through the firewall, they get on fire and they do additional fire damage. Those combos is also here. Like you may not have to pick the tactic to augment your ability. You can go and sit on the pedal of the Night Goblin. So you can get that in a group. So you save yourself the point here, and you can put the point somewhere else to get the augmentation from another class. It is a group game. Just saying things can happen. I know a lot of people like to play solo, so it's a good thing you can put the point and augment your own skill on your own. But in a group play, you can take a point out of there and put it somewhere else. More damage, more buffs, more debuffs. We're going to have choices there. We've seen that one. We're going to do while chopping. We've seen that one. It's everywhere. And we've seen the tactic. There's the morale that you slow everybody down, but you don't apply the debuff, so you can be slowed again. A lot of chopping goes from 9 to 24 enemies. Passive 10, ability 2 now has a cost 28 psychic energy and 17 action points, and also deals 8% more damage, which... Whew. It goes all the way up to 24 damage. Yes, I'm gonna stay with dwarfs. Yes, we're gonna start with the non-standard tank on the dwarfs. Hopefully we'll get there tonight and we can have a look at it. The morale buff tactic. What is this? Ability 7, deal 32% spell attack power, 427 impact damage every second. That's a beam kind of thing, isn't it? Passive 11, your spells deal 5% additional damage against enemies above 80% health, and your skills deal 5% additional damage against enemies below 40% health. Interesting. Tactic 7, ability 5 is now castable while moving. You will also lose 25% movement for 2 seconds after casting. I like the trade-off. You do more damage, but we're going to slow you down, so make sure there's no one around to fuck you up. Gorgons here is the same. Ability 8, generate 150 psychic energy. No cost, 25 seconds cooldown. They have a lot of energy, psychic energy skills. This hard specialization here, so that makes sense. This is the interrupt, the same one we've seen here. This is now the same one. So here we have 2 melee, 1 ranged, one which is pure damage, I would say, this one. Then you have a combination here with a lot of psychic energy being played. So you have to do a little bit of a gameplay. As Void said, this is a orc shaman, so it has some things from the shaman like the beam here and a few other things. And we have a ranged with a little bit debuffs on the way, buffs and debuffs for the group. So it would be interesting to see those in action. Moving on to the last of the greenskins. It only took me how long? 4 hours to do 3 classes. Fuck! So we got a tank, short collar, looks like a spell casting, and then got a DPS, the Butcher. Pure melee, right? Because I'll just switch that one back. So Big Arn is pure melee. Arrow Boys is AP, range debuffing with melee psychic energy damage, and Big Wa is a range psychic energy spell damage with melee AP skills. Oh, defensive support. The staff icon is defensive support. Okay, so we got a tank, defensive support, and got a DPS for the Black Orcs. So let's have a little look. Let me have a bit of coffee here because I'll be talking for 4 hours. Fuck. All right, so the mechanic for the Black Orcs is fightiness, and it has a base of 0 and maximum of 30. You lose one fightiness anytime you're hit by an ability that you do not block. Block. Clobber, basic attack. You deal 4% melee attack power, 30 piercing damage, generate 22 action points. Globbering time is off the global cooldown and costs 25 fightiness. So you also lose fightiness from the skills and when you are hit by abilities. ranged and melee. Now, if you block them, that's cool, but if you don't, you do. So Globering Time, you want to find harder than ever. For 10 seconds, you cannot block, which means you're going to lose your more fightiness, and you will lose access to certain skills, we'll see which ones, but will enable you to use 200 X skills. This is one of the mechanics we talked about before for the Black Orcs. That's going to have the ranged weapon slot that we see on Warhammer. It's going to have a 200 there. You can switch from single-handed to two-handed. This is how you do it for a limited amount of time. Right in the Ghiblies. What's fighting dirty? A scrap is a scrap. You deal 15% melee attack power and 204 impact damage to target enemy. You generate 2 fightiness. This has no cooldown, but it costs 20 action points. It is disabled during Globering Time, so if you go 200, you lose that ability. I suppose this is where you use action points to generate more fightiness. Guard. This is the first time we've seen. So this is the first time we see Guard. If I remember, Guard is a little bit different from Return of Reckoning and Flame of War. And it says it has no cooldown, 150 feet range. 150 feet is not the actual Guard range, is the range you can apply the spell. Applies Guard to target groupmate while you are within 30 feet of them. They will gain 50% of your armor, resistance, and block. All right, so you buff them. You give them 50% of your armor, 50% of your resistances, and block. You will lose these stats for the duration and for 5 seconds after the effect is broken. So instead of you taking the damage, all right, 50% of the damage, and then you apply your full armor, your full resistances onto that, you give half of your stats to that person. So you become more vulnerable by 50%, and they become tankier by 50%. I don't know if that is the same thing. I don't know if that is the same thing or not. But you do give block. And remember, block in Interbellum, you do not require to have a shield to have block. Block is a stat. You don't need a shield. Shields give you more, but you don't need it to block. So that means that a melee DPS will increase their armor. For example, a Slayer, when he gets, judging from Return of Reckoning, we'll see what Slayer does later. But they lose 50% of their armor. So with this type of guarding, they gain 50% of what the tank had, which is more than what they had. They also lose 50% of their resistances, but they get 50% of the tank, which should have a lot more than what they had. So they bring us back to normal kind of thing. And they gain block that they never had. Okay, we'll see what else they get on Interbellum. It's in 2 classes up. But this guard type is that. But the range is still the same, 30%. Skull Thumper. So how is cross-guarding? I do not know. That's something Ramazzi is going to have to explain. If cross-guarding, can you have 2 guards on the target? Yeah, but can you have 2 tanks guarding the same target? If that happens, is there diminishing return? You get like 25 and then less. It doesn't work. Is double the effect. I don't know. Does that work? Is that a thing? It used to be. And yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, the more tanky you are, the more you can provide. You can have 2 guards. Stats have diminishing return built into the formula. Okay. That's I think you like that, don't you? There, I can see you think, diminishing return, but 2 guards. I can see you doing that. Skull Thumper requires Globering Time, so it's a 200 ability. A smash to the head that deals 26% melee attack power, 348 impact damage to target enemy and apply 1 stack of reduced block to them. So it's all that effective, but both tanks are squishier. Then notice all those 3 target cleave skills. Okay, you double guard a target, both your tanks going to die to those 3 target cleaves. It's getting interesting. All right, where were we? Out of my way. Disabled during globbering time. A good bash to the shield knocks the enemy away and applies immovable to them. Okay. Knocks the enemy away. So that's like a... Is that a punt? Is out of my way a punt or a knockback? It says knocks the enemy away, but is that a punt like a long distance or is just a few steps back? Nowhere to go. You swipe disabled during globbering time. You swipe their legs, dealing 70% melee attack power, 227 impact damage, and applies ensnared and momentum to the target. Okay, so it's snare. Can hit me. Shields up and gain a blessing for 8 seconds. Your block chance is increased by 50%. 20 seconds cooldown. A punt. Okay. Yeah, okay, I know about the math. So it is depending on the math how far back you go. Okay, cool. I'm the biggest. That's the wounds and health for the orcs. This is the one everybody has the tactic. You gain fighting edge, you gain psychic energy, you lose cowardness and stuff. Scraping time, fighting, getting good. Globbering time now costs 5 less fightiness. That is something people will be using quite often. It's off the global cooldown. 25 fightiness can go down to 20. There's no cooldown. There's no cost from action points, that is. So this might be a good tactic to keep in mind. Good at big chopping. Nothing like a big scrap. You will now retain 0.5 times your block chance while under the effects of globbering time. So you can block. Half your blocking will come with you when you switch to 200. Useful. Anything that chops and bashes gets is useful. Fighters equip sword shields and 200 axes. Hedgehog, all group mates with 100 feet gain 3 stacks of enhanced block. That's a morale 1. Champion challenge 10 seconds. Nobody can move. You're killing people. Destructing bellow up to 48 enemies. 30 feet. Receive a debuff for 10 seconds. They cannot benefit from cover. Cover is reduction from AoE abilities. Immaculate defense, 100 feet, gain 25 stacks of a buff for 20 seconds. Each stack grants 3% damage reduction. Stackers move every time you attack by an ability, not normal attacks, but abilities. And you gain 4 additional stacks. 4 additional stacks are removed if the ability is a single target. So you're defending against AoE, but single target, remove that reduction debuff a lot faster. Third line, again, statistic buffs, and crump them up. You have 33% chance to gain an extra fightiness whenever you gain fightiness, and you can get that to 100%. So whenever you gain, you can make sure you get an extra 1. Fourth line, stabilized, increase your mass by 1. You can only pick that 1 time as a tactic. Big swing. Requires globbering time is a 200 ability. A mundane swing deals 10% melee attack power and 126 impact damage up to 9 enemies within 30 feet of you. But it comes along with a tactic attached to it. Big swing now grants 1 stack of enhanced strength to all group mates with 100 feet of you. So you can also convert that into a buff. Okay. More stats here as usual, and we get improved block. Increase your chance to block by 3%. Just put a few more skills here, so we can get that to 15% block. All right. Okay. Thanks, Ramsey. So ability equals anything which is a skill and uses weapons that can be disarmed, basically, and spell equals magic or ward related that can be silenced. Okay. Not chopping me. Morale 1, you gain 100% block chance, 5 seconds channel. Okay, this is pretty much like holding the line in a I think this is more like hold the line in a morale form for 5 seconds. Leg breaker. Another tactic. Why not a stop at all their gets? Nowhere to go. Will now hit up to 2 other enemies within 20 feet. Keep it going, out of my way, nowhere, and distract now generates 1 fightiness, agility, wounds, distract. Jumps the target for the next 3 seconds, interrupting the next ability. Comes attached with a tactic. The start now work up to 23 additional enemies within 20 feet of the target as long as those targets do not have cover from you. Hey Jagger, good morning. Hi Roy. This is a career builder for Interbellum, but only for Greenskins and Dwarfs. The next are coming soon, you know. So we started with the Greenskins. We're just looking at the first specialization for the Black Orc, the tank. And so far is great fun. It's great fun. Also, some things say ability 1, if someone is missing icons like here, these things are coming. Also, these morals haven't been implemented yet, but the rest is accurate. The rest is accurate. Yeah, you can find a link on, actually, let me grab one for you guys here. Hold on a second, since I'm here. Help you out a bit. There you go, since I can do links. So let's go back here. Where was I? I kind of lost my thingy here. So that one, save the runs. Where was I? We're here. So we have an interrupt ability. You can convert it with a tactic into an AoE up to 24 people. But you hit one, then it goes to the rest around the target. Save the runs. Jump to target group mates. Jump to target group mates and apply 5 stacks of saving my hide to them. Saving my hide lasts 10 seconds and stacks up to 10 times. For the duration, gain 100% block chance and lose 1 stack each time you block. Hold on a second. Last a second, it stacks up to, okay, stacks, so apply 5 stacks, so you get 5, okay. When it says jump to target group mates, so you use this morale, and within 65 feet, the tank jumps, leaps forward, backwards, whatever, into the friendly you have targeted, and then you land and you apply the stack. It's like pounds to your teammate. Okay, so I got it right. Okay, so that's interesting. I like it. That reminds me a bit of WoW, the priest that had that thing that could pull a teammate to him. So we do the opposite. We jump to them. That's nice. Those priests saved a lot of people from areas like, what are you doing? Don't stand there. Come here. That's good. Next lineup, follow my lead. All group mates within 100 feet of you gain an enchantment for 5 seconds. For the duration, they will gain 5 action points per second and 5 adrenaline per second. Nice little buff. Engage. Enemies you deal direct damage, they do less damage to you for 5 seconds. You can stack to 3 times. Oh, did they? I don't know. I was never very much into what they're going to do. I only played for 2 years. I got into the game late, but I stuck with it. Skull Thumper now applies 1 stack of reduced fortitude and 1 stack of reduced agility, so you can have more debuffs. Saving my hide. Whenever you can hit me, you will gain 2 stacks of saving my hide. Saving my hide lasts 10 seconds and stack up to 10 times. For the duration, gain 100% block chance and you lose 1 stack every time you block. Oh, so this is your ability. And this is something you can apply. It's the same ability, but this is for you and this is for applying to other people. Okay. You see me block that. Whenever you block an attack, you will deal 6% melee attack power and 9 impact damage up to 9 enemies within 30 feet of you and gain 1 fightiness. This effect cannot happen more than once every 2 seconds. So, alright, so you can make a combo for the tactics, 100% block here, and then you get fightiness, you reflect damage back every 2 seconds. Okay. Then we go here. Hold the line! Hold the line! No, you can't pull someone to you. This is, I haven't seen a pull yet. This is you jump to them. Groupmates within 50 feet behind you have cover from enemies up to 100 feet in front of you. Cover reduces the damage of area of effect attacks by 25%, in addition to providing immunity to some effects. So here comes something to see. Hold the line is really good, but here is the thing we need to note for future builds. Okay, this is the thing we have to see in Hold the Line. So you have a tank at the front, a fighter, a Black Orc fighter, specialized, holding the line. Okay. Now, hold the line here. I need to ask a couple questions. Does it have a duration? Here, hold the line is passive. So, okay. Always present. So, anybody, does the tank have to be, you have to be behind, hold on a second, behind you. So, if I turn my tank facing my guys, right, they don't get the effect. So, it's related to how you're standing, correct? I know it says behind the tank, but I just want to verify that because Aurora before it was the skill you were holding it, so it didn't matter which way you were going. Then they changed it. So I want to clarify that I have to be showing my back, my behind to my friends. It's very important for that. Okay. So I just want to say, so if we go back to the WAC, which is the so-called Zerg Basting ability, this is the thing. The ability says a rampaging bellow that interrupts up to 48 enemies who do not have cover from you within 30 feet every 0.5. Now, here's the question, Ramsey. It says cover from you. That means, like, if I'm playing Black Orcs, if I'm playing Greenskins, and I have a fighter at the front and I'm sitting with the boy behind him, I have cover, right? So I'm taking this step by step just to understand a few things here. So I have a fighter here. I'm just gonna work on using. I'm using my phone here. So I have a fighter here, and I have the boys here. The boys have cover, correct? I know stream has a bit of a delay, so I want to make sure a few things are how I have them in my mind. Okay, so I have cover. Does that mean, right, that if somebody was to use this ability, I'm using this ability as an example. Let's say there's a iron break in front of us. So as long as the tank is here, the Zerg Basting ability does not work because I have cover. So if you're gonna use WAG, right, and there's an iron breaker here providing cover to Slayer here, you have to make sure the tank is not there. Otherwise, okay, that's what I want to say, because these are very powerful abilities that cost 150 action points. This one specifically does interrupt and damage and all these people around there. So you have to make sure there are no tanks in front of you. Like the Iron Breaker does not look the fighter and does that ability because he's providing cover, and if they have cover, it doesn't work. You're gonna have to find the right angle to use those. Also, one more question. Within 50 feet behind you, is behind you 50 feet a narrow passage the size of the character, or is it a cone behind the tank? Because if it's a narrow corridor, then okay, you can use the ability probably is capped 180. So yeah, okay. So it's a big thing. So using the Zerg Basting abilities, you have to be very careful to position your guys very, very well. Check about tanks, positioning, things come into play. Strategy starts to come into play, not just running forward, smashing things. I don't know if that is a good thing or a bad thing. We'll have to see what type of players we get on the server when it comes live to see about that. Band together, group mates within 30 feet. of you will have their damage reduction increased by 2%. This effect is suppressed for 5 seconds whenever you are hit by a single target ability, exactly the same as we've seen on the non-standard Squig Rider tank over there. Puddle of Muck, the same one. It's a morale 3. You apply slow 30%, and you don't apply a debuff, so they can be slowed again by abilities. Whenever you're attacked while your guard is active, you will gain 15 adrenaline per second for 3 seconds. So you can have a guard, and if you are attacked, then you get more morale. You can spam them faster. You're definitely gonna, as a tank, you should have somebody guarded. If you don't, you're a bad tank. Big Scraping. What is this one? That's a lot to read. Requires clobbering time. That's a 200 ability. Knocks away up to 9 enemies. AoE punt within 20 feet. Target enemy and applies immovable to them. Apply an ailment to the target enemy for 10 seconds. For the duration, their outgoing damage is reduced by 15%. AoE punt with a damage reduction for 10 seconds. Nice. So see, we said it's going to be important that this is off the global cooldown so you can switch. You're going to be switching to the 200 quite a bit, I think, to have some abilities there. Stop mucking about. Passive. Whenever you cast Clobbering Time, that is the 200, switching you to 200 for 10 seconds, each groupmate within 65 feet of you will gain 1 stack of Saving My Hide. Saving My Hide lasts 10 seconds, stacks up to 10 times. So you can switch to Clobbering Time, you can jump with a morale to them to give them more, and then you have your own here that you can get some more stuff from the passive. If that is not immediately apparent, that does not knock back your primary target. Big Scraping knocks away up to 9 enemies within 20 feet. Target enemy and oh, so yeah, you target somebody, it knocks the 9 people around that guy away. Okay, yeah, I mean we've seen quite a few skills work like that. Good morning, Duft. So it's a lot more mentally draining than the other versions. We're seeing you have to keep an eye on a lot of stuff going around you. Sounds really mentally draining, but maybe it's just me. I haven't seen Dutch. I haven't seen something like super mentally draining so far on these skills. You have to look a little bit on your positioning. I mean, we always had to, line of sight, this and that. Here on this class for now, I mean, you just switch, you just do your thing. You put your guard up and this, you switch to Clobbering Time just to use a couple of abilities, mainly debuffs, reduce block on them. It only lasts 10 seconds automatically. So you say, okay, I want to do debuffs, do two-handed, I do this, I do that, I do AoE, then I switch back to single target. So from the looks of things, like, do I want to do debuffs and AoE? I switch to clobbering. If I don't, I just don't fucking use it. Just stay on the other stuff. Now, you are correct. There is more positioning things on this than before. Yes, you have to, because you have to see where the tanks are, and if they're facing you, then the guys behind them, because of Hold the Line, which is passive now, they have they have cover. So you can use your Bass Breaking and Breaking. So let's take a little example, okay? So let's say they're trying to get into a keep, they're all funneling. So the tanks are on the front, which means you can't use their action abilities because they are all in the funnel, the tanks in the front, they're all covered, right? So what do? You jump over the wall and you hit them from the back. Otherwise, if they want to be covered, they have to have a few tanks at the back going backwards to cover that side. So they have tanks and tanks, they're moving backwards, they're moving forwards, right? So they don't have a strong defense at the front. Yeah, I mean, for the button clicking casual, you have less buttons to press. I mean, we can have a look here. Since you mentioned this, it's not a bad thing. So we're going to jump over to other things. So let's see. I mean, this is a more active gameplay, Dutch, because you have to control. I mean, this might be the only thing mentally draining is the mechanics. What I mean is, like, you have to watch your paranoia as a shaman. You have to watch your cardiness coordinates and go back and forwards to maintain that a little bit. You have to look at your positioning. But that makes good gameplay. If you're playing Guild Wars 2, it's the same thing. As an engineer, for example, you have to switch between your bars to do your buffs and debuffs and switch bars. You know, buffs, debuffs, and then you switch to your DPS, you switch to your defensives. You have to keep looking at your positioning and other people all the time. You gotta keep an eye on the AoEs on the floor and say, okay, there's a puddle, I'm gonna go for invisibility. There's a healing one, I'm gonna go and do a flamethrower. There is a lot of things like that. I know this will sound harsh. Okay, I know this will sound harsh, but this is blunt. Okay, no disrespect to anybody, but if you have hand disabilities, by default, you cannot play every game. That is the cruel reality. There is no obligation for any game developer to design the game for people that have issues with the hands, the missing fingers, or anything like that. Unfortunately, you could get foot pedals. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm blunt, but this is the reality. No one is obligated to make a game. They're going to make a game for, like, we remember the game we played for blind people that it's black and we had to put headphones and play it. It was an amazing game. I enjoyed it thoroughly, trying to defend just by hearing the sound and moving the mouse right and left to defend. That was a game for blind people. We played it on the PC. Fucking amazing. You should play it. Put the headphones, close your eyes, and just focus on the sounds. On the thing is, it's an amazing game. So we had people on Return of Reckoning that had foot pedals to put more shortcuts. So you can use also a mouse that has a lot of buttons, and then go shift or control, and then button this, button that. There's only 13 buttons, 13 skills, more or less, plus a few more else you can do. So you can definitely bind that. So it has less than the original game. It has less than the original game to do. Again, it's something we have to see how that's going to play out when we go into the server, because a lot of things they play differently on paper and they play differently on a live server. But I think personally that this is easier. It has, you need to be more focused on positioning and stuff, but it has less buttons to deal with. It will be a different gameplay because the classes are unknown to us. We watch a Chopa or a Slayer or an engineer and think, oh yeah, it's going to do that. It's not. It's going to be a bit mind gaming until we see how these things work differently. Also, I don't know. I mean, maybe there are nerf buttons and people with handicaps can do that. Yeah, I know. I mean, I know somebody that has a hand disability and kind of didn't play much when Nerf buttons were banned on Return of Reckoning. Then the Sequestration came up. He came back a little bit. Yes, I know. But the reality is that there's no obligation to that. But this one has less buttons to press than Return of Reckoning for sure. For example, like Grenadier doesn't have to press the three buttons for the turrets because there are no turrets. Just an example, okay? That's minus 3 buttons. You only have one consumable, as far as I can tell, so you don't have a healing potion and an AP potion and a shield potion, and so the 6 buttons gone already. Situational maybe, but you could go heal, AP, AP, shield, so that's 5 you can do in a combat, so there's a lot less. No, the Relon, thanks for that information up there. No, we're just saying that Dutch feels that this game might be a little bit more mentally draining. It has more stuff to press, but it does have, in reality, less. It's just a question about, people that have hand disabilities going to be able to play this if there's no nerf buttons and this and that. But the game is more simplified. The difficult thing is a little bit on management resources, your secondary resource, your main, and your positioning. It's not that bad, and it has 13 buttons plus somewhere else, so 15, 16 buttons. It's less than the original game has. And like I said, we're going to have to see in the game itself, because out of those 13 buttons, you may not use 5, so you could have 10. So I think it's going to be less. Anyways, we have 2 or 3 more skills to see here, so we can move on because I'm running out of time. We have another 4 classes to go through. It's going to be a pain to make good builds, but it's interesting. You miss the non-standard tank squigs. Squigs get tanks. We'll see the engineer tank soon and the slayer tank. So non-standard tank. So I want to start using the proper terms. So let's move on. Finish the fights are here. The Black Orc tank. And let's go to the support class. We were down here. We've seen those. We've seen those. Big scraping. We've seen that one. That's the AoE punt. Stop mucking about. Sorry, that was the AoE punt. Goof with shield. Whenever you block an attack, you will gain 50% damage reduction for 5 seconds. Big swing will now cost 10 less action points. Gorg is here. You gain this is the godlike version. So when you use this morale 4, you gain 10 fightiness per second. So you can spam some skills. 100% outgoing damage, 50% damage reduction, and 1000 HP total in the form of HP per 4 seconds. And at the end of that, which is 30 seconds, you die and you cannot be resurrected. You have to respawn. So this is like a loud resolve kind of, I'm going to kill everybody. Yes, but you know what, Void, I will say this is a good time to say this. It will give them headaches, but it's a good thing that this comes out early so people can work with the skills and start understanding the classes because they're totally different. The visual to the practical is going to confuse people. I know that for a fact. So allow me to do myself a little bit of a self-advertisement. If you guys go to fixer.tv live, I'll give you a link here. It's my website. I have everything Interbellum has released into articles here so you guys can have a look, from the tiers, the balance team, the mechanics of every class that they released, scenario philosophy, armor weapons, how you're going to gear up, specialization examples we did earlier on, Q&A. We also have some interviews for our members here, and also they all come with a little video at the bottom. Well, at least there should be one anyways. They are on YouTube, and you guys can watch them if you don't like reading. Okay, so you can have a look. And if all goes well, and I know when the server comes live earlier, I am working on a flip book. You can get everything in a nice little flip book from the store. Everything that's pre-launch, and then we'll see for that. Don't tell me anything about the dwarfs. We're going there now. We're just going to finish this two and jump up to the dwarfs. So, Sword Collar is a support class. Still uses fightiness, clobbering time, bejiblies. Here we have ability 1. Target enemy gains 1 stack of reduced ballistic skill, reduced intelligence, reduced strength, generates 2 fightiness. So that's a nice little debuff. No, it's okay. It looks crazy. You didn't say anything. Standing in the door sounds horrible. We'll see. We'll see. Skull Thumper, the same as before. Out of my way. Knock. And so the first line is pretty much the same as we've seen. These two are racial. It's the same ones. Scraping time. Now, fighting getting good and globbering time costs 5 less. You retain your block, 0.5 of your block when you switch to globbering time. Globbering time, you switch to 200 mode for 10 seconds. Weapon, yes, use the same weapon, shields, axes, and 200 axes. Hedgehog, same. You get the same thing here as we did before. I'm skipping a bit because it takes a lot of time. Third line, as usual, we have the attribute buffs and 1 skill, passive. Whenever you gain fightiness, apply 1 stack of saving my hide up to 1 groupmate within 100 feet of you. That is pretty damn good. And what happens if we put 3 points? So you can apply that to 3 groupmates just quickly. Saving my hide. Where was saving my hide? Saving my hide. So you give 100% block chance, and they lose 1 stack every time they block. So with this, you can give them 100% block in 3 guys in your group within 100 feet. Pretty much you save them 1 attack of anything, which is not bad. So you just have to find a way to gain fightiness, so you keep stacking that a lot. So you give a lot of defensive. This is support, and you also gain fightiness through a lot of different ways. I mean, the tactic here, where was there? Was one tactic, here we go. This, everybody has it on a Greenskin group. We know Greenskins like to play all together, at least from previous servers. You gain, whenever somebody uses a basic skill, all group mates gain 1 fightiness. So somebody in your group uses a basic skill and it's necessary to use them, you get 1 fightiness automatically. You give 100% block for 1 time and you keep doing it. So, and that is if one guy does it. If all 5 does it on a 6-man, then you give 5 stacks out to 3 people randomly, you know? So that's 5 blocks and you lose 1 stack every time they block, 100%. So that is a big combo you can do with 2 tactics, provided everybody has the racial one equipped. Next line, increase your mass, so you reduce your CC on yourself. Passive 2, ability 1, and follow my lead costs less action points, more stat buffs here. Big swing, a maddening swing deals 10% melee attack power, 126 impact damage up to 9 enemies within 30 feet in front of you, and comes with a tactic. So you can grant 1 stack of enhanced strength to all group mates. So you do an AoE skill and you buff. Support class, don't forget this, or not support class, support hard specialization. So things you do help the group. 100% block, that's morale 1. Out of my way, nowhere to go, and distract now generates 1 fightiness. So your skills now get tactics that generate fightiness, so you can keep buffing people around you. So you have more. Out of my way is a punt, nowhere to go is a slow. So you have a lot of control and you buff support. Trying to get that around your heads. I'm trying to get it on my head. That's why I'm repeating it. When you cast an ability 1 or follow my lead, your group mates with 100 feet gain 1 stack of saving my hide. So that's, so you can have a tactic 2, not just the passive 1, but you can also have the tactic, so you can apply more when you use your abilities, not only when you gain fightiness. Stat buffs, ability 2, deal 15% melee attack power, 204 piercing damage to target enemy, and apply knockdown and unstoppable. So that's a debuff basically, so they can't get knocked down again. Save that runs, as a tank you also have this, you can jump and apply save my hide and give them block, so you leap to your friendly. Tactic 1, ability 1 will now apply up to 8 enemies within 30 feet. Hold on, ability 1. Oh, so it's the statistic debuff and generate 2 fightingness. So you can apply that to more people, get more fightingness, and then combine with this to give more block. Okay, the things I'm saying about combining things, it's roughly, okay, because I'm doing it very quick. I haven't read this before, so we'll have spent some time and get some stuff going. Clover has 30% generate 1 fightiness, so you can increase that. How much can we take that? So 100% to generate 1 fighting Clover. So where's Clover? There you go. That's your basic attack. So you can keep giving 3 group mates 1 stack of 100% block. Saving my hide, you can buff that even further to do more stacks. Whew, this support is giving so much block. Ah, fucking ads, man. I don't know how many people can listen. I'm going to carry on anyways because we don't have a lot of time. But I'll just say again the fact that this support one gives a lot of block to everybody, including yourself. You also get hold the line on the support. You see me block that. It's the same one. Yeah, same tactic as before. So you can gain fightiness again. This support one gains a lot of fightiness. 1 point here, 1 point there through tactics and skills and buffs and debuffs. So it can apply this one, the apply saving my hide to group mates. This is really good. Band together, same as before. We've seen the tactic. This is the slow morale that doesn't leave a debuff, so you can slow them again. This is the adrenaline buff. So morale buff for everybody. Big scraping, AoE pun, passive 4. Saving my head has 50% chance to apply 1 stack of enhanced piercing impact incore resistance to each of the target's block. Ooh. Goof Whiff Shield. Whenever you block an attack, you will gain 15% damage reduction for 5 seconds. Bing Swing will now cost 10 less points. Ability 3, disabled by Globbering Time. So you can use that when you have the 200. Deal 50% melee attack power, 204 piercing damage to target enemy. Your defensive target gains 1 stack of Saving My Hide and 5-second enchantment. For the duration, target absorbs up to 14% restoration power. Restoration power? What? Is that correct? Restoration power? That doesn't sound correct to me, but and you generate 1 fightiness. And then you got the big wow, which is the interrupt. So basically this guy, as a support class, you have to do debuffs and deal damage, receive damage to apply, to generate fightiness. And every time you generate fightiness, you give 100% block to your team, and you just keep doing that. Get fightiness and spread block, 100% block stacks. I think this will be an amazing class in a group, because we've seen you can generate through abilities, through tactics and active abilities, a lot of fightiness, and every time you do, you just give 100% block to 3 people and just keep on going. I know RP is restoration power. I'm just curious, it says here you absorb up to 14% restoration power. I'm sure you're gonna have he's not healing, he doesn't have any healing. Dutch, this guy does not have any healing. He only gives you 100% block. But he does it in multiple ways. Yeah, he's a shielder, yes. So, I mean, you could say he's a healer, because if you have 100% block, then you don't take any damage. You know what I mean? It's, but he can do it in many, many ways, and he can jump to you. He can apply it with 100 feet in 3 group mates. It's very, very good. It's a very good support class. So we're going to the Black Orc. The third hard specialization, which is the Butcher, is the DPS one, because we got to keep moving. We got a lot, and time is running. Again, fightiness is the mechanic for the Black Orcs. We have Clobber. We have Globbering Time, the 200, Bejiblies, Skull Thumper, Ability 4. Usually things gets a little bit different. Target ally gains 1 stack of enhanced critical chance, so you can buff one of your allies with more critical. Ability 2. Did we have this before? I don't see it somewhere very quickly. Deal 15% melee attack power and 204 piercing damage to target enemy, and applies knockdown and unstoppable. So they can be knocked down again. Unstoppable is the debuff. So this is a damage and knockdown. Ability 5, disabled by Globbering Time, so you can use that on 200. Applies a 10-second affliction to target enemy. Every 2 seconds deals 9% melee attack power and 126 Igor damage, and applies bleeding. So bleeding lasts 8 seconds and deals 2% of your melee attack power and 10 Igor damage every second. Butcher is going to look like the boys. Okay. Can hit me, shield up, and gain a blessing for 8 seconds. Your block chance is increased by 50%. Reminder, you don't need a shield to block in this, in Interbellum. Block is a statistic, you don't need a shield. So it may say shield up, but it's an expression so for the block, but you don't need an actual shield. This is the wound buff tactic, and this is the one you get fightiness, psychic energy tactic. It's the same on all 3 of them. It's the racial one. So same again, Globbering Time, that costs less, fightiness. Got a big chopping. When you switch to 200, you retain 0.5 of your block chance with you. Your weapon skill, nerve serve, the same. You just deal 50% melee attack and 400 physical. Your single target abilities become AoE to 2 targets in front of you. Force of will, you gain action point reduction by 75% for 10 seconds. These are morals. And the Frozen Slaughter, which is one that I like. Well, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't make like physical sense, Dutch, but true. Well, you know what? I mean, that, okay, block, stop an attack with an object. So raising a sword, why call it parry, not block with a sword? It's a saying. So Slaughter is morale 4, which is my favorite so far on the Greenskins. 40% outgoing damage and 50% damage reduction for the duration, which is 15 seconds. All group mates within 100 feet. I feel it's very powerful. Third line, again, the statistic buffs. And passive 5, you have 12.5% chance when hit not to lose fightiness. So you can get that all up to 50%, which is good. Which is good, keeps you in the game longer. Increase your mass by 1. Your basic attack, now it can deal, just put some points here, it can deal up to, why I can put more points to this? Eh? Oh, sorry, my bad. I know why I can't put more points to this. Just a reminder, in the game you can only put points in one of the trees. You can't mix and match. You pick one, you play one. But here on the on the builder you can put. So I was putting on the other ones, and that's why I didn't have points to put here. So you can increase your basic attack by 150%. More stat buffs here: intelligence, strength, and ballistics. Big swing. It's the AoE. 9 targets in front of you. You need to be globering times at 200. But this one's okay. And I was just used to switching back and forwards. I'll do the hard way, don't I? Yeah, let's not go overboard, Dutch. Big swing the AoE, and then you can apply more damage if you link it to that one. Bleed out. Your bleed effects now work up to 3 times on the target. In addition, whenever bleeding expires, the 20% to reapply. I'll have to start agreeing with Void that Butcher is really feeling very similar to the boys here with the bleeds. I think, which one was the bleeding one? That one. That one was the bleeding one. It's a lot of bleeds. You gain 50% of your block chance as accuracy while in globering time, so 200 becomes more DPSy. Ability 6, apply 6-second affliction to target enemy. At the end of the duration, deal 25% melee attack power and equal damage, and you can increase the damage by 20%. There's more stats here: agility and wounds if you want them. Ability 5 has a 50% chance to hit an additional target within 20 feet. Also the options for a little bit more AoE. Was it Goblin Trader of the Bleed? Okay, sorry, my bad. Sorry, man, it's been 3 hours going through all this. I'm getting confused a little bit. Where was I? I was down here. Yes. Here. What's this one? Yes. Ability 4 will also apply 1 stack of enhanced weapon skill. In addition, it now always applies to you in addition to your target. Chop faster. Disabled during globering time, but it deals 18% melee attack power, 222 piercing damage to target enemy, and up to 2 other enemies within 20 feet of them. Tactic 4, ability 2 now applies mark to the target. Mark reduces the target's damage reduction by 15%. Is it? Okay. Well, we'll do the best that we can, man. I'm doing the best that I can. Glober has 30% to generate 1 fightiness. Skull Thumper now applies 1 stack of reduced fortitude and 1 stack of reduced agility. Loads of debuffs. Classify as a cripple, so you get a slow on there. Yeah, okay, I got it 2 days ago, so we're good. This is the morale 3 that you can slow 12 enemies with 30 feet. 30% slow, but it doesn't put a debuff, so you can slow them again afterwards. This is a very nice one because you have immovable. Your mass is decreased by 2. You are more susceptible to slows, but you can be knocked down and stuff like that. So you get some immunities. Whenever you activate Globering Time, you will gain 10% outgoing damage for 4 seconds. It's a nice passive, but you can get that 40%. You can do that 4 times. What is ability 7? Applies 5 stacks of a 10-second alignment to target enemy. Each time the enemy is hit by an ability, they take 5% melee attack power, 73 piercing damage, and lose a stack. So this is something you can apply the 5 stacks for 10 seconds. Each enemy is hit by an ability, not your ability necessarily. It says an ability, not your ability. So this will work additive. They take damage from anybody hitting them, the extra damage, the 5%. And now you can apply 10 stacks if you have the tactic. Chords here, it's the God mode, where you get 10 fightiness every second, 100% damage output, 50% damage reduction, and 1000 HP in the form of HP 4. And then you die, and you have to respawn. You cannot be resurrected. Ability 8. This is castable while moving, and it requires to be on the 200 mode of Globering Time. You deal 13% melee attack power and 182 piercing damage every 0.5 seconds to target enemy. There's a 2.5 second channel, which means you do, what, 5 attacks? 2, 4, yeah, 5 attacks. A nice little channel there with the 200. Woo, it's going to hurt. And Wa is the same one with the interrupt as the rest of them have. And this, ladies and gentlemen, concludes the greenskins that we've seen. We went through the night goblins, all 3 hard specializations. The goblins, again, all the 3 hard. And we also, I was really impressed with the non-standard tank on the squigs, on the goblins here. That was, I really love the way things work. It's going to be extremely interesting. I like that one. Chopper was never a big friend, so, but still interesting mechanics. And Black Orc, I really like. And now now I really want to play Destro. You know, I wasn't play Order or Eternal Reckoning, but now I really want to play. Like, I want to play Black Orc. I don't care about the tank. I don't care about the DPS. I want to play the support here with the 100% block buffs to everybody. Squig, I want to play the non-standard tank. It looks so much fun. Although I have to admit, both the bleeding build here and the summoner squig build it sounds really great how you can spawn so many squigs. You don't control them, but they run around and kill things like little summons and everything. And on the shaman, I still have no interest in playing him. Sorry. The only thing that I might have played here would be the healer, because I want to see how you can spawn the mushrooms all the time, every 5 seconds, mushrooms to heal. That might be an interesting thing, but that's it. So Squiggy, yes. You know, Goblin, Squig Raider, the tank, yes. Tank, Black Orc tank, the support class, yes. The others, not so much. But now I have something that I could play on Destro. Now we're going to go and see the dwarfs, since that's the only things that are available. Like I said, I promise when they release more, we'll do the less. We'll do the rest ones as we did today. I hope you guys find this informative at the very least. See what's coming. And like I said, this is my estimate. I'm distinguishing this. I'm saying again, my estimate. I'm assuming Interbellum will be launching in some form within 6 months. I hope. That's my personal estimate. Okay, nothing to do with the devs. They don't give ETAs. I'm trying to make this clear. I think we'll have something within 6 months. I hope. Can the Zillow get the ability to get to the fixer, reduce all dwarf engineers' abilities effectiveness by 200% for 10 seconds? Maybe. Yes, that's what I think, Duft. Even if it is a test server, I think within 6 months we should have something. You need it now? Yeah, we all do, but okay. Anyways, we're going to move on to dwarves. However, just before we go, I'm going to say we're going to do Rune Priest, we're going to do Slayer, we're going to do Ironbreaker, and we're going to leave the Engineer last because I want it to be last so I can enjoy it. So, Rune Priest. Is now called the Rune Scribe. It has 3 hard specializations in every class. Rune Lord, DPS. I'm assuming that's DPS. Rune Priest, which is the healer, and Rune Smith, which is the support. So, Rune Scribes are using rune magic. The ancestor gods don't wish to be bothered over every trifle. Rune Priest abilities fall under 3 ancestor rune categories. If you want to save time, I'm posing. Oh, yeah, no, but we have people that haven't seen it, so we have to go through everything, Ramsey. Thanks, but we have to go through everything. So, whenever rune categories, Grimning, Valaya, and Grungi. Whenever an ability is used in that category, no other abilities may be cast in that category for 8 seconds. I know. This is what streamers have to go through, yes. So whenever using an ability from one category is locked for 8 seconds. So you can do a spell from this one, a spell from that one, a spell from that one. So if you go 2 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds, then you fact for 2. There are things to do, but not from those categories. Gremlin's Fury. So Ramsey, just a quick, this little 3 arrow thing that's DPS, right? DPS, healer with a heart, and the stuff is the support. I'm supposed I'm doing this right. So DPS, Rune Priest. Put the fear of Gremlin in them. Basic attack, deal 110 impact damage to target enemy, generates 22 action points. What is this shit? Hold on a second, what is this shit? Have we started the racial fuck up already? Oh, I'm just gonna go back here because this is ridiculous. Hold on a second. This is fucking ridiculous. What is this shit? What is this shit? What is this? What is this? So every single Greenskin gets something like basic attack, 6% of your spell power plus elemental damage, 4% melee attack power, 30 piercing damage, right? 4% melee attack power, 30 piercing damage, 4% melee attack power, 30 piercing damage, and the Rune Priest gets 110 damage? What is this? Anyways, basic attack, 22 action points, 110 impact damage on target enemy. There's no percentage, we just flat out. Rune Empowerment. This is off the global cooldown. It has no cooldown, but it does cost 75 action points. All basic attacks generate AP. Well done. Okay, so this is 3 Throne is off support. Okay. It's okay, Rams. I'm just taking the piss a little bit. It's 4% melee attack power and 30 on game server. Okay, because I was like, what, everybody gets the percentage and we don't. I mean, like the dwarves, you know. Anyways, it's all good. So, Reldon, everybody's melee basic attack generate action points or some sort of resource anyways. So, Rune Empowerment, a potent rune that strengthens your abilities. Your next ability will be augmented. We've seen the augment on the Shaman before, and the Night Goblin. In addition to not trigger the Ancestor rune, means that one. I missed you, Dutch. Okay, Venerate Grimnir. Ability, no cost, no cooldown. You feel an enraged Gremlin's wrath flows through you. I like how the tooltips have a little bit of a story in there, you know? It's like 20 lines to read of a story, and then it says does 5 damage. Honor him in battle. Toggle. While active, you will lose 50% of your armor and all resistances. You will gain melee attack power equal to 40% of your armor, impact resistance, elemental resistance, and spiritual resistance. You will gain spell attack power equal to 40% of your armor, pierce resistance, corporeal resistance, and ego resistance. No, actually, I think the Zilla is pretty cool, dude. Trust me. So this one, because I got confused there a little bit. While active, we lose the armor and 50% of the armor and resistances. We gain 40% of that into melee and resistances of other kinds. Okay. Okay, we'll say something. No, I love how they have the story. Don't worry about me taking the piss every now and then. You know, I just have to keep me and other people entertained, and just my mind keep going. Rune of Striking. A rune of smite for foes and grant a boon to your ally. Deal 23% melee attack power and 289 impact damage to target enemy. Your defensive target will gain 1 stack of enhanced accuracy if they are within 100 feet. Augment, you also gain 1 stack of enhanced accuracy. This is off support, so you know what we're looking at. It's not a healer. Rune of Immolation, a rune bearing heat from the forge, unleash it to burn the enemy. Apply a 15-second alignment to target enemy. Every 3 seconds, target will take 9% spell attack power and 128 elemental damage. If you augment, the effect is now a cripple. So you can slow people with it. Rune of Drunkard, a rune. So this is a Valleya rune. So if we use Rune of Drunkard, we can't use anything else from the tree of Valleya. This is from the Gremlin rune. Gremlin, so you use that one, then you can't use that for 8 seconds. That's what it means when you locked out from the different ones. You have to make a lot of choices here. Applies Stagger and Unstoppable of the target. Staggering prevents all control of the character for 9 seconds. This is a long range 100 feet. Stagger, the one we had before. Crippled spells are less prevalent than alignment spells. Okay. Rune of Cleaving. Allies augmented with this rune will cut through enemies like butter. Target ally gains a 30-second buff. For the next 5 basic attacks, they will deal an additional 5% melee attack power and 49 piercing damage. So it becomes a buff. Rune of Cleaving. Well, this is Rune Priest doesn't have damage. It's not DPS. This is off support, healer, and support. If I remember what Ramsey said. Off support, healer, and support. This is not DPS. Next one, 1,000 Year Stare. You give your most disappointing stare to the enemy, reduces the damage target does to you by 50% for 15 seconds. Effect will be removed if you hit the opponent. So that's this is the, what you call it? Detaunt. Yeah, so this is off support, healer, and support. Let's say the racial ancestral inheritance tactic, armor handed down from your father and his father and his father. You are immune to effects that apply stacks of reduced armor. You cannot be debuffed. Oh, you cannot be armor debuffed. Don't be fooled by the burly, it's all muscle. By the beer belly, don't be fooled by the beer belly, it's all muscle. Your mass is increased by 1. Efficient rune carving. Experience has taught you to be more mindful of your resources. Reduce the action point cost of rune of empowerment by 25. Favored by Gremlin. Honor Gremlin by setting your grudges quickly. The share cooldown of Gremlin runes is reduced by 3 seconds. Weapon aptitude, so we can use 200 hammers. Ooh, Rune Priest with a 200 hammer. I like the visual of it. Disengage, create some breathing room. You knock yourself back away from target enemy. Oh, this is going to be funny. A lot of classes are getting this one. Everybody gets a kind of disengage. It's kind of fun. Broad swings. Cost 720 morale. That's a morale 2. Now their friends can share in the hurt. 10-second buff, single target abilities, hit to additional targets 50 feet from you. Force of will, 100 feet, all group mates gain for 10 seconds, 75% action point reduction. And Frozen Slaughter, we've seen this too many times. 15-second buff, 40% outgoing damage, all group mates with 100 feet, and 50% damage reduction. Now I have to actually click that. The fuck is that? Oh, okay, okay. I'll see that one later. I'll see that one later. Hold on, let me just open that up so I have it. So I can watch that later. Just put that over there. Right, third line as usual, it's the stat buffs plus a skill ancestor cycle. The ancestor offered makes the ancestors often take turns caring for the folk. You gain effects whenever your runes are on shared cooldown. Grimly, you gain 2% outgoing damage. Valea, you gain 75 HP per 4 seconds. Yeah, it will take a while. You gain 2% damage reduction with Greenskins on cooldown. So when you use your spells, you also get, in the cooldown, you also get some abilities, some buffs to help you out. So you can have all three of them on cooldown, so you can get all those things at the same time. Fleet-footed, your base movement is increased by 15%. Your mass is decreased by 1. We've seen this in a lot of classes. I don't want the devs to answer something on this question, but I want to see how the speed is going to be shown on the server. Because not everybody's going to run the 15% movement speed. We're going to have people moving at different speeds. Because as that said, you have to watch your positioning a lot in this game, and a lot of other resources that might be mentally draining you. We're also going to have speed issues. Because if you have, let's say, a tank that doesn't have the speed buff because he is tanky, doesn't want a speed buff, wants to be in combat and doing stuff, and then you have a melee who is using the 15% speed buff almost permanently so he can catch up and get into combat, out of combat quickly, how is the tank going to keep up with the melee DPS that might have the speed buff when he's running 50% faster? It's going to go out of the 30 feet range of the guard very quickly. God forbid he's a squeak and gets an extra 25, an extra 30 or whatever. So that's also going to be something that people are going to have to consciously look where the fuck they are, because we always had problems with guard people. They put in the guard and they run the opposite direction or whatever. This becomes more imperative that you check your positioning double, not just line of sight, also distances because of the speed buffs. Then we got the usual other ones, statistic buffs here on this line. Rune of Flight. Don't try this at home, Birdlings. Throw your hammer at target enemy, dealing 90% melee attack power and 257 impact damage before returning to you. If you have augmented this skill, deals additional impact damage equal to 18% of your melee attack power. It's linked to a tactic called Damage Barrag. Outrage that anyone would get in your way, you put more weight into your throwing arm. Rune of Flight will now hit up to 8 other enemies between you and the target for 50% damage. So it hits everything in the line you throw it. That's kind of cool. We didn't have a skill like that before. If I understand that, it's between you and your target, so you throw it to the further guy, you hit everything in between. Kind of nice. Rune of Sanctuary. Rune of Protection to bolster a companion's defenses. Target and ally gain 3 stacks of enhanced corporeal resistance, elemental resistance, and spiritual resistance. Okay. How long? The 3 stacks. It's a morale 1. Is there a duration to this? Target ally gains 3 stacks of enhanced corporeal resistance, elemental, and that does that run out after? Is it permanent? You get hit and you lose the stacks. Something happens here. Cleft from Stone. Your rune now weakens your enemies, setting them for the killing blow. Target hit by the additional damage applied by your rune of cleaving also takes 1 stack of reduced toughness. Here's the wounds statistic in that. 15 second. Okay. Thank you. I'll try and learn all this, Ramsey, on time. Thank you very much. Improve Grimness Fury. Grimness Strength surges through you. Grimness Fury will deal additional damage equal to 4% melee attack power. We have a nice little triplet here of skills. Rune of Shielding. Balea Rune. Call upon Balea's Rune of Protection. Apply 8-second enchantment to target ally. They will absorb up to 25% restoration power and 312 damage for the duration. If you augment this, increase by 7 seconds. if you take the tactic as well, volatile energy is released when an enemy breaks the rune shielding, making them regret their actions. Rune of Shielding will deal 9% spell attack power and 107 elemental damage up to 24 enemies within 30 feet whenever it breaks. And you can move in forward, more buffs to this. Your carvings of this rune are more refined than ever before, making the effects more potent. Rune of Shielding, Restoring Shield, and Splintering Shield are 6% more effective. Talking about some serious fucking off support here. We have Rune of Dismay. This is a morale 2. Once activated, this rune breaks the enemy's fighting spirit. Applies a debuff up to 9 enemies within 20-foot area you select. For the next 10 seconds, they will have their adrenaline per second reduced by 18. So it is a morale drain. I think this is the first one we've seen. We've seen on the Greenskins, they have a lot of tactics for morale buff for the group. But here is the first morale drain. It's a morale 2. 18, 20 feet area, 18 per second. For 10 seconds, it's 180. It's a morale 2, 180. I don't know if it's enough for a morale 2. Maybe I would want a little bit more, but like the guys say, they're going to balance things out when we see how things work in the game. Extra Cleaving. The cut left by the Rune of Deeper, Wider, Messier. Rune of Cleaving now applies 6 stacks. Just to remind ourselves, this applies a 30-second buff, and the next 5 attacks will deal additional melee power and 49 piercing. Now we get 6 stacks. 5. So, 6. So it's 5. You can do 10 if you put 5 points on this. So you can buff other people to do more attacks for one spell. Because target ally, it's a single target. So 5 basic attacks will do the extra damage. You can make them 10 if you want. So off support in small group, that would be good. Just run around, keep buffing the guy at the front just to keep giving more damage. Into the Crucible. It's a tactic. The fire heat from your rune is more intense now, turning armor into slug. Each time Rune of Immolation deals damage, it will apply 1 stack of reduced armor to the target. So Rune of Immolation, it's a 15-second alignment. It deals damage every 3 seconds, 9%, which is kind of high, 9% of your spell power plus elemental. If you're augmented, the effect is now cripple. I don't think it removes the damage, it just adds cripple. So you can slow them, you can burn them, and then with the tactic, you can also reduce the armor. Improve Rune of Striking. The Rune of Striking now applies 1 stack of enhanced weapon skill and 0 stacks of enhanced initiative. This applies to the augmented effect as well. Okay, that's an accuracy buff. We've seen that one. Rune of Burning, Gremlin Rune. Release Gremlin's Fury to burn your foes. Deal 9% spell attack power and 101 elemental damage up to 9 enemy targets within a 20-foot area you select. Augmented, this will now hit up to 24 enemies. I have to say, there's a lot more ground targeting abilities than we've seen on Return of Reckoning and Fog of War. Sorry, Flames of War. I hope the double tap the skill from the keyboard works to apply them instead of click and click. This comes with a tactic. Your rune now hoxes additional fire to life. Rune of Burning will now apply a Rune of Immolation to each target it hits, but no longer benefits from empowerment. So the Rune of Burning will apply Rune of Immolation. So that's a 15-second thingy with the extra damage, but you can't. It doesn't get the enhancement from the augment. Okay. Oh, with 35 action points for 2 spells. That saves you. Okay, no cost. So, but it's 2 spells in 1 global cooldown like this. So it's 100%. Now we'll apply a Rune of Immolation. So there's no chance. Okay, that's powerful. Gremlin's Gift. Whenever you cast Grimm's Rune ability, one groupmate within 100 feet of you will gain 1 stack of enhanced strength. Another will gain 1 stack of enhanced ballistic, and another 1 stack of enhanced intelligence. I'm assuming this is random. I wish this was a little bit more targeted. If you have an engineer gets the ballistic, for example, if you have a rune priest gets the intelligence, but I'm assuming that will be random. But don't forget, all the stats give you everything. What I mean is, if you're an engineer, ballistic will give you 2 points, but intelligence will give you 1, and strength will give you 1. So you can still use the stats, but they have a lesser effect on your stats, so they're not useless. Strength of the Ancestors, passive. The Ancestor gods share their might with you and your comrades. No, comrades. Are we Russians? Comrades. Follow Dewey. Groupmates within 30 feet of you have their outgoing damage increased by 2%. So you can do that 6. You can stack this 3 times. Dwarven Spirit. Morale 3. Facing a charging Dewey is a bit like facing a boulder rolling down the mountainside. You gain a buff for 20 seconds. For the duration, you gain 5 mass and 25% movement speed. 5 mass, maximum is 10. You have a base of 5. So you max it out and you get a speed buff. Good. Loved by all. You always are immovable. Your mass is decreased by 2. We know what that does. Rune of Hackadron. Groony Ruin. Waves of violent magic emanate from your ally, ripping any nearby enemy apart. Apply a 15-second enchantment to target ally. Every 3 seconds, up to 9 enemies within 30 feet of the target will take 5% spell attack power, 81 elemental damage. If you augment this, each enemy strike will lose 1 mass for 3 seconds. Mass will make all CC last longer. So this is, I remember the name from the original game, is the one you put it on a friendly and does damage around it. Rune of Upheaval. Your rune causes upheaval in the earth, knocking enemies violently off their feet. Rune of Kahadron, now knock down up to, will now knock up to 9 enemies into the sky within 30 feet of the ally when you cast it. So we apply damage all the time, and we're also knocking them up. I really want to see how that's going to affect the story, having the characters jumping up. Ancestor Fury. The Ancestor gods are besides themselves with wrath. Venerate Grimmy provides 2% more melee attack power and sub power. It's a passive. 4 times, so there'll be 8% increase. Rune of Lodestone. This is our morale 4. A powerful rune inscribed into the magnetic ore found deep within the mountains. Applies rooted to target enemy. Then, up to 24 enemies within 65 feet of the target are pulled to the target and then staggered. Does not apply to enemies that have cover from you. Holy shit. So you target one enemy at 100 feet, you hit him, and then anybody who is 65 feet around that target gets pulled to him and they get staggered. Wow, that is like the engineer Magus pull into a stagger form. The only problem on this is cover. It's a magnet morale. The thing is, it's the cover that's going to be a problem. So I'm going to go back to the tank a little bit, because tanks, the pure tanks, not the non-standard tanks and all that shit, they have hold the line, which is passive, so they don't have to do anything. As long as people are behind them on a 180 cone, they have cover. If they have cover, that means that this will not work. So, like we said, positioning is going to be super, super important, and timing of your skills, both for the guys that need to be behind the tank to have cover, for the tanks to be on the front line and facing the right way, and for you doing the skills. This, most likely, you know what's going to happen? People are going to just keep spamming the buttons, and if it happens, it happens. That is my take. That's what's going to happen. So those that have the patience and the skills to actually position and look and understand, they will feel OP. Yeah, that actually could work, yes, if you time it right. Uh, Rune of the Furnace, Gremlin Rune. Runes emanating intense heat, bringing fire to your enemies. Every second you will deal. Is that X percent or W percent? Because I don't know what W percent means. Of spell attack power plus X elemental damage up to 96 enemies within 30 feet of you, and you will heal up to 24 allies within 30 feet of you for Y percent or Rune Priest plus Z. This, you're just making it confusing. So it's a 3-second channel. You will deal spell attack power and elemental damage to 96 enemies, which are, if there are 96 enemies 30 feet from where you're standing. And you will heal your allies, which also need to be within 30 feet. Basically, you go to the front line in the middle of a warband, you deal damage, and you heal your guys. I think this resembles the Warrior Priest 20-second cooldown thing that goes in the middle, raises the hammer, and just heals for 10 seconds everybody around him. And that's it. And he hasn't, our friend Ramazzi hasn't done the math, so, but this is how that's going to work, basically. You will use your spell attack power to deal the damage, and then you will heal according to your healing power. So you do that little conversion between the two different resources. Quagmire. This is the so-called Zergbasting abilities. 150 action points, 1 second cast time, 30 seconds cooldown. You cast runes to turn the earth into sucking mire, slowing down the enemy forces. Up to 48 enemies within 30 feet of you have their movement speed reduced by 90% for 4 seconds. Does not affect target that have cover from you. Giddy. Okay, so you have to be really close to the enemy. I don't know how enough support is going to be, how well it's going to do being there. I haven't seen any super skills for us to be there. We got single target stuff, dots. I don't know. I'm not reading this. I'm not sure how I would play this at this point. But this is the off support. Going on to Rune Priest, which is the healing. Rune of Magic applies for the different categories. Rune of Regeneration, heal wounds and need flash with rune dedicated to Valaya. Restore 55 health to target ally, generate 22 action points. So you can heal and get action points back. Rune of Empowerment, off the global cooldown. A potent rune that strengthens your abilities. Your next ability will be augmented in addition to not triggering the ancestor rune. So you can use that, augment an ability, and you don't set your specific god into cooldown. Rune of Fire, enlists merciless flames stored within your runes to emulate your foe, dealing 33% spell attack power and 455 elemental damage to target enemy. If you augment this, it will deal additional damage equal to 15% of your spell attack power. Rune of Mending, powerful restoration burst. You heal your allies, restore 37% restoration power and 490 health to target ally. If you augment this, you'll do an additional 42%. Or you do 42% and 500. You just make it stronger. Sorry, it's not additional. You make it stronger. Rune of Gifting. Activating this rune links you and a friend together, allowing them to share in more of your runing power. Apply a buff to target groupmate. Can only have one active. If they are within 100 feet of you, when you cast Rune of Mending, Rune of Cleaving, or Rune of Zanguanez, they will also benefit from the effect. This will not trigger if they are primary target of those abilities. So this is like Oath Guard, Oath Friend. So you heal Dutch and you Oath Friend Void, you heal Dutch, and then then Void also benefits. But if you target Dutch and has this has no effect on him. You can use it to double heal. So it's like having two primary targets. If I understand this correctly, it's like having two primary targets. So you heal A with your spell, and then that's copied to the guy you have linked with. So it's like having single target healing on two guys at the same time. So you have the Stagger again. We have Rune of Cleaving. which is the debuff that reduces, it's a buff. You give an ally for the next 5 attacks to deal additional damage. 1,000-year stare, the same as in the Rune Lord here on the Rune Priest. The 2 racial ones is still the same. Efficient root carving. Is that the same one? Yes. And this one that reduces the cooldowns of Balea runes by 3 seconds. This one reduces Grimnir runes. So you have different things there. Your weapon skill, morale 1, the resurrection. You know what I haven't seen? Did I see that? Do they have a resurrection spell? Because I don't remember seeing, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think there is a resurrection spell. I think the resurrection is morale. I could be wrong. No, there's no resurrection spell. It's an M1, so I am correct. Okay, because this is interesting. There is in combat res is A1. In combat res done with consumables by talisman makers that anyone can use. Oh, okay. There's something new. So everybody can res and you get the morale. Okay, cool. Out of combat. So in combat, it's only the adrenaline 1. Okay. So if the combat ends, people are dead, you can resurrect them with consumables, but in combat, you only get the morale 1. Okay. Okay, this is going to be interesting. So use your tanks wisely, protect your healers, use your supports. Man, sorry, I'll go a little bit back. I know we're doing the Rune Priest, but dude, this guy with 100% block giving to 3 members, and he can pretty much do this constantly. This is amazing support. I really want to try this out, but you need to have a group to play with. So you guys make sure you can play. So focus mine is the same, 50% faster cast time, 100% protection pushback. The shield from divine protection. The resurrection, remove cripples from everybody in the range. Statistic buffs here. Ancestral cycle. So when you have your specific runes on cooldown, you get the specific buffs. Enjoy the living life on the edge. The action point cost of your skills reduced by 33% on allies that are lower than 40%. We've seen that on other healers. When they're in the pinch, you use less action points. Rune of Zangunas. You ravage the enemy with your rune, ripping out their life force and using it to restore vitality to an ally. Deal 8% spell attack power and 110 elemental damage to target enemy. Your defensive target is healed for 150 of the damage. Okay, that's... And if you augment it, your defensive target will now be healed for 200% of the damage you deal. Okay. The icons can be a little bit confusing, but it is there. So more buffs here for the stats. Strength, intelligence. Rune of Subversion. Passive. The rune takes vitality from the foe and impacts it onto your allies. Whenever an ally triggers Rune of Cleaving, they will restore 2% restoration power and 36 health. Rune of Cleaving. Gotta go back and... So, okay, so Rune of Cleaving, we give them 5 basic attacks, so they deal damage, okay? And if we get the passive when they trigger it, so those 5 attacks, which can be 10, I think, with the tactic, then they restore 2% health there. So we give an additional one. Rune of Sanctuary, a Rune of Protection. This is Morale 1. A Rune of Protection to bolster a companion's defenses. You give them elemental resistances. Ancestor Protection. Your healing rune protects your ally while mending their wounds. Rune of Mending will now apply a 5-second enchantment on the target. For the duration of the 5 seconds, they will absorb up to 12% of your Restoration power plus 169. So this is the rune that applies the shields. Generosity, career tactic. You've learned to inscribe with blinding speed. Rune of gifting now has no cooldown. Rune of gifting. We've seen that somewhere. Rune of gifting. Okay, it's the one you can apply on a friend, so you can change targets if you needed to do the single target on two people at the same time. Nice. More stats there. Fast and mending. Your experience lets you stay quick and calm under pressure. The cast time of Rune of Mending is reduced by 0.1 second. You can bring down by 0.3 seconds. So it becomes from 2.5 to 2.1. I don't know if that's really going to make any difference. Rune of Shielding. 8-second enchantment. Absorb 25% of your power plus 312. With the tactic, it will explode. It's exactly the same one and hit 24 people. Rune of Shielding, Restoring Shield, and Splitting Shield are 6% more effective. Same as the off support there. What we got? Rune of Dismay, Morale 2. Once activated, Rune breaks the enemy's fighting spirit. Oh, it's the debuff 9 enemies. They will have the adrenaline drained. Same one. Yeah, I'm trying to see which ones are the same. Rune of Emulation. Same one as well we've seen. If you're augmenting, gets the cripple. Dwarven Spirit is the same. Reduce the cast time of Rune of Fire by 0.1. Grimness Gift. Stolar's Rune, that's new, I think. Allies feel the fatigue was away after a powerful release of runic magics. Whenever you critically heal an ally, they will gain 8 seconds duration enchantment. Their AP regen will be increased by 5. Critically heal an ally, okay. Love by all is the same. This is different. Quick runes. You have 12.5% chance whenever you hit by enemy ability to cause your next ability used within 5 seconds to have 50% faster cast time. Which you can stack. Hold on, now I have to do this because my math is kind of shit. So 50% chance when hit, 50% faster. Okay, so you increase your chances on that one. Okay. Rune of Lodestone, the same. And here we have a different one. Up to 24 allies within 30 feet of you gain 1 stack of enhanced healing received every second for 5 seconds. Up to 24 allies within 30 feet gain 1 stack of enhanced healing received every second. So they can get 5 stacks of enhanced. So this is your ulti kind of thing. Instead of a Zergback's ability, you have a nice massive healing ability. Increase the healing they receive. Applying stacks. Okay. And they probably run out of 15 seconds. So that's pretty good. And that's our healer. Runesmith. Now we've seen Runelord is the off support, Runepriest is the healer, and Runesmith is the support. So still same mechanic here. Greenskins Fire is still the same. Rune of Flight. Same thing with the impact. Rune of Cleaving, the Stagger. This is Master Rune. Your rune will shield your friends from the enemy and strengthen your attacks against them. Place a Master Rune where you select. You may only have one active. All allies within 30 feet of the Master Rune have cover from enemy, not in range of the Master Rune. All allies within 30 feet of the Master Rune have cover from enemies, not in range of the Master Rune. All abilities used against enemies within 30 feet of the Master Rune will be augmented. I'm sorry, I have to read this again. I didn't get that. All the allies that are 30 feet from the master rune have cover from enemies. Oh, they have cover from enemies that are not in range of the master rune. So enemies have to be 30 feet away from where I placed the rune. If they are on the rune and there's a tank there, then you can give them cover. Okay, I got it. I was a little bit... And if allies sit, all abilities used against enemies in 30 feet of the master rune will be augmented. So that's a default augment. So my friends can sit there and be augmented, have cover without us having a tank, as long as the enemies are not on top of the rune. Okay. So again, a positioning thing. Steel skin. You use a runic magic to temporarily harden your flesh. Swords and arrows will bounce off as if hitting rock. Your damage reduction is increased by 50%, but your outgoing damage is reduced by 90%. So basically, it's the detaunt we've seen before. The two ratios stay the same. Efficient rune carving, same. Forged by Gruning. The share cooldown of Gruning runes is reduced by 3. So every one of them reduces 3%. Sorry, 3 seconds cooldown on a different god. So that's the difference here. This is for Grimnir, this is for Valleya, and this is for Grugni. Reminder, you cannot pick from different ones. You pick one hard specialization and you play that one. So you can take some here, some from there. Morale 1 Resurrection. Huh? Renamed Vigilance, and that won't be... we've said this before. Some of the names will change. The important thing is that what they do to be that, so people can get their heads around how things are going to work. And some of them may play Greenskins or Dwarfs and start making their own builds. So these are Champion Challenge on the support. So you can slow down somebody for 2 seconds to 0. It's the usual thing. The tanks used to have, now the support Rumpus gets that one. This is the shielding. Alter Fate, you remove all cripples and you resurrect everybody. This is a morale 4. Statistics here as before. Ancestor Cycle, when you put the ancestors on cooldown, when you use the specific spells, you get those buffs we talked about. Movement speed is increased by 15, master reduced by 1 as usual. Rune of Immolation is now crippled. The tactic, Rune of Accuracy, it's used. 1 stack of, the same as we've seen before. More stats here. Rune of Sanctuary, enhance the resistances to friendlies. Rune of Breaking. This one will apply by your Rune of Cleaving, also takes 1 stack of reduced penetration or reduced sagacity. More stats here. Improved Grim and Fury. Well, additional damage equal to 4% melee attack power. Shield. This is the shielding rune again. It's exactly the same. We've seen it here and we've seen it here as well. Rune of Dismay is exactly the same. So, I mean, they have subtle differences between them, as far as I can tell, because this is also here. This one, where is this one? Rune of Speed. There is no escape from the enraged rune scribe or his companion. Target allies gain an enchantment for 5 seconds. For the duration, the cast speed will be increased by 25%. Their movement speed will also be augmented by 25% if you do. If you augment, they get also a speed buff, not just a casting buff. Rune of Speed has its cooldown reduced by 15 seconds, but its action points increased by 25. Where's the cooldown? 20. It goes down to 10 seconds. Band Together the same. Cover Speed the same. Rune of Wisdom the same. That's the same. This is a bit Determination. How can you augment the spells? There are specific skills that do the tips. I don't remember which one is specifically here, but for example, other classes can help you augment. They put stuff on the floor, but the Rune Priest, I mean, every class has their own ways of doing it. I just need to find somewhere in here. There is one that does that. Ah, there we go. Thank you. So tips, this is you use this one is off the combo cooldown, 75 action points as you augment them. But there's also other classes that can do that. They drop little things on the floor, you can stand on them and you can augment, but this is the one. Everybody has for themselves, but also the skills for other people. So determination to get back up no matter how many times you knock down. Whenever you're affected by knockdown, disarm, silence, or rooted effects, you will gain 8% damage reduction for 3 seconds. Oh, thank you for gifting to Ramsey the sub. Tips, appreciate it. Then we have Quagmire, which is the same. We've seen it here. And then we got Rune of Vitality. The 24 allies within 30 feet of you gain 1 stack of enhanced healing received every second 5 seconds. The same one as here. It seems like, hey Jonah, what's up, dude? You too, happy year. The Rune Lord and the Rune Smith, which is the off support and the support, it seems like they have to be a little bit more forward than we're used to. They have to be a little bit more forward on the battlefield. The Rune Priest can stay a little bit further back, but those guys, I think they need to be a little bit closer because some of the abilities happen 30 feet around them, so they have to be closer to the battlefield, which is not a bad thing. You're more active. You don't sit at the back spamming one button heal, one AoE heal. You have to do more stuff around there. So we move on to the Slayer. Before we move on to the Slayer, I know we had the ads, but I gotta go for a bio break. I'll be back. Also, just to reply to Ramsey, we're not gonna do the engineer. I'm gonna do him last because probably I'm gonna have dinner and keep looking at the stats afterwards. So I don't want to lose my focus on that. We'll do him last. So you go and do your work thingy. If I have questions, I write them down on the next stream. We can answer them. So I'll be back in a minute. Okay, Slayers called the Oathbreakers now on Interbellum. So here is the twist for those of you guys joining us. The twist is we have a melee DPS on the far left over here called the Skaven Slayer. We have a melee DPS called the Giant Slayer. And in the middle, we have Brother of Grimrin, which is a non-standard tank. Got your mind around that? Slayer is a non-standard tank. We'll look into that. Just to say, if you guys are interested on Interbellum, join the Discord. To find out more, also you can visit my website. We have everything that I have released here is nice little articles, and check out the YouTube. We also have all these, most of these in videos, so you can watch if you don't want to read. So let's go and have a look on that. What, the website? Yeah, everything you guys had in public releases is here. Yes, and I don't know. I mean, they should have. I mean, there's some updates that I might have not have, but oh, there we go. There's also the video on the bottom, so you can go straight to YouTube and watch it, or you can watch it here. Everything you had is here. On top of that, I've said this before. I'm putting a lot of hours to create a flip book that has a little bit of a cost, so it's going to be on my shop. A flip book that will have every single piece of information in an Excel file. You can take it, everything that's pre-launch for Interbellum. It's going to be on a nice little flip book. I've put a lot of hours onto that. I'm kind of happy it's going along. I just hope I can release that before the server launches, so let me know. I won't tell anybody so I can finish the work. Anyways, let's go and see DPS Slayer. So the Slayer has Rage and Bloodthirst. It's a passive. So you gain a buff for 5 seconds whenever you take or deal damage that increases your rage, generated by 5 per second. Oh, I have to reread this. Sorry, guys. You gain a buff for 5 seconds whenever you take or deal damage that increases your rage generated per second by 5. Furious 26 to 75 rage. You lose 50% of your armor and all resistances. Gain penetration equal to 20% of the amount lost. Berserker 76 to 100 rage. You lose 75% of your total incoming healing. Received stat. Gain melee attack power equal to 10 times the amount lost. Ouch! 75% of your total incoming healing received stat. I mean, you get attack power 10 times that, but holy shit. Bloodthirst lasts for 60 seconds and stacks up to 5 times. Gain 1 rage per second per stack. Ooh, I don't know. If the Slayers ever needed a tank, I think now they need it even more. But we'll see what they get. Gremlin's Fury, basic attack, 4% melee attack power plus 30 impact damage to target enemy, generate 22 action points, pretty standard. For the next 8 seconds, your movement speed is increased by 40%. Alright, it has no cost, but it's a 30-second cooldown charge, okay. I'll say what I said before about charge. I think it should be only towards an enemy. It should be locked, so you can use it as an escape mechanism. Heavy Blow, deal 26% melee attack power and 348 piercing damage to target enemy. No cooldown, 50 action points. Cleft in Twain, 30 rage. Oh, okay. I didn't see that coming. So you build up rage, you lose your armor and all that shit, but you can use it to control your rage. You don't exhaust it, you control it. So you have, as Ramsey says, more control over that. Okay. So you deal 18% melee attack power plus 232 piercing damage to target enemy and up to 2 other enemies within 15 feet. Fueled by Violence. Generate 75 action points and 1 Bloodthirst points off the global cooldown, but it costs rage. Okay. Angle Crusher. Applies rooted and immovable to target enemy. Generates 25 rage. Rooted prevents movement for 5 seconds. Okay. Death Blow costs Bloodthirst. So you have this might get a little bit confusing because you have you have skills that generate rage, you have skills that use rage, and you have skills that use your Bloodthirst. Okay, Vigilance is the deton. We've seen it plenty of times. The 2 racial abilities, tactics, sorry. One that is increase your mass, which controls how long you've been CC'd. And this one that makes you immune to effects that apply stacks of reduced armor. Ramazzi, question. If you have ancestral inheritance at 26 trades, do you still lose your armor? Or this doesn't count as a effect that applies stacks of reduced armor? Push for more. Whenever you spend Bloodthirst, you will heal yourself 480 plus 32% wounds. Ooh. Okay. Honor restored. Whenever you die, you're instantly resurrected to 2000 health. And deal 10% melee attack power, 150 impact damage to up to 24 enemies. You need to fix the spelling mistake. Oh, thank you for the sub, Void. Appreciate it. Spelling mistake on Honor restored. Enemies is within 30 feet. This effect can only happen once every 90 seconds. Okay. Thank you. But check this mistake out on 24 enemies. These guys can deal dual yield one-handed axes. Serve nerve, we've seen this before. More attack, more willpower. Sorry guys, we've already done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 classes. That is 3 times 6, 18 of those. So skipping the ones we know. Here on this line, as usual, we have all the stat buffs. Fierce Smite, which means you can get more initiative if you want, more toughness, weapon skill, willpower, and stuff like that. Fierce Smite, gain 1% chance to critically hit for each stack of Bloodthirst. So you can get up to 4% here. More stats here, and you can get Flurry. Deals 11% melee attack power, 133 piercing damage to up to 9 enemies within 30 feet of you. Up to 9. Okay, so it's AoE as it used to be. It's linked to 3 more. Let's see the path here, and then we'll see the rest of the skills. Wild Swing, no cost, no cooldown, cost Bloodthirst though. Deals 12% melee attack power, 170 piercing damage, up to 9 enemies within 30 feet in front of you. So you gain another skill here, which branches out to Wilder Swing, which increases the damage by 8%. You can stack that 3 times, so that's 24%. And if you go down this path, you get Massacre. Flurry and Wild Swing will now hit up to 24. You can make it more of a Warband AoE to AoE abilities there. Onslaught, Morale 1 for 60 seconds. The next 8 basic attacks you do will deal an additional 50% melee attack power impact damage. Tactics, flat-footed the same. Not yet. Vigilance will now set your rage to 0 and generate 1 Bloodthirst. So if you have this tactic, you use Vigilance to reduce incoming damage by 50%, which also reduces your outgoing damage by 90. You can reset your rage and get Bloodthirst, which gives you rage. It's kind of, this system is crazy. But I think a lot of people who play Slayer might actually, once they understand it and they play it, I think they will love it. Devastate. Deals 37% melee attack power, costs 70. Ooh, hold on a second. This one costs 80 action points and 75 rage. This is a big rage reducer there. It deals 37% melee attack power and 492 piercing damage to target enemy. Generate 1 Bloodthirst and sets your rage to 0. Okay. So it is a reset. Agility if you want more. Hack and Slash. Screamish Fury now generates 1 rage. You generate 15 rage whenever you are knocked down. So basically your basic attack also generates 1 rage. I don't know. I mean, it's a lot of management here, but could be good. Could be good. Unfair advantage. Whenever you hit an enemy you are flanking, you will gain a buff for 2 seconds for the duration. You will gain outgoing damage equal to 100% of your accuracy. Even the odds. Adrenaline, that's morale 2. You gain 75 toughness for each enemy within 30 feet. Stack up to 10 times and last 50 seconds. Nice. I mean, the fact that they lose 50% of their armor and all resistances, this toughness thing is nice to have that as a morale. Reckless Gamble. Each time you deal direct damage to an enemy, you deal 4% melee attack power, indirect incore damage to them as well. You also take half that for yourself, and there's a tactic that can increase that by quite a bit. You deal 3% and 50 impact damage every 3 seconds to yourself, up to 9 enemies within 30 feet for each stick of Bloodthirst you have. So this management can get a bit crazy, I think. Your action point costs are reduced by 20% whenever you're furious, and by 40% whenever you berserker. Enemies that attack you gain 5 action points. So you give back some. But 40% on furious is a lot of things to give. Vigilance now only reduces your outgoing damage by 75. I don't think anybody's going to pick that. You can stack this 3 times. So I'm assuming 75, 50 something. So Deton might be useful. Unbridled Ferocity. Each stack of Bloodthirst now generates 2 rage per second, but reduces your adrenaline by 1 second. So if you don't want to play with morales, this is a good tactic to get more rage out of your Bloodthirst. This is the one that you get a 20-second buff, increase your mass to 5. Don't forget, mass goes to 10, base is 5, so you get a 25% speed buff, and it helps you not to be CC'd. Break loose. Movement skills you use will now remove ensnare and root it from you. So if you have this tactic and you use that one, Dwarven Spirit, you lose everything, you get the speed buff, and you're on your way. Unhinged. Fueled by violence now generate 90 action points. Okay, that's an instance nice. So what happens if we put more points into that? $120, 90, 105, 120. Okay. Power through. Whenever you are attacked, you have a 10% chance to gain 1 stack of a hand's initiative. Okay, that goes all the way to 4, so there you have 40% chance. Cave in. Applies a knockdown and unstoppable to target. That's your knockdown. Unleashed power. Gain a buff for 20 seconds. This is morale 4. Every second you gain 20 rage and 1 bloodthirst. You gain 33% damage reduction for the duration. So you can, okay, you can DPS quite a bit. Slaughterer. Gain 150 maximum action points. Gain 5 rage per second. And Greenskins Fury will deal 300% additional damage, but no longer generate action points. Well, suppose you get 150 instantly and you get rage. It's no bad. Let's see. Inevitable Doom. This is the Zerg Basting ability. 150 action points, 1 second cast, 30 seconds cooldown. Applies a 6-second duration cripple to up to 9 enemies within 30 feet of you. Every 2 seconds, up to 9 enemies within 20 feet of the primary target will take 3% melee attack power and 27% in-core. So he has a slow. Now, this is where we see how you can start combining those Zerg Basting abilities, as we call them, because this guy can slow them down and deal some damage. If we take, for example, here, this one, that you can shoot an arrow 65 feet in front of you. The first guy takes 5% range attack power and 50 piercing, and then every one hit behind that person gets more and more and more damage. So, you know, you slow them down, then you apply that. Then you can also apply a debuff, reducing the damage they take, increasing the damage they take. So the tank or DPS will increase the damage they take. The next guy that's going to use that is going to slow them down. The next guy is going to reduce something else, and the next guy is going to slow them. It feels it becomes more important when you have all the massive warbands coming up to say 1, 2, 3, use those, slow them, increase the damage, do the damage, you know, pull them. That's actually, now that I'm thinking about it, that actually, it's going to work very nice with a Room Priest. Which one had that ability? Anyways, one of them had a magnet. I don't know if those two were healing. Anyways, we'll find out which one was. It has a magnet. So the Room Priest can pull the tanks away, so they lose cover, and then the rest of them can destroy them. It will require, for big fights, people will have to start actually joining Discords and do some proper gameplay. I'm going to skip the Brother of Grimnir, which is the off tank. We're going to see that one last, and we're going to go to the Giant Slayer. So same mechanic. Here we have pretty much the same things. Devastate with a Bloodthirst. Heavy blow, charge. The first 2 rows, you get them anyways. So they are the same. The tactics here, whenever you spend Bloodthirst, you heal yourself the same. Whenever you die, you can resurrect yourself. They use 2-handed axes, while these guys dual yield. Runelord M4. Runelord M4, which M4 is... Oh, it's here, yes. Yeah, the magnet that can, yeah, that will work well in those funnels to get the cover out of the way. Serve nerve, yes, the same. Stats, passive 1, gain 500 potency for 4 seconds, stacking up to 5 times whenever you spend Bloodthirst. Potency, Your critical hits deal this much more damage where the base is 25%. So if we take this one and we gain 2,000 potency. So if it's 4 times, I would say 75% crit or something like that. It's pretty damn good. Fleet-footed, same. Speed buff, more stats. Flare is the same. Wall swing, same. Unfair advantage the same. Even the odds. Onslaught. So far, Giant Slayer, Skaven Slayer seems to be the same. The difference we have is here you gain 1% chance to critically hit for each stack of Bloodthirst. Here you get potency for that. 2,000 is 20%. Okay, thank you. That's the difference that the stats are there. These are the same. Then we go down here. Ability 1 applies a 9-second affliction to target enemy stacking up to 3 times. Every 3 seconds, the target takes 20% melee attack power plus 280 Igor damage. Hack and slash is the same. Buff wounds, unfair advantage, which is the same. Tactic 3, cave in will generate 1 Bloodthirst and deal 70%. Here's a little bit of a different stuff. Unhinged, the same. Extra crit. Your chance to crit hit is increased by 2%, so you can make that 10%. You can stack this 5 times. You can pick it 5 times here with your points. Fueled by Violence now grants additional Bloodthirst. Tactic 2, whenever you hit an enemy with 40% or less health, you will apply a 5-second cripple to them. For the duration, they have minus 20% healing received. So it's a tactic with a slow and healing debuff. Improve vigilance, we've seen that. Movement skills, remove ensnare, yes. Passive 2, Deathblow has a 10% chance to generate Bloodthirst. Applies a 6-second affliction to target enemy, deals 28% melee attack power and 358 Igor damage to them at the end of the duration. Generate Bloodthirst. Tactic 4. These are the different things here a little bit. Whenever you drop below 25% health, gain a 5-second blessing. This effect can only happen once every 60 seconds. For the duration, so that the duration is 5 seconds, gain 30% outgoing damage, 100% damage reduction, minus 100% outgoing healing, and minus 100% healing received. Okay, I gotta read this one again, sorry. For the duration, that is for 5 seconds, you get 30% outgoing damage, 100% damage reduction. Okay, so once you activate, you do 30% more damage. You take 0 damage from all sources. So you get a 5 seconds invulnerability. Okay, 100% outgoing healing. Okay, 100% incoming healing also. So you gain 5 seconds invulnerability with enhanced damage when you're below 25. Which one had that? This one? 50% damage reduction, 100% outgoing damage, and then the die. Okay, so these guys die. Yes, there is no unmitigatable damage in Interbellum. All damage is mitigatable. Yes. 5 seconds. Where was I? 5 seconds, 100% damage reduction. That includes everything, Tibbs. Everything. But it's only 5 seconds, right? And you get 30% more damage, but 5 seconds, nothing can touch you. But if we compare this, it's a tactic, so it can happen every 60 seconds if you are below 25. However, Gorgit's here, it's a morale 4, and you get 100% damage, 50% damage reduction, regeneration, and you get that for 30 seconds. So you can go around hitting people very hard. And then you die. But I feel that Gorkis here is more powerful because you get 100% damage output over 30. You get 50% damage reduction and you can be healed. You also gain regeneration, but it's for 30 seconds, then you die. So if you have like 4 big wag specialized boys, I don't know, maybe you can do a lot of damage, but then you have to respawn at a war camp. You can be resurrected. So yes, if somebody uses an M4 and you use that, is wasted, but you can use it. This is a tactic. It will automatically activate when you are below 25% health. So somebody will have to activate the M4 when you are below, when you are at 26%, and then somebody hits you and you go to 25, activates for 5 seconds, and then he happens or she happens to just do that. Happy New Year, Anja. So it's not something you can actually use. It happens automatically when you fall below 25. It's like a... Yeah, I mean, yeah, but the question is, you're going to be at 25, you're going to be at 20, and you already wasted the 5 seconds. You can't choose when that's going to happen, but it is something good. Capstone passive, gain 5 adrenaline per second, gain 1 bloodthirst every 6 seconds. Gremlin's Fury will deal 300% additional damage, but no longer generate action points. This will be good. Inevitable Doom, we've seen it. This is the cripple one. So these are the two choices for DPS Slayer. Now it is time for us to go and see the odd path, the odd career, which is the non-standard tank. We're still getting the same standard things we do on most of them to start with. So we still the same mechanic with Rage. We still get the Greenskins Fury, Fueled by Violence, where you can use 50 Rage and get action points of Bloodthirst. Yes, this is War Interbellum, yes. So we're looking at, right now we're starting to look at the Slayer build, Slayer path or career if you like, which is a non-standard tank. So we're going to see how the Slayers are going to be used as an off-tank. I was really impressed with the Squig off-tank. The Squig Rider off-tank. This feels a lot of fun. So I want to see the Slayer now. That's why I left him last on the path here. Sorry, because my throat is closing. I've been speaking for 6 hours non-stop. I'm just not used to it. So, Heavy Blow. This is a new one, Ability 4. Cost 30 Rage. Apply a 5-second enchantment to target ally. For the duration, they will absorb up to 21% of your restoration power and 277 damage. Also, apply a 5-second blessing to target ally. For the duration, they gain toughness equal to 50% of your toughness. So they're going to use a Rage to give 2 enchantments. One is a shield to absorb, and the other one is a toughness buff. So the higher the toughness of the Slayer, the higher the buff of toughness. However, we need to keep in mind, let's see, they lose armor. Okay, so at Furious, they lose armor and resistances. At Berserker, they're losing incoming heal stat, and that's it. So toughness is not lost, so they can stack a lot of toughness. Okay, so this is good. So they use the Rage, and they use the toughness to buff you. As don't forget, we're talking about non-standard tank now. So as a tank, it protects you by giving you a lot of fucking toughness. Ankle Crusher is the root. Away with ye, knock the target away. That's the punt. Ability 5. This one costs Bloodthirst. The second resource you have action points, raids, and Bloodthirst. You can generate them and you can use them for abilities. Consume all of your Bloodthirst to apply a buff to you for a duration of 2 seconds per Bloodthirst consumed. For the duration, gain 50% dodge. Okay, that can keep them alive by using the Bloodthirst. Vigilance is the detaunt. We've seen those two, the mass and the tactic that doesn't allow you to get stacks of reduced armor. You can be debuffed for the armor. Whenever you spend Bloodthirst, you will heal yourself for 480 and 32. They do seem to spend Bloodthirst fairly often, both on the two DPS, the Skaven Slayer and the Giant Slayer. I have a feeling the tank will be using it more, so this might be a good way for it to stay alive a little bit more as a tank. Honor Restored is the one that you can, when you die, you're instantly resurrected with 2000 HP. You deal AoE damage around you to 24 enemies, and this effect can only happen once every 90 seconds. And the thing is, it's not like the Return of Reckoning tactic that you have a chance to be resurrected when you die. It actually will happen. So if you get resurrected with 2000 HP and you survive for 90 seconds, it will happen again. It doesn't have a chance. I think Return of Reckoning was 25% chance. This will happen, is a guarantee, as long as not on cooldown. Enhanced block. This is morale 1. You give 3 stacks of enhanced block. Champions Challenge. You root somebody for 10 seconds. Distracting Bellow. Again, morale 3. Where they cannot benefit from cover. Now, see, we're talking about how the Zerg passing abilities don't work if they have cover, because all of them are AoE. So somebody has to just go, or 2 people, and use morale 3 first, right, to affect 48 enemies within 30 feet. They just have to be tanks or whatever and go at the front. Remove the cover effect for 10 seconds, and then use the Zerg basting abilities. This brings us again back to coordination and communication. People in Interbellum will have to be at groups and definitely have Discord, at least to listen, so they can coordinate to use morale 3 to remove cover from the tanks, which is the passive ability. Then they can use the Zerg basting abilities to defend the keeps effectively. So teamwork is going to be essential here. It's not going to be like before, where you just sit there and spam heal or AoE, because it's just not going to fucking work. It's going to be super interesting to see that. I also can see a lot of tanks working backwards, by the way. I can see that happening. Immaculate Defense, it gives a shield. As before, the stats are here if you want to get more weapon skills, strength, intelligence, and so on and so forth. Passive, you gain 1% accuracy per stack of Bloodthirst. It's also pretty good. No streaming while playing. Why? Because of Discord. I don't have Discord on stream. You know this. Stabilize, increase your mass by 1, so we're not crowd controlled so often. You gain restoration power equal to 10% of your melee attack power. This is also good. Get 30% if you stack it, if you get all the points on that one, because some of the skills you've seen, they work on restoration power. More statistics here. Every class has the stats here, because you don't have renown anymore. Just a small reminder, it's used for other things, so you have to pick your extra stats here. Strength, then we'll go to Cleft and Twain. Deal 18% melee attack power to the piercing damage up to 2 enemies, so this is still a DPS one. But if you get the tactic that's linked to it, Cleft and Twain will deal 50% additional damage to a target under the negative effect of guard. Oh. So Cleft and Twain will deal additional damage to a target under the negative effect of guard, which means it will deal 50% more damage to tanks. So the non-standard tank of the Slayer is going to deal 50% more damage using Cleft and Twain on the Blackwork fighter. Yes, because guard, right, it takes 50% of your stats and gives it to your guarded person, so you are negatively affected. So Cleft and Twain of the non-standard tank here will have to go. So the non-standard tank is going to have to go and fight the tank, the proper tanks, if you want to call it the proper tanks or whatever, because they can deal a lot more damage and also has AoE as well. So now tanks. So non-standard Slayer tanks can actually go and fight tanks because they deal more damage to them. While the DPS is going to have to go and fight the non-standard tanks because they give a lot of buffs out. What a mess. I'm loving it. Now we'll do the NG today. I mean, we'll do it. I'll stay a bit longer. We'll do it. We'll do it. Yeah, usually I stop my stream in an hour void because I have to go and cook. But today they're doing inventory at the shop. My wife works, so she might be late. So I'm gonna stay and finish it. We'll stay a bit longer. So moving on with the non-standard Slayer tank. Not yet. Vigilance will now set your rage. The same thing. Cave in. That's a knockdown. More stats. Passive 5. Whenever you spend rage, you have 33% chance to gain 1 stack of enhanced initiative, weapon skill, or willpower. Good. More stats here for wounds. You gain 3% damage reduction for each stack of bloodthirst. There's the tanking coming in. Even the odds, you gain 75 toughness for each enemy within 30 feet. Stacks up to 10 times in the last 50 seconds. Right, this is a morale 2. So it gives you toughness, and that one goes all the way up here with ability 4. No cost, no cooldown, instant cast. You just need to have some rage, which is pretty easy for a Slayer to have. So if you do morale 2, and you get 75 toughness, plus whatever else you have, then you can use this ability to apply a 5-second enchantment to ally. Then they get an absorption shield to your restoration power and damage, and then you also apply another 5-second blessing, which they gain toughness equal to 50% of yours. So having the 75 from this morale, you can combine that and then buff them to defend them. So tanks, or especially non-standard tanks and tanks actually, you don't help your group by guarding and just sitting there doing a punt. You have a lot more to do here and a lot more combos to be effective. Morale 2, then buff somebody and defend them by increasing the stats and so on and so forth. It's a very active gameplay so far. Short temper, your action point costs are used by 20% whenever you're furious. We've seen that one. It's the same as this one. Passive 6, gain 10% healing received. You can stack that 2 times. That's 20% healing incoming. So easier to heal a tank with AoE that does less damage and gets 20% more. Wild swing, AoE, 9 enemies in front of you. Band together. We've seen this again. This is where you group mates within 30 feet of you have the damage reduced by 2%. You can stack that 5 times a 10% reduction for everybody who is 30 feet from you. So whether you are in the front lines or you run to the back lines, you instantly provide that, unless somebody uses a single target ability on you. Now, this is going to be tricky. I think it's a very good skill for the non-standard tanks and the tanks. They both have this one. However, the single target ability is going to be tricky for you not to have received one for 5 seconds, because it doesn't say melee or range. So even if you have a, let's say you're a Slayer, you have a squig shooter on the other side or a ranged chopper and just shoot you with a bow. It just keeps you, I mean, you keep them busy. They don't focus somebody, but you're still going to do that. I do see an issue there. If a tank loses 50%, I can see a lot of people not giving guard anymore, seeing this was already an issue. When they would take more damage, this hits them even harder now. mm, mm, Well, I'll put it to you this way. If they don't give the guard, they lose. Period. This is the design of Interbellum. If you don't guard your DPS, they will die instantly. Seriously, they will die instantly. No DPS, you die, you lose. If you don't heal, if you don't use your skills properly, you die. And if you don't want to do that, this is worse. This is worse. It was said on the open mic, that's okay, they're just going to lose. If they don't want to guard, they're just going to lose. But here is more important to use your guard than it was in ROR. They will instantly blow up. And they have to stay in range, they have to keep up the speed, they have to actually play. The same thing as New World. If your healer doesn't keep up, if your healer plays the AoE on the floor wrong, you die, you lose. If you fuck up on your stance, because there's no there's no debuff, you can be permanently stunned. If you miss your rotation, if you don't dodge on time, you're fucked. It's your own problem. I like this. People have to, when they play games, especially war games, they have to be there playing. There's no spamming one button, chatting to my wife. You're going to be there, you're not going to be there. You cannot PvP on New World if you're not there. Same thing will happen here. But the tanks, as Ramesy is saying, they also have their own skills to mitigate damage. The thing is, not happens with the tanks, is what happens with with the DPS and the support classes, because the support classes, they're there to buff you and debuff the enemies, so somebody has to protect them. They have a very big role to play from what we've seen so far, and if people don't protect them, they're just going to lose. If you want to lose, then don't play the game properly, then lose. If you don't like it, go play something else. I mean, if you want something you just smash buttons mindlessly, go play something else. And you know what, Dutch? You know how much I love you. I'm just going to say this is the best part. But if people, and I understand the point of view and where you're coming from, but if people don't change their mentality to play the game the way it's meant to be played, here's my answer. Fuck off. Go play something else. No one is forcing you to come and play it. If you don't want to play the way the game is meant to be played, coordinate, chat, talk, and this and that, and you want to play solo MMORPGs, fuck off. Go and play something else. Deal with it. Everybody hates dying because of others, but if you don't coordinate and play your class properly, you die because of others. You die because you didn't get guarded. You die because somebody didn't heal. You die because somebody didn't chat. You die because you didn't want to follow somebody into combat. You know, yeah, I know how this generation is thinking, dude. I've been playing New World. It's full of little kids and all that kind of shit. I know. This is an old MMORPG. If people, and this yeah, it's how things are. I mean, the same thing happens in a lot of games. The new generation has the mentality of I play for a week and move on. If the game has more than 3 buttons, it's shit. This is an old game. They have to adjust to it, or it's just gonna be left for the old geezers like us. Most of the old games in private server for old people like us, so we just need to attract people around our age that they want to play. That's it. If the new kids don't get it and they want to play mobile phone games that you smash the screen mindlessly and they tell you win because they want your money, and then that's it. That's it. Anyways, we gotta move on though. We can have the chat tomorrow about games because we're gonna be looking at MMORPGs for 2024. See what comes out, whatnot, and if something we like, let's try and jump into it on time. So non-standard tank slayer part 2, we continue with that. Enemies that deal direct damage to you will have their outgoing damage reduced by 2% for 5 seconds. I think every tank has this 6% damage reduction when somebody is dealing direct damage to you. So that is a defensive mechanism. Even if you are losing 50% armor, you get 6% damage reduction. I think that's a math to take for any tank. I don't know, Tibbs. I haven't looked into it yet. Death blow, the same passive. You have 10% chance when you hit an enemy with death blow, and a 10. Ramsey, I think this tooltip is wrong. You have a 25% chance when you hit an enemy with death blow, and a 10% when you hit an enemy with wild swing to apply a stack of reduced strength to the target. So the Slayer can debuff the strength, so he's going to get 6% less damage from here, and he's going to take less damage from melee since he's going to debuff the strength. Tactic 7, your mechanic no longer grants you penetration or melee attack power. Instead, groupmates within 30 feet of you will gain stats equal to half of what you lost. So the Slayer, even as an off tank, as a non-standard tank, is still losing stats, but now he's not just losing them, he's giving them away to the group. I don't know how survivable this tank is going to be. It has some nice things, but I don't know. I see a lot of management in this. I'm personally, I don't think I can play this. It has too many things for me to track. You have 10% increased maximum health, deal 7% melee attack power, 91 increase damage to enemies that hit you with abilities. Oh, okay, so this is a passive. You get hit, you reflect damage by default. And Grimm's Fury deals 300% additional damage, but no longer generates action points. So your basic attack that has no cooldown and no cost will deal 300% additional damage. You won't get the action points though, but you also reflect 7% of your melee attack power and 91 Igor back to enemies that hit you with abilities, and you get 10% increased maximum health. That sounds pretty good to me. And we have Quagmire again, which is the Zerg Basting. This is the slow. You do 90% speed reduction for 4 seconds. So that is pretty good. All right. So, I mean, personally, you know how much I love dwarves, but I think as far as tank go, as non-standard tanks go so far, I would, between the Slayer and the Squig Rider, I would go for the Squig Rider, although I think that the cowardice mechanic might also be a little bit of pain in the butt. The Slayer somehow didn't get me too thrilled as a non-standard tank. I'm not saying it's bad or anything like that. It definitely, I think it can output more damage than the Squig, but the Squig feels more tanky, and you know I always go for the more tanky stuff. So we've got 2 classes left. We have the Dwarven Warriors and we have the Engineers. We're going to jump to the Dwarven Warrior now, and we'll leave the Engineer for last. Hopefully we can do this in 45 minutes and then spend the last hour on the Engineer, because it's going to be more interesting for me. So the Dwarven Warriors, as we knew them before as Iron Breakers, we have the hard specializations of Iron Breaker, which is the tank, Hammerer, which is DPS, and then we have a second tank specialization, the Longbeards. So we're going to do the 2 tanks first, and then we'll go for the DPS last. So Ironbreaker, the tank, that is still using the grudge mechanism. You have a maximum of 100 grudge. You gain 3 grudge whenever any group mate within 100 feet of you is attacked, but not when you are attacked. This is very specific. Because, and I'm saying this because we asked about the psychic energy, includes yourself, but the grudges does not include you. Somebody else has to be attacked, but not you. So here's a question, if we still have Ramos as anybody else. So you get grudges whenever any group mate with 100 feet of you is attacked, but not when you are attacked. What happens if you play solo? Is there I mean, there might be some skills further down, but I'm just saying. Grudging Blow, deal 4%. All right, thank you. We'll see the tactic, okay. Grudging Blow, 4% melee attack power, I would assume, plus 30 piercing damage to target enemy. You'll generate 3 grudge. Okay, so we can get grudge through our main attack as well. Grudge Unleashed. You cost 25 grudge, you generate 75 action points. Guard. Applies guard. Sorry, Fo, thank you very much for the follow. To target groupmate. While you are within 30 feet of them, they will gain 50% of your armor. You're missing an R there. Resistances and block. You will lose those stats for the duration and for 5 seconds after the effect is broken. So this is the new way the guard works. You just give them 50% of your armor, resistances, and block. And if you go away for 5 seconds, they stay out, then you get them back. Heavy Blow, 26% melee attack power, 348 piercing damage, pretty standard, doesn't do anything else. Binding Grudge. You need 25 grudges, it deals 4% melee attack power, 60 Igor damage to target enemy. Applies slow and the debuff, so it can be slowed again for a certain amount of time. Your defensive target and yourself will gain a blessing for 10 seconds. For the duration, that is 10 seconds. Gain 20% block chance. Hey, Hecky, how you doing, buddy? So the insert is 30% for 16 seconds, and the momentum, it means it can be snared for another 8 seconds. So this one has multiple effects: damage, slow, and 20% block chance for you and your defensive targets. Igor damage tips. You can type, you cannot link. No, you can link Void. You have a sub now. You can link. You can do whatever you want. Igor is, they just changed the names from like spirit, corporeal, elemental, Igor, crushing, piercing, just types of damage in the game tips. But Void, yeah, you have a sub, you can link whatever you want. Guys, sorry, I'm going to take 1 minute because my wife is back, so I want to talk to her for a second. All right, give me a second. Sorry about that, guys, but right. I hope I didn't miss anything. So that one was 3 effects. We're going to Inspiring Attack. Cost 25 Grudge. No AP. When it says no cost, it means no AP cost, no cooldown. Deals 70% melee attack power, 220 piercing damage to target enemy. Your defensive target and yourself will gain 1 stack of enhanced ballistic skill and a blessing for 10 seconds. For the duration, you gain 10% critical chance. Now, this is pretty good when you play with an engineer, I suppose. To give them ballistics and critical chance. This is slow when you get block chance. So the Dwarven Warrior, which is the tank, can, I'm assuming, we'll see, can combine with a non-standard tank of Engineer. We'll see, I hope so. That will be good. Away with you, this is the knockdown. Sorry, this is the punt. Runic Shield, it requires 40 Grudge. Your defensive target and yourself gain a blessing for 10 seconds. You will absorb damage equal to 31% of restoration power and 409 of endurance. So this gives a shield. It needs 40 grudge. You start at 100, isn't it? So 40% of your points there. The 2 racial ones is the one that you cannot be debuffed from reduced armor. The one that increases your mass. Long held grudge. Your maximum grudge amount is increased by 50, so you can hand 150. Heavy burden. Heavy blow will now apply a 6-second ailment to the target. They will take 2% melee attack power and 27 physical damage every second for every 33 grudge you have. So, I don't know. Sounds good, but are you really going to be keeping grudges, or are you just going to need to going to be using them? Weapon attribute. These guys equip one-handed axes and shields. This is the enhanced blocked morale. Morale 1. You have champion challenge. Morale 2. You root somebody for 10 seconds. This is the one for 10 seconds. They don't benefit from cover. How excited I am. What for this? I'm been excited for a long time about this, Heki. So I'm waiting to see when it comes out. But when we're done with these 3 paths here, we're going to the engineer. Then you see how excited I am. Third line, we're going back to the stat one, so you can pick your stats because there's no renown. Overprotective, as long as you're under 51 grudge, gain 1 additional grudge each time a group mate is attacked, and you can stack this twice. Aethorbane, how you doing, buddy? Stabilize, increases your mass. Improve base attack. Your base attack deals 75% additional damage, so this goes with this as a buff, and you can stack it twice, so that will be 150. This is not Return of Reckoning. This is Interbellum. Is a new server that's not out yet, so we're looking at some classes. So I can't tell you. As far as I know, Flame of War still needs a lot of work and a lot of people. It doesn't have a lot of people. And Return of Reckoning has a lot of work to do with the new ability system. So I'll give them a few more months before I go back into them. So this is a totally different server. It's not out yet. Then we have more stats here. Oh, we have this weird little group here. The engineer signs on it. Firebomb. Oh, they mixed it up. Let's see what we have here. Cavern Fighting, passive. Inspiring attack will now deal 10% more damage and generate 1 grenade for you. Inspiring attack was this one that gives ballistic and critical chance and deals damage. So now it does 10% more damage and generates 1 grenade for you. WAM5? What's WAM5? Oh, if you want to be hyped. I don't know. I mean, so far the things we've seen look really good on paper. We'll see. Anyways, so Cavern Fight will increase the damage of Inspired Attack, give you 1 grenade. So if we go to the right, this costs 1 grenade, deals 11% range attack power, 140 corporeal damage, up to 3 enemies within 20 feet of the area you select. Another area effect going on there. If we go down, Shell Shock, passive. Enemies you hit with Firebomb will receive a 5-second debuff. The next ally to hit them will gain 10% restoration power health. I suppose everybody's going to have restoration power because of the mixed stats. So if you do that, you're going to deal damage, some damage to 3 enemies in the area you choose, and then the rest of the melee, or anybody actually, not melee, the next ally to hit them, they're going to heal themselves. That is a good little combo there. You amplify the damage of your own melee attack with grudges, and then you get this so you can use that and then make everybody hit them to heal. So far, that's the trees they've released. Yes, they're working on the rest of them to put them here. So we'll have them. So this is if we go right and down. If we go, you can go all the way. Just gonna see what the next one is. Flashbang grenade. Jumps target enemy, interrupting the next ability cast within 3 seconds. Okay. Marias, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Why am I spamming this twice? Okay, I'll figure it out. Flashbang grenade will now affect up to 23 other enemies within 20 feet of the target if they do not have cover from you. So with the tactic, you can make this AoE interrupt with a grenade. It is a little bit of a a little bit of how the Black Orcs used to work. You have to do A to generate that, and then do this or do that, because you're only going to use this once you get 1 grenade. So you're either going to go for the healing effect or you're going to go for the interrupt. Iron Breakers have grenades and lore. No, I like the fact they have grenades. All I'm saying is it reminds you of the A to B to C. So you gotta get this one. You gotta use an inspiring attack to deal with damage, and then choose whether you're gonna go for the firebomb. You're gonna go with this. The question I have on this is, if I use inspiring attack to generate 1 grenade, right? Does it stay until I die, or do they have a certain amount of time? Like, can I use inspiring attack, and let's say build 2 or 3 grenades? They stack to 10. Okay, so I can build them up and then go 1, 2 for the heal and 1, 2 for the interrupts. And okay, that's cool. Oh, you stupid fucking break. Anyways, I'm gonna carry on. Sorry for the ads. Sorry for the ads. Peeps. There we go. All right, we'll move on to the next line. Alone but not afraid. You generate 6 grudge whenever you are attacked, but 0 when group mates are attacked. Grudging blow will generate 3 more grudges. Okay, so this is a tactic Ramsey talked about. If you are solo, you're not part of a group, you need grudges, you need to have this tactic on. And take it off if you're part of a group. Now, if you're playing solo, you have this tactic on, and you join a group, right? And you're in the middle of a fight, whatever, somebody sends you an invite, you can change your tactics in combat on this server when it comes live. So you can I think you're going to have some presets with the add-ons, so you can change it in combat. You can go from solo to group, from group to warband, and you can change your tactics. You cannot change your build. You have to go into war camp, use an NPC, but you can change your tactics, and you can have solo, group, warband, and you can switch between them on the fly. Gromlin armor. Whenever you take direct damage, you will gain 2,000 armor, but lose 20% movement speed for 5 seconds. 20% doesn't sound too bad for 2,000 armor, although I don't know if 2,000 armor is a lot or not on this server, because they have different numbers for the stats and ratings, so we'll see if it's worth it. Enemies that you deal direct damage will have their outgoing damage reduced by 2%. You can stack this 3 times, so that will be 6%. It's pretty standard for every tank and every non-standard tank. This one is a lot. Okay, I mean, on Return of Recon, I played my engineer, I had 4,000 armor, which was very nice, about 101% physical damage mitigation. So I didn't know if 2,000, because you have some other stats, you know, like we said, sagacity 2,000 is 20%. So that's why I was just saying. We get Recite the Damage Cron. This is a morale 2. Gain a buff for 15 seconds. Gain an additional 5 grudge whenever a group mate is attacked, and deal 30% melee attack power, 160 Igor to the attacker. Okay, that's pretty good. Good to know. I'll try and remember that number. Thank you. Oath of Reclamation. You gain restoration power equal to 50% of your armor. Okay, this tactic, I know it sounds weird that it says restoration power, which is for healing. This might be, I think, a very important tactic for the Ironbreaker here, because here you deal 11% damage with a grenade from restoration attack power, right? And this will give you 50% of your armor as that. And why this is important? This is important because during the firebomb that you're going to deal your damage, then you will heal 10% of whatever that is when you attack something. The thing is, and this is kind of like working on a tiny build here as we go along a little bit. Some ideas on the table to say. If you see this specific skill, it says no cost on AP, no cooldown, 65 feet range, you're a tank, and it costs 1 grenade. And since you can stack 10 grenades, you can use that, spam with the grudges as much as you can during the fight inspiring attack to generate 10, and then you can just spam the living shit out of this. Just go boom, 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 10 of them. No, non-stop. This is an AoE, 20 feet, boom, boom, boom. Just keep going until you run out of grenades. And you can throw an interrupt in there on the 9th or something, or in between. I mean, I'm assuming there is a global cooldown, but still, it's spammable. You can still build in your action points. You're going to keep building your grudges and all that. And you can just have 10 grenades once you build them through combat. Open up. And it's just going to keep throwing those grenades in. Just keep going. It's going to be fun. You know, it's like middle of the fight, a couple of guys left, you want to burst, go grenade, 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 grenades. It's going to be fun. So, and they're kind of like, and your friends shooting them, the same guys, are going to be healing themselves. So even if you don't have a healer, you can still help them because you're going to have a lot of that from the armor. If armor stacks at 7,500, you can get quite a bit. So that might be something to look into it. I think we've missed Mountain Spirit, which is the morale one. You gain a buff 10 seconds, increases your armor by 2,000. So, I don't know if you have the tactic and then you can buff your armor and then use that for duration. You know, this is also a combo. I mean, you can do that, 10 seconds, get 2,000 armor, plus what you have as a tank, plus the tactic. So 50% goes to restoration power, then you use that. You know, and you deal even more damage for the 10 seconds. There's no cooldown, global cooldown only. Just keep spamming. More damage, more heal. It's a thing to do. It's actually a lot easier than you think, Heki. I'll tell you why. Because you cannot pick, right? You cannot pick skills from here and skills from here and skills from here. So there are not infinite amount of combinations to say somebody's going to pick 3 from here, 5, 2, and whatever, right? Its specialization is locked into this. So when you want to balance this, you only have to balance these choices. You can say, okay, I'm going to balance this, but what if somebody picks that or that or that or that? You don't. This is it. And you cannot pick all of them because you only have 31 points. They're not enough to pick everything. So it's a little bit easier because they have less choices. It's locked into one path. On Return of Reckoning and Flame of War, you have to think, what if somebody takes 5 points and 15 and 2 or 15, 2 and 5 or whatever? It's a lot easier. It's not easy, but it's a lot easier because you have sets of abilities. How this build works. That's it. The Ironbreaker works like this. That's it. And yes, there's also that. There's no undefendables. You can even defend morals. So damage mitigation would be a lot easier for us to figure things out. We've talked about this one. Cave in, that is the knockdown. Improved block, your chance to block is increased by 3. So you can increase it 5 times, that's 15. And then we'll go down here, Dwarven Riposte. Whenever you block or dodge an attack, you will gain 30 grudge. This effect can only happen more often every 2 seconds. Riposte used to reflect damage, now it give you grudge. That's also good. Suppose this one can also be used when you're not part of a group, I suppose. Yes, we didn't see them. I know. That's good. The only pool we've seen so far is on the Rune Priest, so I don't know what the other pool's going to be. We'll see. Inspiring attack will apply a 10-second cripple on the target for the duration. Target will have 33% outgoing heal. This is the healing debuff. So here's another combo healing debuff along with the regeneration power, where you can use cavern fighting with inspiring attack to generate grenades, to heal when you hit people, to interrupt, and also use the morale to increase your armor before you use this to buff it. It's a lot of little combos going on there. I like it. I like it. Punishing, no, okay, that was it. Hold the line is now a passive, so it gives cover, protects you from AoE abilities, reducing 25% of the damage, and protects you from the Zerg busting abilities. So positioning that, I would say, is going to be important. Bind together, it's the reduction you give to everybody around you as long as nobody shoots you. The speed buff. Masochist. Ooh, you must put a lot of thought on that title. Whenever you're attacked while your guard is active, you will gain 15 adrenaline per second for 3 seconds. So here's another reason for a tank to give guard. There you go, Dads. There's another reason for someone to give guard. Because when you have your guard on somebody and you get attacked, you gain 15 adrenaline per second for 3 seconds. That's 45 adrenaline. That's your morale. So you can start spamming shit. Don't forget, morales do not have cooldowns or anything. So as long as you have the points, you can use them. The generation of adrenaline is a lot faster than it was on Return of Reckoning due to abilities and tactics and all that. And a lot of like greenskins we've seen that have a shared ability, shared cool what's called a tactic. They get a lot more. When somebody gets a killing blow, you get 8 per second. When you get a killing blow, 8 per second. When a teammate gets a killing blow, you get 5 per second. As long as everybody in the group is a greenskin and they have the same tactic, they can really buff the adrenaline morale generation points a lot faster. Yep. I don't know. You might want to reconsider this name, but okay. Ancestor Shields. Whenever you block an attack, you will gain 15% damage reduction for 5 seconds. Shield sweep costs 10 less. There's another tactic when you're guarding. There's another tactic when you're guarding, you lose 50% of your armor. If you block, you gain 15% damage reduction 5 seconds, and you will be blocking as a tank. You have the fucking shield. Where are we going next? Shield swipe, deal 12%, melee attack power 170, impact damage up to 9 enemies in front of you. Nice little AoE with a shield. Call to Clan. Ability 13. Binding Grudge, Grumble and Mutter, Inspiring Attack, Runing Shield, and Skin of Iron have 25% chance to apply 1 stack of enchanted hardiness to your defensive target and yourself. Ah, very nice. Oathbound. This is morale 4. Gain a buff for 30 seconds. For the duration, you gain 1000 restoration power. And each time you spend Grudge, all group mates within 100 feet gain a Runing Shield. Now I have to find where is Runic Shield. Runic Shield. Defense attacking yourself, gain a blessing for 10 seconds. Oh, it's shielding. It's the absorb thingy. That's a nice morale 4. 1000 restoration power. You go morale 4. Use some grudges. Throw the grenades in. You have a nice little combo going on there as well. And the fact that everybody gets Runic Shield is also good. It's also based on your restoration power, so you can it's 10 seconds. I don't think you're going to have enough time to go to the adrenaline points there to use this one to get more. But you have the tactic, so yeah, it's good. Skin of Iron. Your defensive target and yourself gain a blessing for 10 seconds. For the duration, you gain 1,500 armor. Dude, armor's going to be good in this. I have Quackmarine, which is the 90% speed reduction for 4 seconds. This is your Zerg busting ability. Combined with others, it can be very powerful. Going to the second tank career for the Dwarven Warriors, called the Longbeard. Most of the skills, as you can see at the top, are exactly the same. The 2 first lines, you get them anyways. It's what you start with. Maximum grudges Heavy blow, I think, is the same here. Yeah, well, they should. They're meant to be the tankiest units in the game. So they better have something with armor. So we're not going to go again through the first two lines the same. We're going to go straight here. Grudging blow generated one more grudge, same as this one. Stabilized is the same. Here we get grumble and mutter. Your defensive target and yourself gain blessing for 10 seconds. Every 2 seconds, you restore 6% restoration power and 66 health. It costs grudges and it has an extension. Grumble and mutter has 10% chance to provide one mass for the duration. Less duration of CC. F1 is different. A, B, C, D, E, F. Binding grudge. It's different from this. 4 MP, 60 Igor. 4 MP and standard momentum defensive target also gain a blessing. G1. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Ah, yes. Thank you. Ability 4, no cost, instant, cast 20 seconds, cooldown, gain 50 grudges. Okay, that's the only one different. Okay, that's the same. We've seen that spirit, damage, cron, alone but not afraid. Gromil armor. Whenever you take direct damage, you will gain 2,000 armor but lose 20. Okay, we've seen that one as well. Improved basic attack, wounds. I think this is different here. We don't have the grenades here. Here's where the grenades were. And this is the difference here as well. The grumble and matter with the heal. Ability 2. 55 action points, no cooldown. Applies 2 stacks of a 10-second debuff to target enemy for every 33 grudge you have. Whenever the target is hit by an ability, they will take 7% melee attack power, a 93 additional impact damage, and lose a stack. Question. Okay. The Longbeard is going to apply the 2 stacks of the debuff for 10 seconds. And the tooltip says they will take 7% melee attack power and 93 additional impact damage when they're hit by an ability. So will the target that has the 2 stacks on them, the debuff, will receive 7% melee attack power of what the Longbeard has if an engineer hits him with a melee attack, or they're going to take 7% melee attack power from whatever an engineer has. I mean, is the melee attack, the damage he receives is from what stats the Longbeard has, or the person doing the attack to the person that has? Okay, so it takes the stats of the Longbeard. So even if an engineer shoots him, he still takes 7% melee attack power and 93 according to what the Longbeard has. Okay. Oh, okay, it's my effect. Yeah, I was just checking because I'm sure the engineer or anybody else will have some melee attack power. Just wanted to see if that percentage is from the person doing the attack or the person doing the debuff. So thanks. So that's that. Then we got Oath of Reclamation is the same. Driven Repose the same. Tactic 5. Guard will now only grant 25% of your armor resistances and block, but it will no longer reduce your stats. Yeah. Hold on a second. That is better, isn't it? This is a better guard. Hey, Dutch, this is for you. Yes, they despawn after a while if people are not typing. They despawn a little bit. I want to play with the settings there a little bit to make them stay longer. Actually, I want to make them permanent. You were saying about the guard, right? So the Longbeard, the Ironbreaker tank, has a tactic that now will only grant 25% of the armor and resistances and block, and it will no longer reduce your stats. So you lose nothing and you only give 25 instead of 50 and lose 50. You lose nothing and you give 25. So it's a softer version of the guard. So you might want to play Longbeard over Ironbreaker. So it seems like there is a choice there. Grudge and Lich will now generate 10 more action points. Me play dwarf. Hold on, we still have to see the chosen, the blackguard, the knight. We still have to see the swordmaster. Yeah, there's more tanks. Hold on. What, you never know. You may want to play a non-standard squig tank, or you may want to play a non-standard slayer tank, or you may want to play a non-standard engineer. Blackguard is going to be a beast. I guarantee you, Blackguard is going to be a beast. You will see. So we see that one. So ability 3 deals 12% melee attack power, 147 impact damage to 9 enemies in front of you. Ability 3 deals 5% more damage. So here you can output more damage and by increase it by 15%. If you take all 3 points on this. The speed buff and the mass. Whenever you're attacked while your guard is active, you will gain 15. And also you have, you still have here your adrenaline buff with that tactic. Call to clan, the same one. Ability 5 applies mark to target enemy. Mark reduce the target's damage reduction by 15. This basically they take 15% more damage if you apply this. A lot of grudge management as before. So Iron Breakers should be. I missed D7. A, B, C, D. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Gravelly Matter will now apply to all group mates with 100 feet of view when you cast. I've missed a very important one. Nice catch, Ramsey. Nice catch. So Gravelly Matter, if you just go here, defensive target and yourself gain a blessing for 10 seconds. Every 2 seconds you restore 6% of restoration power plus 6 health. And here is also has a 10% chance to give you can get this to 50% if you want, to give you mass, which reduces cooldown duration on you. But with this tactic now applies to the whole group. You are a group healer. Look at the Iron Breaker becoming more important and all that shit. Also, Grumbling Matter has no cooldown and no cost of AP. So you can use 30 grudge, you have 100, you can make 150. You can actually, I think you can stack that a little bit. So it can be really good. Engage, this is where you do direct damage to somebody, you get 6%, you make them do 6% less damage. That was a speed buff. Call to clan, we've seen the ability. Tactic 4, you can no longer critical hit, you gain outgoing damage equal to X% of your potency. Basically you convert your critical into damage, I think. Oathbound, we've seen it, is in every single one of them. This is the one you gain a shield for you and your crewmates. Ability 13, 50 action points. Your defensive target and yourself gain 1 stack of enhanced willpower. Your defensive target also gains 1 stack per 33 guards you have for a 10-second blessing. This blessing grants 25% damage reduction against 1 attack per stack. We have a lot of buffs here. I think you have less buffs than Return of Reckoning. Well, Age of Reckoning, basically. Less buffs. Same amount of management on the resources, but somehow reading this tree, it feels, and knowing the mechanism, because we played it, it feels a little bit easier. It feels a little bit easier. And we have also the Quarmarine Day. It's the same one as here. So we've seen this. So this one, 25% damage reduction per stack. Here you give armor. This feels more tanky. This feels more healing and kind of like buffy. More tanky, more buffy. And I know a lot of people like to play two-handed Iron Breakers on other ones. It is because you don't need to manage Oathframe. Yeah, possibly. More nights. We get there, dude. We get there. I'm sure the guys will bring out the rest of the builder soon. And we'll have a chance to do this again. And I can stop talking because, oh, it hurts. So let's go and see the DPS Iron Breaker, the Dwarven Warrior DPS. Longbeard is more supportive. Yeah. I mean, they have to have a little bit of a different gameplay, but yes. Let's see. Here we still have as DPS the same skills. We get Stonebreaker here. You deal 26% of melee attack power for 25 grudge, plus 348 impact damage to target enemy, and applies 1 stack of reduced impact resistance. So you debuff them and your damage is impact, so you can keep going with this and dealing more damage as you go along. Cave In is the knockdown. Ability 1, movement skill for 80 action points. Dispel 1 affliction from you and gain 1 mass for 3 seconds. Sorry. 1 random enemy within 20 feet of you will take 21% melee attack power and 277 impact damage. So you can apply the debuff first, then go for the ability 1. I'm assuming it says ability 1, we're going to change the name at some point, right? So you can dispel 1 affliction if somebody did that to you. You gain 1 mass for reduction in CC on you for 3 seconds, and then you deal damage to a random enemy. That random, I kind of like it. Runic Shield is the absorb, so it seems like even the DPS get the absorb shield. Those are exactly the same on all the specs here. These guys use 200 hammers. Servner was saying, yes, this is to do more damage, force of will, frenzied slaughter. This is still my favorite. I'm so happy all the DPS get this one. It's going to be slaughter, proper slaughter out there when we play this. The stat line, and then we get passive. You gain melee attack power equal to 10% of your armor. Ooh, the more armor, the more damage. Frontline, tanky DPS, I like. You can get that to 40%. Your melee attack power equal to 40% of your armor. I like it. Increase your mass, more stats here. Flurry, Slayer ability over here. Deal 11% melee attack power, 133 piercing damage up to 9 enemies. We still get Mountain Spirit, 10 second, increase your armor by 2,000. So you do Morale 1, you get 2,000 armor, reduce the damage you take, and 40% of that goes into your attack power. For 10 seconds, you can, at the same time, for this and this, at the same time, you increase your defenses and you increase your damage as well for 10 seconds. That is the first combo I can see right there. Initiative, toughness. So grab that. Get all the toughness up there in this. And then we go alone but not afraid. That's, let's say we play solo and get that one so we can generate, we get some strength. We generate the grudges for solo. Whenever you take direct damage, you will gain 2,000 armor but lose the movement. I'll take that for the movement, right? Just playing around a little bit. So we get the armor and that will convert to attack power. So for 5 seconds, we have more damage. The 20% slow, I don't know if that is a bad thing or a good thing. It depends. I mean, if you're still fighting and no one is running away from you, I don't see how that will be bad. Also, remember, it says direct damage, so AoE will not affect you being slowed. So you can run through AoE as long as somebody doesn't physically single target you. Apply 2 stacks for a 10-second debuff to target enemy every 33 grudge you have. Whenever the target is hit by an ability, they will take 7%. Okay, so that's the one that increased the damage and things. That's okay. I don't want that one. More stats. Basic attack deals more damage. We'll take that all the way up to 300%. Because that is 4% damage plus 30 piercing, and it will generate 3 grudge. So I think that is good. Wounds. Well, let's say we play DPS, but let's put 3 wounds on that. 255. Gain a buff, 5 grudge whenever a group mates attack. No, I'm not going to take that one. Ability 1 will now dispel 1 cripple as well and deal damage to another target in range. Hold on. Ability 1. Oh. Okay, now here's something I don't know, but hold on a second. If I take direct damage and I gain 2,000 armor and lose 20% movement speed for 5 seconds, if that is an affliction, then I can use ability 1, dispel 1 affliction from myself, gain 1 mass for 3 seconds, deal damage to random. If it's a dual, random will be that 1 person, and then I don't get the 20%. But I don't know if it's a debuff, so it's not an affliction. Okay, so that won't work. Damn it. Anyways, that 20% might be. Oh, it will say affliction if it is. Okay. So I'm not going to take it just to make sure. We got that one. What else we got? Stonebreaker will now apply 1 stack of reduced armor. Okay, that sounds good. Passive 2. Grudge and List will now restore 10 more action points. Oof, I don't know. Passive 3. Caving will now deal 7% melee attack power plus 140 times 1 impact damage for every 33 grudge you have. Okay, that's... Ooh. Oh, just gonna keep going with Cave-In on this. Ability 3, deal 12% melee attack power, 147 impact damage up to 9 enemies in front of you. Hey, Kid Cresshill! Jesus Christ. Happy New Year, dude. I haven't seen you in, what, 2 years? How are you doing? Everybody's dying to play on this server, dude. We hope it's going to be soon. We hope it's going to be soon. 9p enemies in front of you. You can buff this 15%. Ability 3, Fury and Wild Swing will now hit up to 24 enemies. This is more for AoE if you're going to play into that. That's Morale 3. I don't think we need the speed buff. Inspiring Attack will apply 10-second cripple to the target. Inspiring Attack. That could be a good tactic to have, because if we apply 33% cripple, that's also healing debuff, so it must be a must whether you're playing AoE or not. You deal 13% melee attack power, 181 times 0.5 impact damage to any enemy that hits your runic shield. Basically, hits your runic shield. If you have the buff of runic shield and it hits you, it gets that amount of damage. And it's a passive. Yeah, I'm running out of points. I don't know. I'm not going to get that one. Movement skills you use will now remove ensnare and root you from you. Okay, so I don't want that one. You can no longer crit. No. What is this? Gain 50 grudges. Reduce the cooldown on ability 4. Oh, God. Ability 4. Ability 3. Ability 4. Oh, ability 4 here. 20 seconds cooldown. Yeah. Grudgeborn Fury, 80 action points, castable while moving. Deal 13% melee attack power and a 161 impact damage to target enemy every second for every 33 grudges you have. Honestly, these 33 grudges to 100 is like, I don't know. It's gonna have to have all my grudges to do this. And Inevitable Doom, the Zerg Basting ability. I don't know if it's necessary to go all the way down here. Especially for like solo play. I mean, this is definitely... This is something good. And that gives me 2 more points. Suppose we can get that one. Oh, God. Now I'm already like, oh, God, what are we going to take now? There's 1 point left. I don't know. We'll put it on the passive. Anyways, this is not a proper build. But it's 31 points. As you can see, it's not enough to take everything. Probably going to have to do less on something and spread it out, or play higher and don't take the super abilities at the end. Which this, like, it's useless if you're going solo. It's only for warband play and stuff. So, anyways, that concludes 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of the 8 available classes on 2 races. We've seen every single career there is. Ironbreaker feels good. I mean, I would definitely play either Hammer or Longbeard. The Ironbreaker itself is very tanky. I don't know. And now we have the Engineer. Go get water. Yeah, actually, I need... This is empty. Yeah, let me go get another bottle. And we'll jump on the Engineer. Just going to click it there to have it there. 2 DPS specs and 1 tank. Okay, we're back. Oh, so engineer, boys and girls, let's see what we got here. So we got the rifleman, which I'm assuming this is gonna be our single target spec. We have the grenadier, which is gonna be our AOE spec. I like some new icons I see here. And we have Tinker, which is the non-standard tank. So we're going to take them in order. This one, we're going to go from the rifleman to the grenadier, and the last, the tanky build, which I'm interested to see. So, Dwi ammunition is the mechanic for the dwarven engineer. So we can hold a maximum of 10 bullets, 10 grenades, and kits. I'm assuming it's 10, 10, 10, not 10 in the mixture between the three. You will generate one kit every 12 seconds. You don't have to be in combat, so you can have those before you get into combat. So let's see. Gun blast, 34% range attack power, 435 piercing damage to target enemy. Detonates residual explosives on target. We'll see what the fuck that is. I have no idea. Detonates residual explosive on target. Okay. Craft munition, 75 action points, 3-second cast time. You generate one bullet, one grenade, and one kit. You will gain a buff for 20 seconds. Every 5 seconds, you will lose 75 action points. So basically, okay. And gain one bullet, one grenade, and one kit. So I'll spend 3 seconds. I'll get one bullet, one grenade, one kit. Then I'll have a buff for 20 seconds. And every 5 seconds, I'll lose AP. I'll keep getting bullets, grenades, and kits. Okay. Ammo pack. Give 75 action points to target groupmate. 30 feet range. They gotta be really close. I mean, for a sniper, costs one kit. 75 action points to a target. Okay, you don't lose your action points. You just give them 75 because of the kit. But the thing is, 30 feet. Oh, 30 feet range is really close. This is a rifleman we're talking about. Gun turret, no cost, no cooldown, instant cast. So the gun turret is instant. A lot of point jungling. Yes, most of the classes have 1 or 2, maybe 3 resources to juggle with. Although I think it looks more complicated than it is. Because, like, you know, you just click this, you do a cast for 3 seconds, you get your points, and then you generate them. Plus gun blast, plus you get one every 12 seconds anyways, in and out of combat. So there will be 1 in 12 seconds plus what you craft. I think it's a bit simpler in game than it looks on the paper. Anyways, the gun turret summons a gun turret at your feet that will attack enemies within 100 feet of it. It will give you 1 bullet every 2 seconds if you are within 30 feet. So you get 1 every 12 seconds. You get 1 every 2 seconds with the turret, which costs 1 kit. So you see, we already have mechanics that give you those points. I mean, you can't spam them like shit, but it's there. So that's it. You just have to stay there. Riflemen always had that problem. 30 feet from the turret, that's it. You'd really need to be next to it. And this is the only, I think this is the only build on the engineer that actually you need to be next to your turret anyways. Signal flare costs 1 bullet. Applies a cripple that is slow to a target enemy and deals 8% range attack power, 115 ingot damage every 3 seconds over 21. Pretty much the same as before, but it doesn't take action points. Concussion grenades knocks the target away from you and applies immovable. That is the debuff, so you can't slow them again. Incendiary round, 1 bullet. So that's 2 bullets, no cooldown, instant cast. Applies an affliction to target enemy that deals 9% range attack power, 128 corporeal damage every 3 seconds over 15. Durations are the same, but we have equal damage over physical, so this feels already more balanced. The fact that dots don't have physical damage. 1000 meter stare reduces the damage target does to you by 50 for 15 seconds. Effects will be removed if you hit the opponent with an ability. Standard detaunt. Of course, we have the racials, immune to effects that apply stacks of reduced armor, mass increase, Recycle, you have 33% chance to recover any bullet, grenade, or kit you spent. Another tactic that can give you those points, Dutch. So far, 3 mechanics there. Craft munitions now cost 50 action points instead of 75. Is castable while moving, and it has a 1-second cast time. This ability no longer creates the buff. So the buff is the 20-second buff that gives you points every 5. But if it's only 1 second, 25 AP less, and you get them faster, cheaper, and while moving. So that's better. I mean, you're trying to reposition yourself, boop, boop, you do it, you get your 1-1. But it might not be as good, because like you can do this for 3 seconds. It might be too long in combat, I'll have to say that. But then every 5 you get them, but you still lose your AP. Yes, this is public. Yes, you can go and have a look. It's only Greenskins. No, the server is not public. The builder is. Sorry, I thought you were referring to the builder. So there's a link for the builder. It's only for the 2 races here so far, but the server is not live yet. Yeah. It has those just the 2. The release just the 2. Moving on, weapons, guns and wrenches. Disengage, you knock yourself back away from the target. A lot of ranged and melee have this one. Focus mind, reduction on pushback immunity 100%, and you cast 50% faster. Explosive impact. This is something morale 3. Let's see. You gain a buff for 10 seconds. Whenever you hit a target with a single target ability, you will deal 10% ranged attack power and 150 corporeal damage, and 10% spell attack power and 150 elemental damage up to 24 enemies within 20 feet of the target. So you can do that, and for 10 seconds, I suppose, you can spam Gun Blast, single target, and you're dealing extra damage on them, and then 20 feet around them. It's kind of nice. What is the cast time on this? 2 seconds. Okay. I'm assuming we'll find some tactics to do it faster. I'm assuming. Unleash the winds, up to 96 enemies within 20 feet of your locations, then knock straight up in the air. Just a massive interrupt, and just jump up, and that's it. Here we have, as usual, the stats for strength, ballistics, and so on. Ammo belts. You will generate 1 bullet every 12 seconds. So if we take this one, so we generate 1 bullet every... there is no ETA. My personal estimate is that we'll have at least a test invitation within 6 months. But there's no ETA. That's my personal estimate. And in 6 months, we'll have something. Interbellum does not give ETAs. This is just me saying that. That's my opinion. I think within 6 months, we'll have something. A test, an alpha, a beta, a delta. I don't know. We'll have something within 6 months. More than just this. And definitely in 6 months, we'll have more of this on the, hopefully, on the career builder for us to play with. So that's, as you can see, we get the ammo belt. So we generate 1 every 6 seconds. We have a 33% chance not to use them with a tactic. We can also use the craft ammo for 3 seconds. So it's getting a little bit better on the resource management. Far side, range increased by 20%. Do I have to put, let's see, where is ballistics in this? Initiative, toughness, weapon skill. Okay, we'll put 1. So we can get the range increase. Increase your ballistic by 100. I suppose that is very important to get there. Yes, gun turret also give you bullets. If you stay next to it 1 every 2 seconds, and then you get 1 bullet every 6 seconds. So the resource management is getting a little bit better. Remember, a bit too much regen. Yeah, but that's the whole point, Dutch. You're a rifleman. You have to stay next to your turret. You go 20 feet away, 30 feet away, you lose that. They have to chase you away from your turret. You have you don't really have anything. If you see so far up to this point that we are, you can you have to generate this, but you have to stay next to your turret. If they push you away from it, you will have severe problems. You have to do stuff before they get to you. So we'll see. We'll go further down and see what else there is, okay? So phosphorus shells cost 2 bullets. So now that we get an increased cost, not everything costs 1 bullet. There's 2 bullets in this. 1 second cast time, 100 feet range, no cooldown. Deals 10% range attack power, 110 corporeal damage to target enemy. Then it applies an affliction for 12 seconds to the target up to 2 enemies within 20 feet of them that deal 4% range attack power and 56 corporeal damage every 2 seconds. So there's no slow here, as we've seen on Return of Reckoning. So you deal damage to a target. Then for 12 seconds, that target and 2 enemies within 20 feet of that target, they get extra damage. Okay. What's the extension? White phosphorus, the damage over time component of phosphorus shells is increased by 33%. So you can get this to 100%. This one, no, you cannot use that while you're moving. This is a 1 second cast time ability. No, you cannot move and use it. But you can increase the damage over time by 99%, I suppose, because you can stack this 3 times. We'll do that when we get down there. We'll grab it with 1 point. Cannon Smash, morale 1. 125 feet range. Deal 30% of your range attack power plus 300 impact damage to the target and apply 2 stacks of reduced armor. Yeah, I'm definitely going to get that one anyways. Hollow points. Gun Blast will now deal 7% range attack power, 84 Igor damage every second for 6 seconds, but the initial hit will always be blocked. Huh? Hold on a second. This sorry, what? Gun Blast will now deal 7% range attack power and 84 Igor. What does 34? 7. So from 34, we're going to drop to 7 and 84 Igor over 435 piercing damage. Every second for 6 seconds, but the initial hit will always be blocked. So what, the 34% and 435 goes out of the window and we apply a dot instead. And still going to have 2 seconds cast time. I don't know. I don't get that, but I'm gonna skip it. I'm gonna move on to the next one. Trench fighting. As long as you are within 30 feet of your deployable, you will gain 15% dodge, 50% pushback immunity, but lose 25% movement speed. Blocks are reduced, damage not avoided. Oh, okay. Yeah, but it says that will deal 7% range attack power and Igor every second. But so he's still going to do the 34, but reduced depending on the block thingy. So it doesn't lose it 100%. So basically, you reduce the initial damage, you don't lose it, you reduce it, and also add a dot. Okay. You lose 25% movement speed. Dodge and immunity pushback. Well, if you're in range, you're not going to need that. I mean, the 15% dodge might be good against another range, but 25% movement reduction could be a problem. We'll see. Interchangeable parts, passive. The cast time of Gun Blast is reduced by 0.1. So that's 0.4 seconds. It will drop to 1.6. We'll see. Wounds, maybe 1 or 2. Costs 1 grenade, deals 11% range attack power, 140 corporeal damage up to 3 enemies within 20-foot area you select, range 65 feet. So this is exactly the same. Firebomb costs 2 grenades and deals 30% more damage. This is almost the same as the Iron Breaker we've seen. It's AoE. I'm going to keep him single target, so we're not going to get that. We still have an AoE. Sorry, we still have an AoE here. At 100 feet, at 65, I don't know if we want to spend some points on that. But this is bullets, this is grenades. So having to use this as an AoE 65 feet might be better because we use grenades on bullets for a sniper. The difference is you can get this, you don't get the healing, but you can spend 2 grenades and deal, let's see if I take that for 1. So you can increase the damage. 60% in the cost of 2 grenades over 1. You're not going to be spamming these. And being on the rifleman, you're going to need more bullets for gun blast and other skills than you're going to need grenades. So it might be an option. Autoloader, morale 2. For the next 8 seconds, you will gain 1 bullet and 1 grenade every 2 seconds. So this is also a good morale to have to keep our our ammunition, high, so we don't have to worry about it. Self-destruct, destroy your deployment device to apply knockdown and unstoppable up to 6 enemies within 20 feet of it. Okay, we'll grab that. Pierce defenses, career tactic. Whenever a target blocks an ability, they will take 1 stack of reduced piercing resistance and 1 stack of reduced corporeal resistance. There we go. Now we take hollow points. So we have increased range 20%, 1 tactic. We have this one that's going to reduce the damage of gun blast but apply a dot, tactic 2. Then we have pierce defense. So this is always going to be blocked. So that applies here. Target blocks an ability. They will take reduced piercing resistance. So we reduce the resistances passively. So that is good. And also reduce corporeal resistance. So some of the stuff we have do corporeal anyways. So we're good. So this is a nice little combo. That leaves 1 tactic. As far as I remember, we still have 4. Enhanced rifling. Abilities that cost bullets have the range increased by 5%. So this is 1 bullet. So we increase the range by 25 plus 20, 45. So what is it? 145, 150 feet on gun blast. This we might have to remove some points because we only have 4 points left and there's a lot of things here. So we might have to reduce the range. It might also not be necessary. 100 feet is plenty. But we'll see if we need to remove some points. Extra powder. Cinder blast grenade, firebomb, and the explosions from sticky bomb and phosphorus shells will now hit up to 12 enemies. Yeah, okay, so this one can hit 12 enemies. We play single target rifleman. It's good, you can have different gameplays, but I'm going for the single target stuff at the moment. Controlled demolition. Self-destruct no longer destroys your deployable and deals 21% range attack power and 266 corporeal damage, but costs 3 kids. Well, the only thing that costs kids at the moment is actually deploying that. I haven't seen anything else that I remember of that we need kids for. So... that is, you spend 2 grenades and you increase the damage by 30%. You can get it up to 60%. To get that, you have to get the firebomb. So, hey, ding dong ding. Oh, this is a new server which is not out yet. It's called Interbellum. And they have changed all the classes completely, 100% rework. And they just released the career builder for the dwarfs and the greenskins. So we're having a look at how the class is going to look into the new server when it comes online. We don't know when it's coming online. So we're just having a little go and see how things are going to be. It's a total rework. So it's also, for example, the engineer gets to be a tank, a non-standard tank. The slayer gets to be a non-standard tank. Room priest gets 200 hammers. The squiggy gets a non-standard tank. Choppers get bows. Shamans get stealth. It's a total rework, more close to lore and stuff like that. So we're looking at that. So I'm just taking my time now with the engineer here. So coordinated fire. Single flare now has 10-second cooldown. How much was it before? No cooldown, but we give it a cooldown of 10 and applied mark to the target. Marked is a debuff that lasts for 10 seconds and reduces target's damage reduction by 15%. So basically, it gets a cooldown and applies the mark for 10 seconds. The damage is still there for 21, but it also makes the target take 15% more damage. That is from all sources because it reduces the damage reduction abilities they have. So suppose we'll click that as well. Now we have 4 tactics. We have Farsight, which is the range, 20%. So we could take this one out. We have the Gun Blast always block. It does less initial damage, but it's still there and applies a dot. When it's blocked, we reduce the resistance to piercing. This is piercing damage. So it's a combo so far. And then with this, we also going to have Signal Flare, and this is 100 feet, same as the Gun Blast. So we'll be in range to reduce their resistances, which we could go this one first, give them 15% more damage there, and then do the shot, because they're going to have marked, so do more damage, so we don't take so much from the blocking here. I suppose that's how that's going to work. Combusting Slugs. Incendiary round now applies to one additional target within 20 feet of the main target. The effect on the main target is now an ailment. Okay, so we do this on one guy. If something is near him, he also gets that. 2 additional targets, 20 feet. The effect is, so if we put more points onto this is interesting. Usually you apply more damage, but now what happens is you can apply this to another target and make it an ailment. You can apply that to 2 targets instead of 1 more and make it again an ailment. You go 1 more, becomes a cripple. So hold on a second. It's 1 additional target ailment. The next one is 2 targets, 1 additional ailment, 2 additional ailment, 2 additional, then you change it into cripple. Now, I don't know. I mean, Ramsey did say something a little bit earlier, but I don't know which ones are more common and easier to dispel, because it's not the same. So I'm not sure if cripples are easier to dispel or ailments. So you might want to play with this. Still going for the single target. I'm trying not to waste my last 8 points on this. We'll see if we need it. We also have some points to put on phosphorus shells. So Dwarven Spirit, you gain a buff for 20 seconds. For the duration, you gain 5 mass. So you have less duration of CC on you. 25% movement. I'm going to take that because you will eventually be drawn away from your turret. Okay, cripples are much harder to dispel. Okay, thank you. So this might be a good option to put the points and make it a cripple effect. So we'll see. We'll see about this. We'll keep that as a maybe. So we get a 25% speed buff and mass. So if we need to run, we hit it and we run. Okay, this is a racial for us. Every dwarf has this. Verge of Victory. Whenever you land a killing blow, you will gain 20 adrenaline per 8 seconds. Whenever your group mates within 100 feet lands a killing blow, you will gain 5 adrenaline. Adrenaline is the new morale, so this is a tactic for group play to gain faster morale. Seems like the Verge to Victory, loved by all. Okay, it looks like the 2 DPS get that one. Depleted Runing Rounds. Every ability that uses bullets will deal an additional 15% spell attack power corporeal damage. Oh boy. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4 tactics already, so this is a good one. So what do we take out? We take the damage reduction, or do I take out wow, Signal Flare is there. Target blocks and ability will take 1 stack. Okay, let's take the debuff out on this. Now the problem is, here is the problem. Do we take phosphorus shells for bullets? Yes. I'm trying to see where I'm going to put the points on this line, so we can unlock the bottom line. So we're going to have to go for, 2 points at least on phosphorus shells. Oh, yes, but this is the engineer. Although I can stay here forever. If it wasn't for my wife that wants to have dinner, she came out for a 14-hour shift and she's waiting for us to eat, I would stay a lot longer. So I have about 40 minutes to do this. So probably we'll be back on this tomorrow a little bit, probably with the engineer. Anyway, so we take this because I want to take this tactic. 15% spell attack power in everything you use bullets. It means this, it means this. We have a lot of skills on that. And then we go to this line, focus fire, 3 bullets, costs 3 bullets, 27% range attack power, 358 piercing damage every second. So grab that. And this one, focus fire deals 1% damage for each incendiary round, single flare, and phosphorus shell effect on the target. And you can put that 4 times. Holy fucking shit. It's 65 feet range. So you can start dot with the phosphorus shells is 1 second, instant, they go can blast, and they get close. You rape them with this. And they use bullets. So with this tactic, they're also going to do extra 15%, plus 15% from this and the tactic. Whew. But you can't stay for very long to your turret because they're closing the distance, 65 feet. Artillery barrage. Select a 30-foot area. After 3 seconds, you will deal 90% range attack power and 1,200 impact damage to up to 24. And this is a morale 4. And it looks like it's kicking ass. The problem is, where do we take points off? I suppose we can take morale 1 off and get the morale 4. Because this is going to be amazing even on single targets. Too much damage to pass. Snipe. We need more points, yeah. Deal 56% range attack power, piercing damage to the target enemy, applies 1 stack of reduced dodge, 100 feet, 3-second cast. This doesn't feel good. If it was 200 feet, something to have, you know. But it has 56% is a lot of damage. 700 is also more thing. And applies 1 stack of reduced dodge. It's also very important, but, you know. And we have napalm, selected 20. This costs 2 grenades. Select a 20-foot area which burns for 20 seconds. Every 2 seconds applies cripple to up to 96 enemies within the area, which stacks up to 5 times. Deals 3% range attack power, 27 corporeal damage every 2 seconds per stack. The range for this, yes, we already have a 20% increase from here. We could get a point. We have the 20% tactic, so this will go higher, but we're going to also get this uses bullets, so you can get another 25% here if you want. The question is, what do you take out? I suppose I can take that one out and get an extra 5% there. We can take one out from no, we can't take the phosphorus shells out because it's not going to activate the other lines. We will have to play with, you know, maybe reduce ballistics or the bullet generation here, maybe. The thing is, I can't take these points out because I have to take points from the lower. I mean, you can reduce that once and get more range. There is always a trade-off. Oh, it's 100. Well, it does say it costs 150 action points and costs 2 grenades as well. Is it possible it costs both? Just saying. So tips, we're gonna have to. I mean, I'm not gonna take the range. I'm gonna take the damage in this. Morale 4 on single, no. So like, I will take this for single play. I will take this for group play. Maybe we can take also the knockdown off and get some range. But this feels like an okay build. So if I just if I just open my snippy thingy and I just take that just to have that as a where we're gonna put this one. Let's put this down to my workshop and call it Sniper Build 1 single target. I'll just save that photo there. Oh, just AP, no grenades. Okay. So that's the rifleman. A lot of choices. As you can see, we already say we need more points to get more good stuff. You have to sacrifice some for some. Of course, I need a lot more hours to make this proper, but we had a little look. So now we're going to go and see the Grenadier because time flies. Again, it's the same mechanism with the ammunition. You still get Gun Blast on the Grenadier. We still get the craft ammunition, the ammo pack. Now we get Firebomb, which costs 1 grenade, deals 11% range attack power and 140 corporeal damage. and it deals damage up to 3 enemies within 20-foot area you select. So it's not a single target anymore, it's an AoE ground selected. Okay. I can save it as a link. Well, I can get the one on the top here. And that's it. Or is there a button somewhere? Do I just save the address on the top, or is there a button that saves it? Okay. All right, so I'll just bookmark this. Choose a new folder. Bookmarks, new folder. Interbellum builds. All right, so I saved it there. There we go. So, yep. Let's see if we open this. Nope. Well, I have. Anyways, I removed the points to do this. Okay, I'll save this one. Okay, my bad. Okay, all good. All right, so that becomes an AoE for 3 targets, 20 feet. We select Cinderblast Bomb, 2 grenades. Applies an 18-second affliction to up to 3 enemies within 20 foot of the area you select. Deals 11% rage attack power and 134 corporeal damage every 3 seconds. So it's an AoE dot. This one is AoE direct damage. Concussion grenades is the punt. Scenery round, we've seen it. 1,000 stairs is the T-taunt. The same tactics as before. This guy gets guns and axes. This one gets guns and wrenches. They get axes. Disengage, you can knock yourself back. Morale 1. Focus mine is the faster cut time back. Pushback immunity. Explosive impact, we've seen it. Unleash winds, we've seen it. The stats. Rucksack, you will generate 1 grenade every 12 seconds. I think these ones are kind of standard to take because it's what we're going to be using mainly. So base movement increased by 15%. This gives you range, it gives you movement. I'll click it. I need one more here. We're going to take here willpower, weapon skill. So we take the movement, grenadier. Sticky bomb, 50-second affliction to target enemy. Deal 7% range power, 78 corporeal every 3 seconds. At the end of the duration explodes, dealing 12% range attack power, 144 corporeal damage to up 3 enemies within 20 feet. Question. Age of Reckoning, Return of Reckoning, Sticky Bomb. It also explodes if it's dispelled. Will this happen on this? I know it doesn't say on the tooltip, but I'm still asking. It explodes at the end of the duration, but if it's dispelled, does it consider to be the end of the duration and still deals the damage? We're still going to take Sticky Bomb. Ballistic Skill, I'll still take that for the damage. Cannon Smash, we'll think about it. Cinderblast Grenade applies stacks of residual explosive whenever it deals damage with a duration of 3.1 seconds to a maximum of 10 stacks. Nope, okay. Residual explosive deals 5%. Range stack power 77 corporeal damage whenever the effect ends. So here we have Cinderblast. Cinderblast is, where is Cinderblast? There is Cinderblast. Okay. At least not right now. Okay. So this tactic here, it says that Cinderblast applies stacks of residual explosives whenever it deals damage with a duration of 3.1 seconds and a maximum of 10 stacks. So if you have a grenadier throwing Cinderblast bombs, then you can have Rifleman detonate residual explosives on target. So you can have 2 engineers with you. You can have a single target engineer, which also has AoE 65 feet, another AoE at 100 feet here at least. It gives you the damage reduction with a signal flare on the targets on the group. And you have a grenadier too, throwing cinder bombs. This guy can blow them up. Also, you can blow them up yourself. So you can have two engineers, you know, they kind of combine with a Gun Blast. But so if you do Cinder Blast 65, you can still use Gun Blast to detonate residual explosives as long as you have the tactic. Now the thing is, it's insta-cast. It's insta-cast, so I'm assuming you can do this while you're moving, because it's instant. I hope they have fixed the sticky bomb animation, because on Return of Reckoning, Age of Reckoning, this is instant, but there's still an animation. It takes 1.5 seconds to actually throw the grenade. You can support each other so that one can skip some skills. Yep. Although Gun Blast is part of the default kit, so it can work like that. Then we get Pull the Pin. Passive. You have 10% chance to generate grenade whenever you use a bullet skill. So that's up to 40% generate grenades when you use bullet skills. Bullet skill is Gun Blast. Incendiary round. So that's a dot. We're going to be using that. So 40% to get grenades. Okay. That's more else. So we don't have something else here, at least so far, that we can use that. So we'll take that. So when we use Incendiary round, it has no cooldown. Text uses one bullet, or Gun Blast, we might get grenades. Yeah, I mean, so far I can tell you there is an AoE build, there's a Warband build here on the sniper, and there's a single target. They have different builds. We're gonna have to save a lot here. Then I'll take 2 wounds just in case. Flashbang grenade, jam targets, interrupt next ability. We'll grab 1 by default anyways. This makes it AoE, so group play, solo play. Autoloader for the next 8 seconds. You gain 1 bullet and 1 grenade every 2 seconds. We'll click it, but we'll see. Pierce defenses whenever target blocks an ability. I don't know. It's grenades. Everybody can block. You don't need a shield. Just reminding people. So this could be a lot more useful than looks. Because if they block, and also block is not 100%, is damage reduction, is not 100% mitigation, which is good. So you can reduce the corporeal resistance for your grenades, or you can reduce the piercing for the bullets. This will need the piercing, this will need the corporeal. So it could be a very, very good skill to have, since everybody will have block, because not everybody that has shield has block. So we'll see. Throwing arm abilities that cost grenades have 8% increased range. So let's see if we put some more points here. Extra powder, Cinder Blast, Firebomb, and Explosive Sticky Bomb, Phosphorus Shell will now hit up to 12 enemies. I suppose you can take that for AoE when you need it to. Phosphorus Shells, 1 second cast time, 100 feet. That's a good AoE just in case you get in some sort of a, I don't know, war camp fight. What's Interbellum? It's a new server which is coming in. It's a new server for Warhammer Online, which is not live yet. The Radi of Acid, Bomb, Cinder Blast, Phosphorus Shells, and Stick is increased by 10 feet. Okay. Ammo Pack will give you 5 more action points to the primary target. Don't know. Combusting Slugs, Incinerator now applies 1 additional target, 20 feet. Oh, it's the same one as before. Get the speed buff. Morale. Bombardment. Acid Bomb, Cinder Blast, and Sticky Bomb now tick 33% faster, but have 33% lower duration. I suppose that's kind of bursty. Acid Bomb applies 1 stack of reduced corporeal resistance, a 12 section affliction up to 9 enemies in a 20-foot area. Deals 4% damage, 32 physical damage every 3 seconds. I suppose that's an extra grenade for us to have. Passive. Acid Bomb, Cinder Blast, and Phosphorus Shells now reduce target's movement speed by 1% each. So 5%. Oh, we ran out of points again. Okay. Improvise. No cost. Instant. Cost 1 kit off the global cooldown. Generate 2 grenades. Yeah, that's we gotta take that one. So again, we run out of points. And there's a lot of things here that we could consider. We're still looking at solo play at the moment, okay? We're not going for warband play because solo is sometimes a bit easier. So we're still looking to see if increase the radius, not for single play. Ammo pack with the points, not really. This one with the residual explosives could be a thing with Gun Blast, but this tree doesn't get the cooldown, the cast time reduction, so it may be a problem. The other thing is we do have the racial ones. So we do use 1 tactic, 2 tactics, 3 tactics to make the grenade stick faster, and it still leaves a 4th one. Like, we didn't pick any of the optional ones here, so probably gonna have to go with, I don't know, one of the defensive one, maybe mass for less CC or armor debuffs. We still haven't picked a lot of things. We ran out of points again. And Void, this is going to create a lot more headaches than you think. Yeah, this is a renowned one. This is the one that increases your adrenaline, your morale buff, if you get a killing blow or a teammate gets a killing blow. It's not useful unless you are part of a group and you want to buff your morale. I mean, as a solo, is not that useful. Anyways, this is going to take a long time to try a few things out when the server comes on and see how you're going to play. There's a lot of options, lots of ways to go. I mean, you can, take a little bit less chance to generate the kit. Grab another tactic here for the explosives. You could definitely get napalm. Yeah, you can lower some things. You can take the range down a little bit. I mean, they have 65 feet, so 30 to 24% is also kind of decent. That gives you another 2 points. Get another morale there. Get another thing there on Cinder Blast to reduce movement. That's pretty good. A lot of industry data went into how many points you have versus options. I bet. But I mean, like, now that we're reduced, I mean, the range can go down. I mean, 24% range is good, I think. But we have to sit down a lot more focused to do this. But this is a rough little build there. So, yeah, I can see now how things are changing up there. So we just save that. I'll send that to Tibbs to have a look anyways. And let's go and have a look at the one I'll be waiting for. This is the one I'll be waiting for, which is the Tinkerer, which is the non-specific tank. It's an M4. It's down here. We picked it. We reduced the range and we got it. I mean, this one for a morale 4, it's massive damage because you should have a lot of range attack power being the grenadier or a rifleman, and it's going to take 90% of that, right? Plus 1,200 impact damage, 24 people in area. It's a massive M4, as all M4s are. All right, so I saved that one. Now let's see the Tinkerer here a little bit. So we still get the same Dewey munition mechanic. Already we see something different. Costs 2 bullets, castable while moving, boundary blast. Here's the tank, let's see. It generates faster than Return of Reckoning, but you definitely need to have the boost. You just get the points up. So 14% range attack power, 280 piercing damage, up to 9 enemies within 30 feet. Sounds pretty standard for a boundary blast. Craft munitions, ammo pack. Bagsman's Best costs 1 kit. I think this is probably the most, because here you mainly need grenades and a couple of bullets. Here you need a lot of bullets, 1 or 2 grenades, and a kit or 2 for the turret, and that's it. Here, as a non-standard tank, I think we're going to have to use a lot more than that. So we need 2 bullets for this. And it has a 1.5 second cast time. So you don't go bam, cool down, bam. You get 1.5 shot and cool down, 1.5 and shot and cool down. It's a lot slower to use for that. Also costs 2 bullets. So that means we won't get like 5 shots on this before we need to regenerate them in one way or the other. So the Backman's Best is a deployable. So now we need kits. Summon, Void or Ramsey, what is the global cooldown? Is it 1 second, 1.1, 1.2? What is the global cooldown? Hey, General, this is not for ROR, for Warhammer Online. This is part of a new server which is not out yet. It's called Interbellum. They have changed every class 100%. 1.1, thank you. Okay. So at your feet for 20 seconds, that will heal group mates within 30 feet of it. Afflict allies gain cover from enemies. Remember, this is also very good as a tank, defensive. Reduce damage from AoE, also from the Zerg busting abilities. I'm assuming you can only have one. I'm saying, right? You can only have one. I can drop one now, run 20 feet, drop another one. I'm assuming you're going to have one. Still good. Firebomb is still here. Punt. Self-distract. Okay. Redirect. For the next 6 seconds, your deployable will get hit by all abilities that would hit group mates within 30 feet of it. Yeah, it's a deployable. Summon a beer keg at your feet for 20 seconds to heal. Oh, you can only have one deployable skill active. Sorry, my bad. Sorry. This is the same ability the non-standard Squig Tank has, where you, for 6 seconds, you get all the abilities for all your group mates within 30 feet of you to hit you. Sorry, you get them to hit your deployable. Sorry, you get to hit the... So, where is the deployable? So, the deployable we have is not a turret, it's the actual keg. So, we can summon a keg, and then we can use this in emergency while it's healing people. Then all the abilities from the group mates that are within 30 feet of my deployable. So if somebody you have, I don't know, a Bright Wizard shooting and you drop him a keg as a non-standard tank and you see him taking a lot of damage, you click this and then the keg takes all the abilities coming to him as that. Most likely it's going to be one-shot it, but it will buy some time for a healer to pick your teammates that are sitting there as well. You can also use that because it drops from your feet and then explode this to apply the knockdown up to 6 enemies. Again, the engineer has the similar problem as before, which is drop the keg, check the global cooldown, then do the knockdown. So you have like 2 stages where melee classes have knockdown and that's it. Fuck it. Also, it costs a lot more. 1 kit here and another kit there. So this was never fair for the engineer anyways, or the Magus, but it's how they work. They have other beauties. I have my stats. Okay. Yeah, no, the reason why I said that is like, okay, it's going to pull all the abilities. I was thinking there's like 5 people, 6 people shooting. The Bright Wizard probably going to get nuked instantly, like boom. But yeah, if he has my stats, he's not going to die. Anyways, it does have no cooldown, but it comes with the cost of a kit. So this is the same one we have there. We also have the immunity to armor reduction. We have the mass, the chance to recover bullets, grenades, and things we spent. No, the Grenadier has no deployment, but also it has instant casts. So theoretically, pretty much everything should be able to do while you're moving. This guy gets guns, wrenches, and shields. Oh, this is going to look so fucking cool with a shield. Engineer with a shield. I've been waiting for this for so long. You guys better have something that's like a gear-shaped shield. Please tell me somebody designed a gear-shaped shield for the engineer tank. Please. He needs to have a wrench that's full of gears, like the one we had on the original game from Tier 1 layer bosses, the little hammer thingy. He needs to have a shield in the shape of a gear or something. Somebody has to design that. Then he gets the standard tank abilities, Enhanced Block, Champion's Challenge, Distracting Bellow, and Immaculate Defense. So you get those by default, those morals, and you can play 1, 2, 3, and 4. Depends what you want to do there. The stats are here as in every class. 3 post depot. You generate 1 kit every 10 seconds. 1 kit. So this takes a kit. Bullets, kit, grenade, grenade, kit. Okay. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Yeah, I suppose. Yes. Something gear-like. So 1 kit every 10 seconds. So far, we need kits for the keg and for the explosion of the keg. So I'll take 1 point. The fixer upper, it could be. Upper lip, fixes upper lip. Okay, we'll take 1 point here and we'll see. Because, I don't know, I mean, kids so far, we only need for this and that. This is probably going to be kind of like spammable, you know, so you can move it, heal people, defend people with this skill. This is a 30 seconds cooldown though, so we'll take 1 point here for now. Increase your mass by 1. Yeah, okay. Lightning rod, second deployment, so we need more kits. However, we still need, let's take toughness on this. Full toughness, going for tank. So we unlock lightning rod, which means we need 1 more kit. Summon a lightning rod at your feet, 20 seconds. It will, so no cooldown, that 20 seconds. Okay. It will deal elemental damage up to 9 enemies within 30 feet of it. Groupmates with 30 feet will have their abilities augmented. So as a no-standard tank, people can come and stand next to me, the melee. I can be at the front with them, drop lightning rod, deal AoE damage, and augment. So I have to choose between lightning rod for augmentation damage or healing. We can only have 1 deployable skill active. So either we heal, because on Chain of Reckoning, Edge of Reckoning, you can drop your lightning rod and your keg at the same time. Here, we have to make a choice. I'm not very happy with it, but okay. Still looks fun. I'd rather have my heal and my damage. Going OP a little bit there, but you know. So, okay, so we augment people and we deal damage, or we heal people and we defend them with that. We can also use that to deal damage, augment them, and still have our deployable lightning rod pull the damage from anyone who is 30 feet. So if you have 5 people on top of you, 30 feet next to you, range, healers, yourself, a melee, you're fighting on a flag on a scenario, for example, and you're all stuck on the flag, you can still go and do lightning rod, deal damage, augment everybody, and then have your lightning rod take the damage for 6 seconds. Question, can you heal deployables with healers? Like if a healer does AoE healing, will that heal deployables? Just a question. Cell shock. Enemies you hit with firebomb will receive a 5-second debuff. The next ally to hit them will restore 10 plus 10% restore power health. I like that. So yeah, I mean, firebomb is 20 feet AoE. It takes grenade, so we can play with the point with different points. They can be healed. Really? Holy shit! Yeah, I gotta find somebody that can give me cooldown reduction, so I can spam that as a non-standard tank. So we are taking cell shock, so we can do an AoE grenade people, so melee and range can heal themselves off that as much as we can. Tactic. So I am taking the ancestral here, so we don't have our armor being debuffed. So we took 2 points there. Strength. That's 1 point. Ballistics. Now you're starting making it difficult. I want to go on the next line, but I don't want to get any of that. So you're forcing me to take something. We'll take ballistics to unlock that. We might need that for body blast, but your armor of your deployable is doubled on the health is increased by 1,000. Every 30 seconds you can summon a deployable for free. Ooh, fuck that. I'm taking that. As long as you are within feet of your deployer, you will gain 15% dodge, 50% pushback immunity, but lose 25% movement speed. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Huh? Hold on. So I wanna get this tactic, but it says it requires 10 points in oh, it requires 10 points in Tinker, so I don't have to put it here. I can put it here to get the kit. Okay, got it. So grab that. What is this one? Engage. Enemies that you deal direct damage. Their output damage reduced by 2%. Okay, I'm grabbing that. Also grabbing the wounds as a tank. We got all the toughness. Direct damage. What do I have for direct damage though? Is everything direct damage unless stated? Because I remember some skills on the previous classes that said you're dealing indirect damage. So I'm assuming Firebomb, Banner Blast, all those things, Lightning Rod is direct damage, is it? Because it doesn't say indirect. I want to clarify that, see if that tactic is possible here or not. But I think I'm correct on that. Anything that isn't a dot. So, okay, so this one is direct damage. This one is direct damage. Lightning Rod at your feet, 20 seconds will deal elemental damage up to 9 seconds. So, Lightning Rod is not direct damage. Because it does damage over time. I'm just asking for Lightning Rod because it's deployable. So, I'm not sure how that, if that is different. What else we got? Up to 9 enemies. Okay. Yeah, I know. Lightning Rod is direct. Okay, see? Up to 9 enemies. Okay, so we get that. So, okay, so this skill is worth it because we can use pretty much everything so far. The skill every 2 seconds. Okay. Good. Okay, so that's good. Then we go here. Flashbang Grenade. Interrupt ability, yes. For the next 8, autoloader is for us to get as a morale 2. But morale 2, I'd rather keep the champion there. What else we got? Self-destruct no longer destroys the deployable and deals 21% range attack power, 260 corporeal, but costs 3 kits. Alright, I'll click it because it's nice to have a knockdown without destroying a turret or lightning rod or keg. So that might be a thing. We'll see. We still have 12 points left. High explosive firebomb now costs 2 grenades and deals 30% more damage. I'll take that because we are not standard tank, probably going to be close to things. So I'd rather have that spammed a little bit, drop the keg, do the damage or augment and deal damage. This, I don't know which one. I mean, that one is 11 range and 140. 11, that's 14 and 280. Longer range, 30 feet in front of me. Probably still go for the grenade, I think. We'll see. We can change things. Cost 1 bullet. Like I said, this spec uses all ammunition. 4% range power, 30 piercing to the target enemy and applies disarm. So I'm definitely going to grab disarm. The cone of it, probably 180. That is pretty much the cone for everything. It's 180 usually. Band together. Groupmates within 30 feet of you have the damage reduction increased by 2. They're not hit by single target ability. I'll grab that as a tank, but it's too many points. We might have to remove that. Whenever a target blocks an ability, they will take 1 stack of reduced piercing and 1 stack of corporeal. So how many tactics we have? We have 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we'll see about the whole blocking thing. That's AoE interrupt. Speed buff, I'll take it. We'll see if we need to remove it. Ooh. I like making things simple. Who doesn't? We got 3 points. Okay, now we got to a point where things are starting to get shitty. Why? Because here we have redirect. And our deployables take all the skills, all the abilities coming in, anybody within 30 feet. So it's 30 seconds cooldown. If we take this for 3 points, we can drop it down to 24. If we do, we run out of points. So let's see what else we have. Enemies damaged by lightning rod will lose 1 mass for 3 seconds. Allies healed by Backman's Bass will gain 1 mass. So that's for CC, maybe. Backman's Best and lightning rod are 10% more effective. Fuck me, I'm taking that. And now I have no more points. So we need to start thinking what we're not going to take. So I'm going to take those 5 points out. I'll tell you why. Because whether I like it or not as a tank or as a non-standard tank, someone is going to single target hit me. And if he does, these points are gone wasted. So I'll skip this as well. You always are immovable. So this is the 5th tactic. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Just to refresh everybody's memory and myself, immovable prevents application of rooted, pulled, and knockbacks for 20 seconds. So I can be rooted, pulled, or knockback. So I suppose as a tank that's important. We might have to change this because there's a lot more fun things here from what I can tell. Radius of redirect and your deployables is increased by 5 feet, and it has 4 points. So that's 20 feet longer healing and augmentation, or 20 feet more. So that becomes 50 feet. 30 and 20, 50 feet. That's a long AoE and a long heal there. 30% more effective. Oh God, how many things I have to remove from this? With all, you know what, Void, fuck you. All group mates within 30 feet gain 1 stack of enhanced fortitude. How many stacks on this one? Flapjack is also applies 1 stack of enhanced armor. Because you said about headaches. Oh God, I like the range. I like the effectiveness. You know what? I'm gonna remove this. So, what is this one? Electromagnet. Deployable. Summon a magnet at your feet for 20 seconds that pulls up to 9 enemies within 65 feet of you. Then applies an ensnared and momentum to up to 9 enemies within 20 feet of it every 2 seconds. So you deploy it. It lasts 20 seconds. It will pull 9 enemies in from 65 feet. You're going to slow them down. And then for the remainder of the time, there's 20 seconds, 80 seconds, whatever it is going to apply the slow every 2 seconds. Okay, and what's the landmine? You place a landmine at your feet, you can throw it. That lasts up to 40 seconds. The mine detonates if an enemy gets too close, applying a staggered and unstoppable effect to 48 enemies within 30 feet. Stagger prevents all control of the character. Okay, so this is the Zerg boxing ability. I'm already having that moment. So okay, I can take 1 point off the kit, increase the radius, reduce the cooldown. I think I'll go for the radius here. I'll take the full radius. I'll take the magnet. It requires 30 points, so I have to put 1 more point somewhere. I'll take the kit and take the magnet. This one, okay, the reduction here, you know, I don't know. I mean, it's 6 seconds out of 30, 20, 24. Enhanced armor is good, but we have the immunity from debuff, so we're still going to be good. We'll see what else we get from gear. I think this is it. We have the keg in healing to combine with the stagger in this. We have the lightning rod for damage in this. We have 30% more effective on the toolkits. We have 50 feet range, which is good. Enemies that deal direct damage to us will have the damage reduced as a tank. We have wounds. We got toughness. We got a little bit more generation of kits. 1 kit every 8 seconds. We got immunity to stacks of armor debuff. We're probably going to get recovery if we don't use them 33. That's 2, 3, 4. We got magnet. That's another deployment. You know, it looks good. Anyways, let me save this as well. Now, this is the bad thing though, right? Now we've made a couple of builds here. All I want right now is to jump onto the server and see how they perform and start playing with it and this and that in gear. And we just can't do that, and it's really frustrating, but it is what it is. Anyways, I had plans to have a look at what MMORPG is coming out on 2024 January, see if there's anything we want to play. And also maybe play something, but this took a lot longer than I thought. I hope you guys found this at least informational about Interbellum, what's gonna happen. We'll be back tomorrow, the usual time, and we're gonna have a look what games come out on January 2024, see if there's anything we like to keep an eye out or buy or try or whatever. And then we're gonna go and play some games. I don't know what we're gonna play. I really don't. We'll see. I mean, maybe we need to push a little bit more Lamplighters, the turn-based strategy game, which is amazing. If you haven't played, get in and play it. It's an amazing game. So we might play that one tomorrow and chill because my throat is killing me. So I hope to see all of you guys tomorrow. Again, Mariah's, Serif Croco, thanks for the follows. Prinny TV, Work Blame, Place Me, also for the follows. Defin is Blamey as well for the follows. Slayer, thanks for gifting a sub. Void, thanks for the sub. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate the support. I'll see you tomorrow. See if there's any MMORPGs out there coming out and play some games. Have a great night. Thank you again. I'll see you soon.
Man the guns!